John, an inveterate nerd, receives an advertisement on his computer, asking whether the young man is bored with real life and would like to feel truly alive. The hero's room is in chaos. Things are scattered. There are piles of food packaging and garbage around. Despite all this, John justifies himself by saying that he simply hasn't found a job yet, and aggressively clicks the mouse on the screen, closing the pop-up window. Suddenly, the young man becomes frightened. A grimace of horror appears on his face, causing the lollipop to fall out of his mouth. In front of him, on the computer monitor, a portal opens, drawing him deeper, and the atmosphere around him changes dramatically. John screams in fear and indignation as he flies inside the portal. Previously, the guy did not believe that all this could actually happen, but now he realizes the complexity of the situation. While he is flying, out of nowhere the hero is informed that he made the right choice, and soon the god-level system will provide its full service. John screams because of the injustice towards him. Because he was not going to choose anything, the guy tries to break the signs with inscriptions from the surging rage. He finds himself in the future. In the year 2696, 30 years ago, the planet Earth was subjected to an alien invasion. But thanks to nuclear weapons, it was saved from extraterrestrial life forms. However, zombies and mutated animals appeared on the planet. For the surviving people, the path of military perfection is now open. A red-haired man bursts into the room, aggressively kicking the door with great force. This guy's name is Carl. He is John's roommate, and is a student in the 29th group of Starline Academy. Stopping in the middle of the room, the guy is embarrassed by the sight of his sleeping friend, and falls silent for a moment. Suddenly, he starts screaming again, grabbing his classmate by the neck, demanding the guy give him the food he was sprinkling on him. Carl pushes his neighbor towards the wall with all his might, and he breaks it with his own weight, because the blow was very strong. The guy standing behind the red-haired guy laughs sarcastically, but asks what will happen if John dies. To which the guy replies that he has practically become a real warrior, and they will not ask him for the death of a scumbag, like his neighbor. Pushing the main character, Carl says that for such a non-entity, carrying food and washing clothes is already a great honor. There is chaos all around. Piles of dirty clothes are lying around, giving off an unpleasant smell. The red-haired guy smiles, saying that his neighbor, by not bringing him food, disgraced him in the presence of his friends, so if he dies, he deserves this fate because of his disobedience. He suddenly steps on the suffering guy's lying hand, pressing down with the weight of his entire body. John opens his eyes, breathing heavily, his body and mind clearly under extreme stress. The protagonist feels a piercing pain in the area of his limb and makes great efforts to get rid of this sensation. While Carl continues to mock, the guy tries to figure out where he is, because a few moments ago he was in his own computer chair in front of the monitor. When John finds the strength to get up, his attacker tells him that he is tough enough to be a piece of trash. He turns around with a sharp movement, kicking the protagonist in the stomach, causing him to fly off again. Blood is dripping from the guy's mouth, but he still continues to think about how he ended up in this situation. He probably traveled in time. John falls to the ground again, trying to catch his breath and recover from the pain he experienced. He cannot understand who and why arranged such a disgusting move for him. In this world, the guy had no weight, was a scumbag and a target for bullying and laughter. The thing is that he had no talent for improvement. Not only his classmates were cursing, but also the principal, who also did not believe that John was capable of anything. Many people wished death on the main character, because he does not deserve to exist, since he does not have the talents necessary for this world. It's no wonder that the guy who owned this body didn't want to live in it. Now John will have to clean up everything that happens. In any case, it is not in his principles to tolerate ridicule and bullying from others. Carl asks his friends to pay attention to how the look on the guy's face has changed. He gets angry again, because this is what irritates him the most. Then the red-haired guy attacks his own neighbor again, hitting him in the stomach, urging him to surrender and be obedient. Despite all this, the main character is not ready to live like this anymore. He remains standing, resolutely refusing. Then, Carl starts beating him again, saying that in this case he will be in trouble. The attacker keeps asking the same question over and over again in order to make sure that the neighbor will continue to obey him. John stands up and starts yelling at the offender that he will never in his life indulge a person like Carl, who uses force to oppress the weak. The guy is stunned by what he heard, and looks at the hero in surprise. He didn't expect such a reaction from him at all. If John was transported in space and time, then surely he should now have some skill that is provided in such cases in various stories. Suddenly, various windows appear in front of the main character, informing him that anger has been accumulated. They offer to use a special attack. At this time, Carl attacks again. It is necessary to act immediately. it is worth making a decision. Then, John takes a swing and decides to activate the accumulated power strike suggested by the system. The boys clash their fists, repelling each other's attacks, gusts of wind appearing around them from the speed and force emanating from them. Thanks to this blow, the main character manages to break Carl's bone. It shatters into a bunch of small pieces. The students who came with the red-haired man watch what is happening around them with fear. No one expected that John would ever be able to fight back against the offender. One of them slowly turns around. A grimace of horror appears on his face. He does not believe what he saw with his own eyes. The guys run up to Carl, worried and very concerned for their neighbor, asking him not to die. Remaining conscious, the red-haired man squeezes out a request to be taken to the hospital. Suddenly, the boys look up at John, who had just managed to punch their friend, breaking his arm. The main character makes an angry face, instilling fear in the offenders, making it clear to them that it is better not to mess with him. Then, the students of the academy take Carl in their arms and quickly leave the room, so as not to run into even bigger problems. When they exit, John bends over and exhales tiredly. He couldn't hold you in his arms any longer. The used accumulated power strike has too strong a side effect. The young man sits down on the chair, but at that moment the system appears in front of him again. It has detected the first use of the blow. For defeating the enemy, it provides 1 rotation. John presses the button to spin the wheel of fortune in the hope that money will appear. Money is very important for the hero now, because with his current savings he won't even have enough for treatment. And finally, the arrow points to a window giving 10,000 in alliance currency. The guy breathes a sigh of relief, sliding lower in his chair. After some time, he comes to the doctor's office to heal the injuries he received. A nice blonde nurse appears in front of John and calls him baby. Based on this address, it is not difficult to assume that the people are familiar. But to make sure, John asks the question directly. Then, the nurse says that the guy is in last place in the Starlight ranking, so he is widely known in the academy. The main character asks to stop calling him baby, because it sounds quite offensive. It is better to call him by his name. The blonde girl is not at all embarrassed by this request. It even seems to amuse her. She places her hand on John's chest and says that they will soon find out whether he is a baby or not. The nurse smiles and asks the patient to undress and go to the place indicated to her. Hearing this, the main character does not believe his own ears and asks whether he needs to take off all his clothes. The girl giggles and says that she can leave her panties on, although if the guy decides to take them off, she won't object. After the young man began to undress, she began to greedily examine the patient's body. Lowering his gaze lower, he comments that the guy really is no longer a baby. The nurse is very embarrassing to John. If he doesn't hold back, he can leave the title of virgin right in this office. Lying down in a special apparatus, the girl specifies how much the restorative solution costs, to which the young man takes the most expensive one that he can afford. It seems that the previous owner of the body had it much worse than the hero could have imagined. He was clearly beaten and badly injured. Now that he has appeared, he will not allow anyone to touch or oppress him. The medical device closes, makes a characteristic sound, and announces that the preparatory stage is finally complete. The body analysis has also been completed. The approximate recovery time of the body will be about 5 hours. The recovery process is being initialized. In 5 hours, when the restoration is complete, a completely new John will come into this world. In the 29th group, the students discuss plans. The quota of people who will go to the 20th sector this time for practice in a real combat situation is about 20 people. The teacher announces that all warriors of the initial stage in their group will be able to participate. After looking around the classroom, the teacher asks where Carl is, since he is not in class. The red-haired guy's friends report that he is currently undergoing medical surgery in another sector. The man is very surprised, because he does not understand what happened to Carl, and decides to ask his classmates what the matter is. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the guy says that John beat up his classmate and broke almost all of his ribs. Arguments begin in the audience. Everyone is very stunned and puzzled by what they heard, because the main character could never even fight back. Carl's friend tries to justify himself, explains that he was with him at that moment, and recorded the video with his own eyes. The teacher rubs the bridge of his nose and asks to calm down. The discussion center will not have to go to sector number 20 this time. Suddenly, a changed and recovered John appears at the door, asking if he can go for practice in a real combat situation. The class starts to whisper, because the main character is behaving completely differently, as if he has been replaced. The teacher explains to the boy that he shouldn't get into trouble, because the 20th sector is too dangerous. And before going there, he needs to reach the level of a basic warrior. A classmate laughs and explains that this zone is teeming with zombies and mutants. Does John really want to part with his head so much? The main character's face immediately changes, smiling at what was said. Then he asks if he can get to the test if he beats this guy in a fight. The classmate smiles widely at what he heard, because he doesn't believe that John, whom he knew before, is capable of something like this. Despite this reaction, the hero continues to smile and asks whether the disputant will risk testing his proposal. Suddenly, the interlocutor stands up, sharply hitting his hand on the table. The guy yells at John, asking him not to think that if he beat Carl, he will be able to brag to others. The hero activates the Eye of Analysis and notices that this man's name is Michael, and he is even a little weaker than his previous opponent. He only needs to carefully dodge the attacks, and then knock him out thanks to the blow of accumulated power. The young men exchange glances and agree to meet at the training arena after class. After some time, a crowd of people gathers in the arena, wanting to watch the clash of two classmates. People discuss the whole situation. An interesting show awaits. Next to John is his friend, who does not believe in the scheduled fight, because his opponent has already reached the initial level. The main character just raises his hand and explains that he has long wanted to fight with this man. Michael looks at his opponent and is surprised that he decided to step into the arena and fight him. The guy immediately starts moving towards John to strike, wanting to show him that this is not his place. During an attack, the hero analyzes all movements and assesses his physical condition. But despite the fact that not all of his wounds had healed, he had restored his physical condition. But still this blow resounded with pain throughout his body. The aggression scale starts to fill up, only 20%, although he risks his life every second. Michael continues to attack the young man, but he does not respond, only dodging the blows. No matter what, John continues to follow his plan, because he needs to fill the entire scale. With each hit and dodge, the percentage becomes more and more. Soon it will reach the maximum. Those watching the events laugh, because the hero does not respond to the blows, but only resists them. The teacher thinks that even if John is simply dodging, he is not giving up his position. He has never seen such determination in his eyes. The attacker is seething with anger. He just needs to receive a blow in response, and not an evasion. And finally, the scale is completely filled. It shows 100%. Then the system asks its owner to use the accumulated force strike. At that same moment, Michael's fist flies straight towards John at great speed. The guy decides to use a blow and screams from the effort, swinging it in his direction. Then, after a few moments, their fists touch in mutual resistance. Michael is the first to give in, causing him to fly several meters off the ground. The main character remains alone in the arena, standing in the same pose, with his hand raised up. Everyone present is shocked by what they see. This is simply impossible, given the difference in their strength. A pool of blood spreads around the body that has fallen to the ground, showing that the blow was incredibly strong. Michael is on his knees trying to cough up his own blood. Suddenly, his rival stands in front of him and asks him a rhetorical question. If he was beaten by a scumbag, then who is Michael himself? The teacher orders that the loser be taken to the infirmary immediately. He cannot miss practical training in the sector. Looking at the main character, the teacher claps his hands, because he made him look at him in a new way. John raises his head and asks if he now has permission to go to practice. Sector 20 is an extremely dangerous place located in the northern part of the city. It is a zone of radioactive contamination, where a virus is rampant, and zombies and mutant animals roam everywhere. However, crisis and prospects exist hand in hand. Many body parts of mutant animals are raw materials, and materials in high demand. Moreover, the gems contained in the brains of beasts are priceless crystalline rocks that can provide assistance in improving the special abilities of warriors. Arriving at the practical zone, the teacher begins to explain everything that is happening. Everyone has long-term training experience behind them. Combining it with the weapons and equipment that the academy will provide to the students, it should not be difficult to cope with ordinary zombies and mutated beasts. However, this practice is different from all the others in that this time, they will have to meet their enemies face to face. And the victory that will need to be achieved first of all is a victory over one's own fear. Having finished speaking, the teacher raises his hands and shouts that only real combat practice can reveal true abilities. Only it can temper character. The guy asks his friend if John is too afraid. But for him, all the zombies are invaluable experience for leveling up. The teacher reminds that 4 groups should be formed, into which they are divided independently. It is worth remembering that in no case should you go deep into this sector. The strength of these enemies is now too much for the students. Finishing his speech, the man demands that everyone present leave, then everyone runs off in their own directions. And finally, some time passes, when each of the participants in the practice finds themselves in their own place. The mutating pigeon watches the moving people from the side. John and his friends slowly move in the direction they had chosen on their own earlier. One of their group does not stop insulting the main character, asks him to keep his eyes open and not to delay the others. Then, his friend stands up for the guy and makes a joke about how the guys will call their mom for help and cry. Despite all the dialogue, John throws down his hands and asks to be quieter, because he caught some movement ahead. Two guys from their group tense up, immediately fall silent and become more serious. A fog appears in front of the students, obscuring their vision. It is unknown what awaits them ahead. John places his hand on his weapon and announces that danger is approaching them. It's hard to see through the clouds of smoke, but a human silhouette can be seen. Suddenly, a bloody zombie jumps out at the guys. He has only the first rank, low mobility, and is a carrier of the virus. The creature moves towards the guys at high speed, wanting to reach its goal as quickly as possible. The protagonist realizes that even the first-rank zombies have higher combat capability than him, and his current stat is very low. Three guys are watching everything that is happening from the sidelines. They are ready for a fight. Despite all his shortcomings, John is ready to fight, because he needs valuable experience. Then he runs up and starts to attack the enemy to fight him. The guy raises his sword up and with a sharp movement cuts the air between them. The system congratulates the owner on the increase in level. He was also awarded a certain amount of experience. All received characteristic points must be invested in strength. The main character remains standing in the middle of the road, improving his abilities by 38 divisions. A classmate shouts at John to be careful. Then the boy turns around and notices silhouettes approaching from behind. Three bloodthirsty zombies are running towards him at great speed, ready to tear the hero to pieces. But one of his team members manages to react, catching up with his ally from behind in order to help. The classmate, with quick movements of his weapon, cuts off the limbs of the monsters, and they fly away in all directions. When the young man falls to the ground, he stands with his back to the former danger. A close friend praises him, calling him by name, namely Roger. The guy dealt with the enemies very easily, without blinking an eye, compared to John's abilities. So he boasts, trying to belittle him. The main character sadly watches the remains of the limbs of once living zombies. He could have gotten the experience points that he needs so much now. Pulling himself together, John turns around and heads in the opposite direction, calling the team to follow him. The boys walk past a thicket of trees, with bones scattered all around from the battlefield. Classmates walk one after another, looking around. At any second you need to be ready for an attack. Suddenly, the sound of the monster's feet can be heard from afar. The main character asks everyone to stop, because danger has appeared before them again. The monster bares its teeth, prepares to attack, thirsts for fresh blood. One of the team asks to give him this battle, because he assumes that this time there is also a small first-rank zombie on the way. A large monster emerges from the fog, its fangs tainted with poison, and its veins heavily tinted with acid, showing the virus in its blood. This zombie has high speed, sharp teeth, and the ability to summon similar monsters. Because it is the leader, you should not approach it. The monster's veins bulge more and more, ready to attack, seething with rage. The guy takes a fighting pose, happy that he will soon be able to feel the fight. The mutant moves towards the target at great speed, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the hero realizes that something is wrong with the speed of this zombie. It is too high. But he doesn't have time to react, because a monster flies into him and pushes the guy back with its body. The monster opens its mouth, wanting to inject poison under the skin of its victim. Roger runs up from the side and gets there in time, kicking the monster in the face, causing him to lose coordination. The zombie falls on his back, baring his teeth. He did not expect the hero to appear. The boy swings the ball, shouting curses at the monster. From the side, John shouts that this zombie is the leader and must be killed with one blow, otherwise he will call for reinforcements. But the guy doesn't listen to him, because the main character is lower in rank than him, so he shouldn't teach. He deliberately cuts off the monster's arm rather than trying to kill it. But it turns out that the zombie is very agile and fast, so the guy was unable to finish him off. The mutant opens its mouth and screams loudly. Its call can be heard for many kilometers. He raises his remaining hand, screaming loudly enough that a blast wave forms around him, throwing the guy back. Suddenly a zombie's hand rises from the ground, and now we have to deal with it. But this is not the main problem, because the number of monsters ready to attack is growing in the area. They all pay attention to people, because that is their main goal. The hero is very scared by what he sees. It seems that they themselves cannot cope with such a number of monsters. Roger is the most afraid of all. He is shaking with fear, drenched in sweat. The guy says that he doesn't want to die here, and a grimace of horror appears on his face. His friend is also terribly afraid and asks to wait for him, because he has no desire to remain alone on the battlefield. A friend tells John that the danger is too great. They should also leave immediately. The main character clenches his fist tightly, thinking about what he really wants. Sharply lowering his weapon, he analyzes, realizing that if he can cope with them, he will significantly increase his level. Despite his doubts, The boy takes off and runs towards the crowd of mutants. In one fell swoop, he deals with a bunch of dangerous monsters. The protagonist's friend is not at all aware of what is happening and does not recognize John, whom he has known all his life. He had never had such determination to fight to the death, but suddenly he acquired this quality. The friend turns his head to the side, and out of nowhere a mutant attacks him from the side. Then, the guy decides to also accept this battle and begins to fight together with John. He agrees to join in this madness that is happening around him. The main character is attacked from behind by the zombie leader. He growls and runs towards him. Due to the high speed, John does not have time to react, which is why he ends up on his shoulder blades under the weight of the mutant. The friend pays attention to this and becomes very afraid for the state of his ally. The monster opens its mouth, revealing sharp fangs filled with poison, and the creature lets out a menacing howl. Then, in order to stop this, the main character hits the zombie in the face from the side. He is extremely unhappy because his opponent attacked him from behind, which is not fair. Suddenly, notifications from the system with information about the level increase appear in front of the young man. The plan was a success. He increased 3 levels in a row and received 12 stat points. He immediately puts everything into strength. The muscles become bigger. The limbs noticeably increase in size. Now, John is able to defeat the monster, so he grabs it by the head as an attack. The guy twists the mutant's head off with a sharp movement of his hands, cursing him. Once the battle is over, the opponents fall to the ground. The head of the zombie leader is twisted in the opposite direction. Bewilderment is visible on his face, because John, with his previous amount of strength, could not defeat him. In order to get the defeated enemy away from himself, the main character pushes his foot into the mutant's body. Then, with a sharp movement, he pushes the body to the side. Even though he dealt with it, the danger is not over. You need to remain vigilant, so the guy fights for his weapon. The guy gets to his feet and cuts off the head of the zombie leader. Only in this way will he be awarded the experience points necessary for development. The system congratulates its owner on leveling up to the 6th level. The genetic lock system is unlocked. The main character stands in the middle of the battlefield, looking at the assistant's screen. He doesn't understand what's going on with the system, because out of the 6 stat points he just received, 3 need to be invested in speed, and 3 in endurance. Previously, the guy saw information about genetic locks in the literature on improvement. Among the human genome, there is a fairly large part of genes that a person cannot use. It is for this reason that humanity is unable to fully realize its potential. According to legends, if a person manages to unlock the genetic locks in his body, he will be able to reach the peak of his potential and become a being akin to a god. John can't wait to see how powerful he will become after opening the first lock. The protagonist asks the system to open the first lock, unlocking his power. He commands her, his face showing confidence and a sense of superiority. The guy jabs the screen with a sharp movement, resolutely preparing to open the first lock. A huge sign appears in front of him, informing him that his current level is below 15. The discovery is impossible at the moment. John is amazed at what he sees, because he did not expect this at all. Since there is no way to do without fulfilling this condition, the hero will soon be able to reach level 15 if he continues to kill monsters. A classmate comes up from behind and asks the guy if he is really the one his friend knows, since the current version has become stronger. He explains that John dealt with the mutant leader alone, which raises doubts. The main character is embarrassed, trying to justify himself by saying that the danger he encountered was not that great. He continues on his way, calling his ally to follow him. The boys find themselves in front of a sign that prohibits further passage for warriors of the initial stage. John wonders if it's worth going deeper into the forest, since he didn't encounter a single zombie along the way that would allow him to gain experience. Suddenly, the protagonist is pulled out of his thoughts by his friend, who pats him on the shoulder and calls him by name. His hand tightens and points to the side with his finger, and his friend slowly informs him that there is a snake in that direction. The main character shook with fear from what he saw. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. A huge third-rank python appears in front of them. Its abilities and overall combat capability are unknown. It seems to be an evolved beast, so the eye of analysis does not work on it. While the boys are frozen in place, the snake crawls closer to them. Suddenly, she opens her mouth, revealing a row of poisonous fangs, ready to tear the students to shreds. She attacks with a sharp movement, burrowing into the ground between the guys. Before the beast can catch up, John rushes away, shouting to his friend that he should follow his example. The python is getting closer, danger is approaching, and the situation around is tilting. The guy runs between the trees, deftly overcoming all the obstacles in his path. He is outraged that the snake chose him as its target, and not his friend. The guy puts his hand on his knee, snorting heavily as he tries to catch his breath. The young man is pleased that he and his friend have escaped danger. But as it turned out, John ran deeper into the forest, and not in the opposite direction with him. The main character is hiding behind a destroyed brick wall. It looks like he managed to break away and the danger has passed. However, one must not relax one's attention. This python is capable of adjusting its coloring to its surroundings. It is possible that it is currently hiding somewhere nearby and is already preparing to suddenly attack. Out of nowhere, a crossbow with a loaded arrow appears near the guy's head, and an unfamiliar voice orders him to stay put. 3 men appeared in front of him, asking why John was hiding in this place. Looking at the clothes, one of them realizes that the guy is a student at Starline Academy. The main character is very worried, because he is threatened with a weapon. He tries to explain that he was just passing by. Before him stands a group of adventurers specializing in hunting zombies and animals for valuable materials. Each of them already officially holds the title of warrior. They are not up to John's level. One of the men snatches the sword from the hero's hands and asks him to give him the weapon so that he can move on. The protagonist explains that by leaving him in such a place without a weapon, the guy will send him to certain death. Then the warrior swings his weapon and shouts that in that case, he should die now. John makes a frightened face, pointing to the side. The interlocutor immediately turns there, although he does not believe in the possible danger from behind. At the same moment, the python catches up with the men, attacking from behind. The snake devours the warrior's body, closing its jaws with a sharp movement. The mutant rises into the air, the still living man screaming in fear in the python's mouth. One of the warriors explains who has appeared before them, and orders the others to remain on guard. The brunette shouts that there is no need to worry, because for the abnormal crystal and python skin, they can get a lot of money. Then, a fire lights up in the team's eyes, and the guys no longer experience the same fear of danger. At this moment, the main character is sitting behind a snag, watching everything that is happening from the side. The first rank group decided to pounce on the third rank beast. It seems that greed is really very destructive. John realizes that as soon as the opportunity arises, he must grab his own weapon and run away. One of the attackers pierces the hard scales of the beast, which in turn howls loudly. With one blow, the snake nails the warrior to a tree, but this moment is enough for the other man to attack the mutant from behind, plunging his sword into the enemy. The python opens its mouth, spraying venom at the attacker. The bald man screams hysterically as his shoulder begins to dissolve before our eyes. The commander orders to concentrate on the head in order to immediately deal with the enemy. He gives the command to move forward, and then the rest of the warriors prepare to attack. Ultimately, the commander stabs the python's head, rejoicing in his victory over the monster. The man raises his hand in triumph, feeling joy and pride for himself and his people, because he managed to win over the strongest enemy. While he celebrates, John is watching him from behind the bushes, waiting for the moment to retreat. But he will not be able to do this, because the guy was noticed by the commander of the warriors. Turning to him, he asks if it was his doing that the python came to this place. He calls him to his side and orders him to cut the skin off the mutant and get the anomalous crystal. John stands up wearily, commenting on the inappropriate behavior of his interlocutor, because even though he is left alone, he continues to give orders. The guy agrees to follow the man's instructions, but in this case it will remain his trophy. The man becomes enraged at what he hears because this is an attempt on his own prey. Using maximum force, the commander swings and aims a slashing blow towards the main character. John acts as calmly as possible, explains that the opponent's strength is running out, and the guy does not plan to fight him. So he takes out his sword, swings it, and cuts off his opponent's hand. The man screams hysterically from pain and shock, and feels insulted. He continues to squeal, proving his belonging to a high family. John stands over his opponent, saying that he is relying only on the facts, namely that their team was going to take his gun and condemn him to death. The guy raises his sword again and asks not to expect mercy from him. Now John has reached level 7 and has gained about 2,500 experience points by killing a first-rank warrior. Finally, the main character received another promotion, and even the opportunity to rotate. He decides to distribute the attribute points between speed and endurance, decides to use rotation when he finds a safe place to rest, and for now, he needs to look at the trophies. The main character climbs onto a python to cut its scales. He takes out the first anomalous crystal, earned by cunning. This thing is the source of power of the evolutionary beast. Warriors can absorb the energy contained in it to become stronger, or use it as a power source for some devices. It turns out that this team has 2 more crystals of that rank lying around. There is no point in taking extra weapons, because they will only be a burden. Having equipped himself with things, the main character can now look for his friend, named Mark, as well as the rest of his group. Approaching the sign, John notices that he is in a dangerous area. Apparently he went the wrong way. You can't stay here for even a second. You need to get out as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the birds start to fly away in panic in different directions, causing the hero to cover his ears with his hands from the noise. It looks like something really bad is coming if they're reacting like that. A fourth-rank Thunder Panther appears in front of him. Its features and overall combat capability are unknown. The guy watches the mutant from the side, who is again not affected by the eye of analysis. But something stops him. Someone is approaching from the side. This is a girl named Kate, who is a fourth-rank warrior. It seems that her characteristics are also impossible to analyze, which causes a storm of emotions in the guy. The girl catches up with the enemy with a sharp movement, swinging her sword. The first blow falls on the beast's paw. He screams furiously and resists. Suddenly, the panther jumps up to attack, but the warrior does not give up. Kate jumps to the side at the perfect moment, preventing the enemy from catching up with her. Thanks to this, the girl gains an advantage and attacks her opponent from the side. The panther flies towards the tree, hitting its bark. The main character understands that this power is very great, and hopes that one day he will become even stronger than Kate. The panther ends up on the ground, shaking in pain and bleeding. Kate moves towards her in cold blood to take all the trophies. John watches from his hideout. Apparently their fight has come to an end. But it was a feint. Suddenly the enemy rises to his paws and screams furiously. The panther rushes into battle, and a bunch of lightning bolts of electricity appear around her. The girl raises her own sword again to continue defending herself from the attack. The lightning creates an explosive impact, pushing Kate into the air. She flies to the side, not controlling the trajectory of her movement, so she slides off the cliff. The main character suddenly turns his head in that direction. It seems the girl has died. It was the panther that was able to pretend to be dead, and then deal the fatal blow to that girl. But perhaps it was not so at all. It was a dying counterattack. John hopes that the panther is still alive, in which case he will deliver the final blow, and it will be counted as the elimination. The abnormal crystal and the fourth-rank beast should be worth even more money. The guy emerges from the bushes, heading towards the victim. He raises his weapon, swinging it over the animal, pleased with his own leadership. Suddenly, something distracts him, and before our eyes his face changes, taking on a surprised expression. After this, John turns towards what distracted him, remaining in place. It appears to be another panther of the same kind, looking expectantly at its target. After a few moments, the guy begins to move away from the mutants, remembering that thunder panthers usually hunt in pairs, the male hunting with the female. The living monster bares its teeth and lets out a loud scream. The animal catches up with the main character, who tries to justify himself by saying that it was not he who injured the mutant. Suddenly he stops, his heels hitting the ground. Finding himself trapped, he doesn't understand what he should do. The guy is on the edge of a cliff. An animal slowly creeps up behind him, preparing to attack. John tries to negotiate with her by showing her the sword and threatening her with it. But, unfortunately, the animal doesn't care, so the panther jumps towards him, baring its teeth. The main character jumps off a cliff. It is better for him to be smashed to pieces than to become a mutant's lunch. He fell into the water. John continues to scream. He was so scared during the flight. It turns out that there was a depression in this place, and the trees on the cliff softened his fall. It's a good thing that thanks to the reservoir there, he stayed alive. The guy turns his head to the side and notices someone off to the side. It seems that this is the same girl who fought with the Thunder Panther. Apparently Kate is still alive. We need to save her quickly. She is breathing. She just lost consciousness. The main character takes the girl in his arms and heads towards the forest. Leaving the warrior near the tree, the guy sits down next to him, giving him time to rest. He finds himself thinking that Kate is incredibly beautiful. Judging by her appearance, she is no more than 18, but she has already become a warrior of the 4th rank. The girl is probably a talented student from some large family. The main character realizes that he hasn't eaten anything since morning and needs to fix this urgently. It turns out that there are fish in this lake that you can enjoy. Without thinking twice, John makes a fire and fries the fish on it. Even without seasoning, the taste is simply magnificent. He eats it with pleasure and admires the food. Suddenly, some object flies towards him from behind his back. The main character manages to notice this, turns around and sees a sword pointed in his direction. Kate asks why he has practically no clothes on and asks what he did with them. The guy screams that if it weren't for him, the girl would have drowned and died long ago. She thinks for a second and asks if he saved her. The main character laughs and, raising his hand in a conciliatory manner, says that he will not force her to marry him. The girl sighs resentfully and calls him shameless. Despite this, John is not embarrassed and offers her to enjoy the fish, because it turned out to be incredibly tasty. Kate looks at him with a bored expression, not quite understanding what is going on here. Luckily, the guy notices this and begins to explain that the warrior is wounded and there are no medicines, so he should eat something and regain his strength. The girl takes a skewer with cooked fish in her hand. At the same moment, John decides to introduce himself. Kate also states her name and asks what her savior wants. She doesn't like to remain in debt. She asks what he wants, and she will give it to him. Between words, he says that Kate can kill, which frightens the hero greatly and hopes that it is a joke. John decides to ask her to become as cool as him, but the girl explains that he has too weak inclinations. Then the guy takes offense at what he heard and falls to the floor in tears. It's getting dark outside. A bright moon appears in the sky. Kate lies down to rest on the soft grass while her savior remains by the burning fire. The guy opens his system, smiling widely and excited about what is about to happen. It seems like it's time to use the spin he recently received for killing a warrior. He raises his hand high into the air, delighted at the start of the spin. John folds his hands in prayer, hoping that a weapon will fall to him. The arrow seems to point to money, but now he doesn't need it as much as before. The guy hits the jackpot. The system congratulates the owner on receiving the super prize. Then, John is jubilant about the reward he has received. It turns out that he now has a combat skill card that grants experience in mastering the specified ability and knowledge about the process of its improvement. According to the strength of the combat skill card, they are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. It seems like the system is mocking its own owner, because this is a bronze card, and for the spear technique, which is the most difficult to master. But it turns out that this is a skill card with a development property. Such cards are even more valuable than those with a diamond category, since they are able to change as the strength of their owners grows. Having obtained the skill card, his next logical step would be to obtain a suitable spear. However, while the guy was jumping for joy, Kate woke up and got up to see what he was doing. She peeks out from behind his back and asks what he is laughing at like an idiot. Then the main character hides the card he received, not wanting to answer questions. The girl turns to the side and asks if her fellow traveler heard anything. John thinks and listens. Apparently people are approaching them. After hearing this, Kate sits down on a tree root, grabs her weapon. It must be a group of adventurers. The guy remembers what happened the last time he met them. Then, the hero jumps to his feet and shouts that they should get out as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, the girl cannot walk normally due to the injuries she received. In order to help her, John comes up from the front and sits down, but the girl resists. The protagonist explains that if she is not ready to overcome herself, then he can just leave her here. But no one knows what those adventurers have in mind. No one knows what they can do to Kate. The girl climbs onto John's back and asks him not to say anything more. Meanwhile, people gathered around the fire. They had already learned that someone had been here and clearly had not managed to go far. The man in the shadows laughs maliciously, rejoicing at the presence of other warriors, and asks to kill everyone they meet on the way. John steps heavily on the ground, breathing slowly, because he has a heavy load on his back. He complains that the girl is too heavy, but she explains that it's all because of the sword. Suddenly, the guy stops in the middle of the road, sensing danger ahead. He activates the analysis skill, directing his gaze forward to read the information. They encountered a second-rank winged red snake, which is active mainly at night. She seems to be an evolutionary beast. She's rank 2, although her combat ability isn't that high. The girl offers to use her sword and takes it out from behind her back. The main character notices the outstretched weapon and grabs it with his hand. Suddenly, taking it in his hands, he almost drops it, greatly surprised by what he sees. It turns out that the weapon is very heavy, just as Kate said before. The girl had previously swung such a heavy ball with one hand. Here is the difference in strength. The guy asks what materials the sword is made of. Well, she is in no hurry to answer the question asked, asking to let the lady go to the ground and quickly defeat the enemy. The main character squats down, lowering the girl, and then turns to the enemy. The winged red snake is highly mobile and dangerous at night. His fellow traveler tells him about this. Kate asks him not to rush into trouble, but to listen to what the girl tells him. The mutated animal opens its mouth and sticks out its double tongue. The hero catches himself thinking that the beast is so fast that he can't even keep up with her. The guy is waving a weapon and making chopping blows. But unfortunately, this does not affect anything. The enemy remains safe and sound. The guy decides to do a spinning thrust from above, hoping to hit. And yet, the guy pierces his enemy's head right through. John laughs loudly and is proud of himself because it turned out so easy. Kate sighs and notes that the guy can't even handle one second-rank red snake. Apparently, he really does have a terrifying lack of inclinations. The guy shows his defeated enemy obscene signs, continues to mock him, and rejoice in his own victory. Suddenly, the snake's head breaks away from its body, attacking the protagonist. The guy quickly shakes his hand and does not understand what happened, because everything was very calm just now. With a sharp movement, he throws his head back onto the ground, continuing to curse at the dead animal. The main character steps on the head he just left. It turns out that the guy made an oversight, completely forgot about the system reminders. In the future, it will be necessary to check this first, to be absolutely sure of the enemy's death. Afterwards, John squats down near the beast's head. He is indignant, because the girl clearly knew that red snakes are capable of separating their heads from their bodies. The guy examines his own hand, which shows swelling and bite marks. The eye of analysis tells us that this snake is poisonous. This could not be overlooked. The whole body starts to itch and turn red and you feel thirsty. The girl completely forgot that the poison is capable of arousing the sexual desire of the poisoned person. Something needs to be done. And then the main character turns towards the innocent lady, smiling crookedly. He runs towards her, quickly closing the distance between them. Then, Kate falls to the ground and asks not to come near her. John is shaking. He himself does not understand what is happening to him and what the guy is poisoned with. He squeezes his eyes tightly and realizes that he cannot control himself. The main character feels a love influx towards the girl. He looms over her, trying to resist his own body. He needs to get the poison out urgently. But before the guy can come to his senses, he kisses Kate on the lips. Then, the girl bites the attacker to end this awkward action. The protagonist jumps back sharply, clutching his mouth with his hands. Seeing his reaction, the lady stands up and threatens to kill him. The guy starts shaking again. He apologizes, because he didn't mean to do it on purpose. Raising his hand, the warrior points to a body of water where he can sober up, and immediately the main character heads in that direction, continuing to send apologies. Without thinking, John jumps into the water, causing a lot of splashes to appear around. The water is so cool and refreshing, it makes him feel so much better. He remembers a recent kiss. The hero managed to do it with an icy beauty. Kate sits expectantly on the ground, not understanding why John hasn't returned yet. The girl is surrounded by her own weapons and the main character's belongings, waiting for her fellow traveler to return. But from the bushes, a man is watching her, quietly giggling. He is happy that they managed to find this beauty. The girl slowly rises to her feet, holding her stomach. Her injuries have not yet healed. She tries to threaten the man standing in front of her, saying that she will kill him. The blonde man laughs, asking if she has the strength for that now. They saw how the Thunder Panther's dying blow threw her off the cliff. Judging by the fact that at her age she could so easily deal with a Thunder Panther, the girl was clearly from a rich and important family. The guy voices his desire to have fun with such ladies, when she only clicks her tongue. Kate begins to move sharply towards her opponent, deciding to attack first. But someone trips her, causing the girl to fall. The blonde asks to do without senseless resistance, promises to be gentle, after which he raises 2 fingers up, asking the girl to hold on. Kate asks if he would dare touch her, knowing that she is from a great family. This excites the man even more, and he is sure that no one can appear among the ruins. He says that after his deed he will break all the girl's limbs and give them to the Thunder Panther. Suddenly John appears in front of the people and stops behind the man. The guy slowly moves towards the danger, catching up with the offenders. The blonde turns in his direction with displeasure, squinting, examining the guy's appearance. The protagonist raises his hand up, pointing to the names of the people present, their specialization and combat power. The guys get confused and start to worry, because no one could have found out this information about them. The blonde thinks that this is impossible. Even if the guy doesn't have any devices to measure combat abilities, he couldn't find out more detailed information. John narrows his eyes and says that those present have only 5 seconds to disappear. Otherwise no one will leave here. The men turn around abruptly and walk away from the crime scene. The girl rises to her feet, grabs him and asks where the information about people was found. But the main character is not going to spread his secrets. He needs to leave before people come to their senses. Apparently, the adventurers were really tricked. Because if John were a high-level master, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. The fist flies into the nearest tree, relieving the stress of its owner. The blonde man is indignant that the guy was able to teach him a lesson. The girl is injured, and in any case, they will have to cross the border of the forbidden area. They plan to capture them. They just need to establish surveillance on the border. She clarifies why they are moving deeper into the forbidden area. Because the strength of the local beasts is much greater. The guy believes that the most logical step for him now would be to leave the forbidden area as quickly as possible. So it would be better to wait here for a few days until Kate recovers from her wounds. The girl didn't even think that such mediocre strength could have a rather lively mind. It's still dark outside, and fireflies are chirping around, lighting the way. In the morning, when the sun has risen high above the horizon, the girl continues to sleep, resting her head on the shoulder of her fellow traveler. Waking up, John is very worried because he didn't understand when he managed to hug her. When the lady opens her eyes, she immediately announces the approaching evolutionary beast. There was no one nearby, but there was no mistake, because Kate could smell him. The guy sends her another joke, and the girl orders her to leave the shelter. Kate moves confidently, informing that we need to prepare for battle. True, she needs about 2 more days to recover, so John will have to accept this fight. To improve, the guy will have to fight strong enemies. But the lady asks him not to worry, because she needs her companion alive. The main character thinks deeply about the words spoken. A second-rank fanged boar, a mammal-class animal with high defensive capabilities, appears in front of the boys. Kate explains that the attacks are easy to predict. The weakest point is the belly. The beast opens its mouth and lets out a loud roar. The mutated creature accelerates and, stamping its hooves on the ground, moves towards the target it encounters on its way. The battle begins. Clouds of dust rise from the battle are all around. The next day, the hero easily reaches the 9th level, deals with another monster, namely a black panther. He smiles tensely, having just finished with his 30th beast. All this thanks to Kate. At her age, she knows the habits, methods of attack, and vulnerabilities of animals. So the guy managed to cope even with 3rd-rank animals. Holding the jewel in his hands, John asks if the lady needs the anomalous crystal. She says that she won't take away what her fellow traveler earned. It's time to say goodbye, because she has already fully recovered. But the hero does not want to leave now, because the attacking adventurers are probably waiting for him at the exit from the danger zone. This can't just be John's problem, because they want to catch him because of the girl. She's not going to listen to him. She's planning to go in search of the Thunder Panther. The girl is not ready to lose and is going to take revenge. Then, Kate turns and threatens to kill the hero if he does not surpass her in strength the next time they meet. The guy is indignant and doesn't understand how one can pay for kindness like this. At the last moment, he decides to clarify where his fellow traveler is from, and she replies that she came from the sacred region. 2 days later, John reaches the sign indicating the border of the forbidden area. Surely by this time, those adventurers should have left. Suddenly, a weapon flies past. An unknown person strikes. Fortunately, the main character manages to crouch down without losing his head. He turns around with a sharp movement and tries to find out who is next to him. One of the adventurers skillfully lands on the ground, happy that they finally managed to wait for their target. The guy looks questioningly at his opponent, wondering where the girl disappeared to. He begins his attack, wanting to show what happens to those who take this company for fools. Looking at the situation, the protagonist assesses the danger and decides that he should deal with the enemy before his friends arrive. The adventurer assumes a fighting stance, preparing to attack with a running start. Then, he activates a skill called White Snake Sting, and an image of the animal appears around him. It attacks John with great force, pushing back his resistance ever more strongly. At some point, the hero releases the resistance, and an explosion is heard around. Sparks fly in different directions. He finds himself near a rock that is cracked behind his back. The anger level is now about 90%. I wish John had a spear right now. The adventurer mocks the enemy because the guy didn't even master the combat skill, but was able to deceive their company. He begins his attack again, planning to use another attack that would pierce his heart. Despite the difference in strength, the protagonist resists, not wanting to lose this battle. The guy is breathing heavily, but with the accumulation of anger, he decides to use the blow of the accumulated force in order to defeat the enemy. He slides along the ground from the tension, activating his skill. But instead of punching, the hero decides to attack with his foot, right into his enemy's crotch. Not considering this something serious, the adventurer exposes his own hand to the blow. But he did not appreciate the strength of the attacker, so his bone breaks, piercing the entire limb with pain. Not only that, John inflicts even more injuries on him, which the enemy was trying to protect himself from. The adventurer squeals in pain, grimacing in horror and disappointment. He falls to his knees in a defeated pose, lowering his head to the ground. Then John grabs the hilt of his sword and runs towards his enemy. The guy cold-bloodedly cuts the adventurer's throat. The system credits the earned points. Now he has discovered an ability called Rage Burst. It is an activated ability that allows the user to greatly increase their strength, speed, and endurance for 10 minutes. But after the effect of this ability ends, the owner will be in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. Finally, the hero has a new ability. The guy decides to invest all his available points into speed. Suddenly, someone's voice sounds from the side. The guy stops walking, remaining in place. John is surrounded by adventurers on all sides, which could cause fear. But the guy is not one to be timid, so he only slowly looks around. The blond man comes out of his hiding place, shows himself to his rival, and reports the murder of his man. The hero mockingly says that he had to defend himself, and at the same time analyzes his chances of winning, which now seem 0. After this, the lead adventurer orders his men to attack together to kill John. He feels the strongest discontent, because a crowd of lions is attacking a rabbit in his person. Men have no military valor at all. Now he has no choice but to use his newly acquired skill. The fire in the guy's eyes lights up, a huge explosion is heard, and clouds of dust rise into the air. The young man feels changes in his body and enjoys it. The blonde man doesn't understand why his opponent's aura has suddenly increased. The main character rushes across the battlefield like a bullet, using new abilities. A man doesn't even have time to blink, let alone keep track of what's happening. He orders his team to split up and find the enemy, as he must not leave there alive. The explosion of anger will last for about 5 minutes, after which the guy will fall into a state of complete exhaustion. When this happens, he will be completely at their mercy, which means it is necessary to conduct a fight with a lightning-fast outcome, thinking the hero hides in the bushes. Analyzing the situation around him, he notices that one of the opponents has a spear. Then, he jumps out of his own shelter and flies towards the enemy. He lands on the ground next to him, and the young man falls to the ground. John puts his sword behind his back and leaves his spear in his hand, preparing for the inevitable battle. Now he doesn't need anything else. He has received everything he needs. He is ready to fight the adventurers. He steps out into the clearing, noticing an enemy in front of him. The guy reports the enemy to the commander via radio, putting his fingers to his own ear. The blonde man, along with the others, heads towards him and orders John to be detained. But the adventurer starts the first attack, called the Turbulent Flow. The protagonist keeps up with him, spinning his recently found spear to answer him. The guy activates the Phoenix's majesty. The fire flares up, the flames dance around them. The bald warrior cannot at all understand what skill his opponent possesses. John, with a sharp movement, pierces his opponent in the back with his own spear. The remaining adventurers watch the battle from the sidelines, but the first-rank warrior has already been destroyed, and the experience has been earned. The man does not understand how it is possible to kill a person with one blow. He immediately jumps into the air, attacking the young man. He uses a silver skill called Blades of Madness. Other team members also use their combat abilities. For John, the greatness of the Phoenix turned out to be very energy-consuming. Even with the enhancement, there is an opportunity to use it only twice. The rage meter is only 60% full, and the enemies continue to advance, wielding deadly weapons. Luckily, thanks to this onslaught, the rage gauge fills up pretty quickly. The guy needs to focus on the second-rank warrior and destroy him as quickly as possible. One of the guys asks if he is really a warrior of the initial stage, but the commander guesses about the existence of a secret skill. However, such abilities have a limited duration. If they do not allow the guy to escape, then he will be theirs. The anger scale is full. The system offers to use a blow of accumulated power. The hero grabs his weapon and uses a powerful attack. The man holds his sword out in front of him, expecting the attack to be weak. But the dagger pierces the weapon, which then cracks. In a few moments, only fragments remain of it. The man is amazed because she seemed so powerful, which he could not have imagined. The enemy has survived. Now he must accept the spear into his body. The protagonist swings his weapon, activating the Phoenix's majesty once again. The adventurer speculates that because of such strong energy, the skill is golden. Before he can react, his body is pierced by John's spear, which spews sparks of fire. From the incredible force, the weapon begins to crack, destroying itself. The weapon could not withstand the greatness of the Phoenix and broke at a key moment. It seems that the main character is in a very losing position, because the action of the explosion of anger is over, and now he has nothing to hold in his hands. The man looks up at the young man with a frightened expression, looking at him with interest. The blonde starts laughing loudly, rejoicing at his opponent's loss. He is happy at the thought that he managed to survive such an attack. The adventurer runs and points his sword at John. But suddenly a ray of light separates the guys, and the man is again indignant about what is happening. A girl appears from the forest and asks, "Since when did the second-rank warriors from the hunting parties have the audacity to attack the students?" The blonde looks at the stranger with interest, squinting his eyes. She does not want to introduce herself. She is clearly superior in strength to everyone present. It turns out that this is a doctor from the academy. Now her priority will be providing first aid. The girl's name is Louise, and she is also a fourth-rank warrior. When John first met her, he thought she was an ordinary person, so he didn't use the eye of analysis on her. The girl turns her head towards the student, praising him for his courage and strength. But still, the main character is perplexed as to how the girl appeared on the battlefield. She explains that she is, after all, a doctor and needs to treat students, and asks the guy to quickly undress so that he can assess the damage. The main character does not understand why he has to undress at every meeting. Then, Louise continues to confuse the poor guy, moving closer, asking if he needs her help. The girl grabs the hero by the hand and offers to lead him to the exit. because the gathering of students has already begun. The main character does not want to rely on the lady, so he refuses help. The teacher counts the abnormal crystals of the students. The strength of each has increased. Only a real fight can truly temper a person. Suddenly, the teacher begins to shake his head from side to side in confusion. It turns out that John is missing, the only one of them. Mark begins to explain that they were attacked by a third-rank python, and due to the hopelessness of the situation, his friend was forced to flee to the forbidden area. The teacher is in a state of shock from what he heard. This is simply unacceptable. Roger also laughs at what is happening, because most likely their classmate was killed. Those present begin to argue, swear at each other and shout, but the teacher asks them to shut up. They should wait for the one who remains, because in this situation the guy could not return so quickly. It's getting dark soon. There's no point in waiting for the hero, because most likely he couldn't survive. Suddenly, John's voice is heard in the dialogue, asking who among them is conjuring his death. The guy walks with a confident gait and smiles broadly, and knows how to fight back with words. Seeing him, Mark smiles widely, happy that his friend is still alive. The classmate John was fighting clicks his tongue, even upset that he appeared in front of him. Then the teacher approaches his student and checks if everything is okay. The guys on the side laugh, assuming that the heroes were hiding all this time and didn't kill anyone. John turns around, asking how many beasts they defeated. They start bragging about having killed 8 first-rank beasts. People around are delighted with what they hear, because for their level this is a very good result. Then the protagonist clarifies whether this is really a result worth being proud of. He takes out his backpack, turns it over, and shakes out a bunch of precious stones. The teacher squats down, counting the abnormal crystal. Suddenly he realizes and is very surprised by the third-rank stone he has mined, and there are about 3 of them. The classmates around him are shocked. They don't believe their own eyes and ask the hero about all this. Roger protests, saying that it is impossible to obtain such a stone. The boy accuses his classmate of lying and cheating. Then the teacher gets to his feet, asking him if he understood him correctly. He asks to clarify what the essence of the alleged accusation is. A unit of third-rank crystal costs at least 500,000. An ordinary student will not find enough money to commit fraud. Roger is stunned and unable to find words to counter what has been said. The teacher suggests going to the tavern and taking a rest. John and Mark are very happy because now they have the opportunity to sell the rewards they have earned. People in the crowd are content with the money they earn. 2,000 coins are enough for someone for a whole month. The main character ends up at the end of the line because there is a lot of goods for sale. Otherwise the guy would anger the others. When his opportunity came, John laid out a multitude of multicolored stones on the table. The tavern owner looks at the loot with greed, not understanding where he could have gotten 3 whole stones. The guy asks what the price is for 1 piece, to which the man replies that he will give him 500,000. His classmates begin to count and analyze the collected jewels. John will receive about 2 million at one time. The man turns around and asks the guys to give him their card number so he can transfer the money. Suddenly, the protagonist is pushed to the side. The stranger tells him not to interfere underfoot. The guy looks up at him with an irritated expression and looks at him from under his brows. In front of him stand older students who mock his classmates. Mark is indignant about what he heard and believes that no one is worthy of the following words. John watches everything silently from the side, saying that the students in this group have already reached the initial stage, and about a dozen of them have already become warrior candidates. In front of him stands a guy named Pierre, ranked 108th in the academic power rankings. He places a bag of anomalous crystal on the merchant's table, and asks the tavern owner to exchange the loot for alliance currency. Pierre turns to the boys, bragging that he killed a rank 2 evolving beast. The guy mockingly asks if John is in their class. Apparently this group really is scum. Hearing this, the main character decides to stand up for himself. Without losing his own dignity, the guy will not allow himself to be thrown into mud. He asks to apologize to him, otherwise the loser will teach Pierre an important lesson. The blonde high school student is seething with rage and indignation at what he heard. The guy says that the other person should know his place, so he starts preparing for the upcoming fight. Noticing this, the protagonist also prepares to strike back, not intending to stand aside. Pierre likes the idea of a fight. He is ready to use all his strength to prove his strength. The guys clash their fists, creating air currents around them from the speed of their movement. But then the eldest of them bumps into an object standing behind him, and the chair falls at his feet. He grabs his hand, clenching his teeth. He does not understand where the opponent gets so much physical strength from. Realizing that fighting with his hands is no longer possible due to the pain, Pierre decides to attack using his legs. But the main character is well aware of these tricks, so he jumps up and kicks the high school student in the face. John gets hit in the nose, which starts bleeding, red liquid splashing in all directions. His classmates start to root for him, wanting the guy to win. Covering his face with his hands, Pierre comments that the enemy is moving quite well and apparently knows how to do something. He takes a deep breath, his eyes filling with rage as if glowing. His opponent has clearly enraged him. The blonde uses a bronze skill called Swift Strike. While the protagonist dodges the attacks that befall him, the anger gauge continues to fill rapidly. Roger, watching from the side, notices that in just 3 days of combat practice, John has become much stronger. But the students from the top group are not easily defeated. Continuing to use his skill, Pierre decides to use another variation of it since the opponent only dodges. He activates an ability, namely a flurry of swift fists, which should be several times stronger than the previous one. The attack flies towards the target. The hand should hit John right. The guy tries to hold her back, slowly backing away. Classmates are very worried about their ally and ask him to be more careful. But one of the senior students believes that the main character clearly overestimated his strength. Suddenly something stops Pierre. He breathes heavily, and bewilderment is visible on his face. He stands in the middle, and John holds the guy by the sleeve. The system suggests using a blow of accumulated force, but the main character decides that this is not necessary, because he can defeat the enemy anyway. Besides, he wants to punish him as a warning to others and make everyone understand that it is not worth it to mess with him. The guy breaks the guy's limb with a skillful movement of his hands. The bones are pointing in different directions, and the hand looks simply terrible. Pierre's classmate calls him with fear and indignation. The others are also unhappy. Apparently the younger group has completely forgotten its place. Despite all this, Mark and the others, ready to fight for their own honor, argue with the opposing team. It was just a contest of strength. Did John overdo it? The high school student wonders. The protagonist explains that his opponent just used a bronze skill. If it was someone else in his place, he would most likely have received serious damage, but the guy just paid him back in the same coin. Despite the truth of these words, the guy stands his ground, saying that he went beyond the limits. The tavern owner interrupts the guys and calls the main character to him. He reports that the money for 3 third-rank anomalous crystals has already been transferred, and the transfers need to be checked. It seems that the high school student heard all this. He is shocked, because he himself has never received such awards. He realizes that John was able to kill 3 evolved beasts, so how could someone like him become strong? Smiling, the main character offers the guy to fight. He has a blow of accumulated power left. Now the guy doesn't push his luck anymore. He quietly keeps quiet and looks in John's direction. Suddenly, an angry voice sounds from the side, which is clearly unhappy with the fight that has been organized. 2 men appear in front of them, one of whom is the boy's teacher. The boy calls another teacher, whose name is Andre. He complains about John, who broke Pierre's arm. But crossing his arms, Mark explains that the senior student was the first to insult their group and start a fight. The teacher asks him to introduce the essence of the matter, and not to miss the details. He asks the protagonist to apologize to Pierre, despite the fact that he himself does not like him very much. John walks up to the guy, crosses his arms in a prayer pose, and offers a not-so-sincere apology. The boys watch him in amazement, not understanding his reaction at all. Classmates laugh, because the main character didn't hurt them that much, but he humiliated them beyond measure. Another teacher believes that both sides are to blame for the conflict, but since John apologized, the conflict will be resolved. As he leaves, Pierre warns about the competition at the end of the semester. I wonder if the hero will dare to come there. But fortunately, the guy doesn't see any problem with this. The high school student bares his teeth and says that they will be able to see each other there. Suddenly, a lot of students enter the tavern. The guys pounce on John, praising him and being proud of his achievement in defeating Pierre. The teacher raises his hand and says that this institution has a device for measuring combat ability. Everyone should go and get tested. He wants to see if the students have managed to improve their strength by going through real combat practice. The owner of the establishment installed the latest equipment with very precise calculations in the academy. One of the guys decides to go first. Confidence is visible in his eyes. His name is Romeo, and when he approaches the device, he receives information that his combat capability is equal to 450 points. The teacher names people from a list. All their indicators are around this number. Roger has the greatest fighting ability, and has also become a warrior candidate. The combat ability of the initial stage warriors ranges from 300 to 600 points. Warrior candidates from 600 to 800 points. And people from 800 to 1,500 points are first-rank warriors. Since Roger has reached the candidate level, he can start practicing the cultivation technique tomorrow. The guy is incredibly happy to hear this news, because he was so eager to achieve this title. The reason why officially recognized warriors are so strong is precisely because of the cultivation techniques. There are many types of energy in the world that a person can benefit from. All these types of energy are also known as origins. By using the cultivation technique, he draws into himself the energy of the origins in the air, as a result of which he achieves comprehensive strengthening of his body. Next, John comes to check. He breathes heavily from worry, but there is no doubt on his face. The guys laugh at him, even though he has become a little stronger. In their eyes, he will still remain a loser. Mark can't stand it and suggests that he try to fight Pierre if he's so cool. The test begins, the device turns on and starts working. It was already completely dark outside, only a couple of lights from the windows of buildings added light to the street. The teacher gathers Roger and John in his office because he wants to discuss the course of further development with them. They have both reached the stage of warrior candidates, and so now they need to think about choosing the most suitable weapon. Looking at his classmate, Roger is perplexed. Just recently, a guy approached the device to check his own combat capability. It turned out that John was one division ahead of the headman. Naturally, Mark is happy for his friend and jumps jubilantly. The teacher, in turn, is pleased that the group now has 2 warrior candidates. The guy doesn't believe that this is really happening to him, because a loser like John couldn't become stronger than him. The skin of the evolved beasts above the 3rd rank has already reached complete metamorphism. Neither bullets, nor even laser weapons are capable of penetrating it. But thanks to the efforts of humanity, they eventually managed to collect special metals from other celestial bodies. Only weapons made from these special metals are capable of causing damage. So only with the most suitable specimen can a warrior display his true strength. John raises his hand and says that he has long thought about and is choosing a spear. The teacher is surprised and explains that having learned to use this weapon, its power can reach colossal proportions. The spear is one of the most difficult weapons to master, so it is worth clarifying whether the hero is sure of his choice. But John has long since resolved this issue, so he is completely confident. The teacher gives the guy a map. It contains information about him. He should go to the library, because there he can get the basic technique of wielding a spear, as well as the technique of improvement. But he cannot help but clarify the reasons for the choice of such weapons. Then John asks who is in the top 10 strongest warriors in the world. The teacher lists the first 2 places. They use a sword as a weapon. The main character shouts enthusiastically. It seems that the top 10 of the world rankings is missing 1 warrior who uses a spear. The teacher thinks that there really isn't enough of them there. Without having time to wait for an answer, the guy runs out of the office, hurrying to the library. But the teacher remains perplexed, looking after him. This guy has serious ambitions. Finishing his thought, the teacher suggests that John will probably achieve something in the future. Approaching the building, the main character lists his plans so as not to forget anything. The only thing he's missing now is a spear he can learn to wield, and without official warrior status he can't purchase one through the Alliance Warrior website. A good chance now is the Academy's Hall of Military Valor. The male salesman greets the guy entering his store with a smile and asks if he has come for a weapon. Then the guy explains that he needs to buy a spear, which surprises his interlocutor. Luckily for him, he had just recently produced a new batch of long spears. The seller hands over one of them. It weighs 20 kilograms. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron was used to make it. The starting price was about 200,000, but now he is ready to sell it for only 50. John picks up the weapon, then says that it is not suitable due to its low weight. Then, the man offers another option, which weighs 15 kilograms more, and also has a fire attribute, can protect against thieves at home, and will be useful as a stone on a trip. But this weight is not suitable for the hero either. He gives another weapon, weighing about 45 kilograms, made according to technological canons. Cuts 3rd-rank beasts like butter, unfortunately, and this weight is too small. The man tensely closes his eyes, irritated by his customer's pickiness. He gets angry, assuming that the main character only wants to make fun of him. The seller says that he has a heavy weapon, but the guy is unlikely to be able to lift such a weight. He takes out a huge box, which is covered in cobwebs and dust. Due to the large weight of the weapon, no one decided to buy it, so it has been gathering dust here for a long time. Selected space ore was used for its production, and its weight is approximately 65 kilograms. It is not only heavy but also strong and sharp to create such a model. One could not rely on ordinary ore. This spear is called the Silver Spirit. Then the main character grabs the weapon in his hand and says that it suits him perfectly. The guy waves the new tool, testing its strength and ease of use. He looks at it proudly. It fits perfectly, John tells the seller. The man laughs and says that the starting price for this model is $1.5 million. But since it took so long to find a buyer, he is ready to give a 20% discount. So the price is $1,200,000. Upon hearing the price, the main character falls into a stupor because the price is too high for him. The seller smiles broadly. He is not ready to make any concessions. John is upset because half of his loot, which he got from selling the anomalous crystal, will go to just 1 spear. It's too expensive. After becoming a warrior candidate, the boy can finally begin using the cultivation technique. On the surface of the earth, all sorts of energy accumulations exist everywhere, which warriors call sources. But an ordinary person is not able to feel them. Only warriors are able to absorb their energy, thereby their body. He is interested in what changes his first practice has made on his body, but he doesn't feel anything yet. The main character decides to verify his own guesses with the help of the system. His strength and endurance have increased by 2 points. Previously, he could only use points to increase those characteristics. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of him about the possibility of participating in a lottery. In addition to certain system awards, it gives the opportunity to participate in a drawing every month. The guy recently spent over $1 million on buying a gun. He asks her not to give him another one. The wheel stops at a cell that offers him a gift for rapid growth. The hero opens the gift box and sees a mountain of things in front of him. Then, the system offers to activate right now. The voice asks the owner to put on the rapid growth protective gear to activate. The guy puts weights on his arms and body, not understanding at all what is about to happen. Having finished the action, he stands in the middle of the room, waiting for what is happening. The system reports that the preparation has been completed. The hero falls sharply to the ground. Remaining in this position, he realizes that the weights have become too much for him to lift. The total additional weight is about 130 kilograms. When the hero tries to raise his hand, he begins to get indignant, because he didn't think he would sign up for such an adventure. The guy doesn't understand what's happening. The system apparently wants to kill him with protective equipment. When he tries to take off the suit, the guy gets electrocuted, because the procedure is not finished yet. The system strongly recommends that he focus on adapting to the kit today, otherwise he will have to crawl to the academy tomorrow. Upon successful completion of the rapid growth program, there is a chance to receive 25 attribute points. Then, the hero decides to move lying down until he learns to walk normally in this set. He crawled all night and finally managed to start walking with difficulty. Decided to come to the sports ground. It seems he is already on his 20th lap. But taking into account all his efforts, he still lacks a lot of points to finish. Suddenly someone taps the guy on the shoulder and calls him by name. The hero is unable to stay on his feet and falls on his stomach due to the weight of the weights. He turns and yells at the man, unhappy that he is suddenly hit on the back. There is a girl named Mary standing in front of the guy. She asks John if everything is okay with him. She looks at him in surprise and asks if he is sick. While on the ground, the hero begins to justify himself to the girl, trying to explain that he was lost in thought and did not notice her. He gets to his feet, is happy to see his friend, because they haven't seen each other for about 2 years. Mary has matured a lot and has already become a real girl. She explains that the high school entrance exams are just around the corner, so the teachers have started taking them on a tour of the school buildings to see which one they like best. The guy asks if the girl has decided to apply to Starlight Academy, and if it is possible that the reason lies in her older brother, who studies there. Mary sighs and explains that she wouldn't have applied just because of him. Suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a voice from the other side, asking if it is true that John once lived with a girl next door. A blonde guy named George scoffs, saying that he heard about the worst student who had the same name. The girl loses her temper, yells at him, and asks what else the guy wants to say. George explains that when he saw his new classmate, who was 2 years older, the guy couldn't wait to exchange experiences with him. Hearing this, Mary rolls up her sleeves, becoming very angry with her interlocutor. Then the blonde explains that he is not going to fight with her, because he is only interested in her brother. Then he asks if he is scared. He smiles broadly, puts a grin on his face, and agrees to fight his interlocutor. If a guy really wants to get into a fight, then the main character is ready to fulfill this desire. Despite the additional burden of over 100 kilograms and the pain throughout his body, he should have no problem dealing with one enemy. Then the guys stand in front of each other and get messages that it's time to start. Immediately after this, George begins to run towards him and attack. The guy swung his leg, screaming with effort. But the main character also repels his attack with his lower limb, although he has heaviness with each movement. The attacker jumps to the side, returning to his previous place. A bead of sweat runs down George's face as the boy praises his opponent for his skills. He crosses his arms, activating the skill. Green sparks light up around him. His palms burn with a bright flame. The ability has a bronze level. The guy accelerates at a tremendous speed and heads towards his opponent, touching his chest with his hand. The protagonist notes that in a normal situation he would have been able to dodge, but with the current load he had no chance. Then the blonde guy continues to hit his opponent, and immediately hits him in the stomach area. Classmates watch from the sidelines, saying that George is a genius who has almost reached the rank of warrior candidate, so Mary's brother is doomed to defeat. The attacker understands that his opponent is only doing what he does, fighting back and retreating. But he cannot knock him out. The guy must knock him to the ground in Mary's presence to prove his strength. He simply has to make a real scum out of her brother. The hero uses a huge amount of force to fight back against John, swinging and hitting him with a direct attack. But the enemy surpasses him in strength and agility. So he grabs his hand, squeezing it tightly. The main character asks the guy if he knew that a killer must always be prepared for the same fate to befall him. George is seriously scared by this phrase and asks to wait and do nothing. But it's no use. Now the senior has to teach him a lesson. The blonde guy's arm is broken and he falls to his knees, screaming in pain and shock. The main character swings his leg and hits the guy in the face, making him throw his head back. At the same moment, John delivers a direct blow. Then the enemy flies to the side. A bunch of guys gather around George. They fuss and worry about their friend. But he doesn't listen to them. The guy is seething with anger, ready to kill his enemy. The main character believes in this, smiles good-naturedly and offers to try it. A stranger appears from behind and runs towards him, and the guy turns back in confusion. The man swings his fist and hits the hero, who backs away far away. The beaten guy turns around and sees an explosion behind him. But John lands on his feet, breathing heavily from exhaustion. As it turns out, this man is George's brother, named Joseph, and also holds the rank of warrior candidate. He is a third-year high school student who is the vice chairman of the Academy's hand-to-hand combat club, and is also ranked number 100 in the academic power rankings. The boy swings his arm wide, preparing to take revenge for the harm done to his brother. The protagonist once again realizes that due to the current load he is wearing, he has no way to dodge the attack. The guy falls to the ground, drops of blood splashing in all directions. Sister Mary appears before him, asking him not to touch her brother. Joseph tells her not to overestimate herself, and kindly suggests that the girl step away. The guy's fist flies towards her face, intending to deliver a crushing blow. At this moment, the main character has already risen to his feet. He pushes his sister aside and asks her to be careful in this situation. Then, he manages to remove Mary from the path, taking the blow from the attacker onto himself. John groans in pain, his vision darkens and his legs give way. He falls to the ground, and someone from the side makes a snide comment about the guy playing the hero. At this moment, Joseph appears in front of John and threatens to cripple him. The guy puts his foot on the enemy's body and he starts screaming loudly in pain. The opponent continues to press, intending to make him not only a scumbag, but also an invalid. Out of nowhere, a teacher appears, heads towards them and orders them to stop the attack immediately. But Joseph doesn't care about this. He is burning with rage and continues what he started. The teacher screams in irritation, in his head condemning him for what is happening, to which the blonde just clicks his tongue, because he didn't manage to finish this fight. The teacher stands in front of him and starts scolding him. How can the guy not be ashamed to offend a younger student? Joseph begins to say that his opponent dislocated his younger brother's wrist. Mary stands up for her brother, and explains that George was the first to attempt on John's life. The teacher explains that this incident will be discussed at the academy. After this, the blonde older brother begins to threaten the boy, and advises him to watch his surroundings as he walks down the street. John asks him not to worry about this, and in 3 days he offers to meet in the fighting arena. The teacher yells at his student, explaining that the combat arena can be a lethal test. Mary is worried about her brother, and asks him to take his words back, but she has nothing to worry about. The protagonist once again asks the enemy if he has enough courage for this. The blonde guy is already thinking about how to cripple the enemy in the presence of all the teachers and students of the academy. Many people at school are discussing what happened and placing bets on who will win this competition. The students spread rumors, giving different guesses as to the reasons for this skirmish. Arriving at the medical center, the nurse asks him to undress completely in order to conduct an examination. But John does not understand why this is necessary, since he only has a broken arm. He looks at the limb with delight because the healing effect occurs instantly. This is an extremely valuable healing mixture, capable of providing complex regeneration of bones and muscle tissue in the shortest possible time, which cannot be found on sale anywhere. The girl asks him not to think about how, having defeated a second-rank warrior, he became cool and now knows everything about battles to the death. Their family has enormous influence. Now John is not in a position to insult them and get away with it. But the hero is not ready to just endure. The nurse has no doubt about the coolness of her interlocutor, but hands him a green card. He is surprised because in his hands lies a combat skill card called Ripping Fist. The girl does not demand money from him. She took her libraries. In close combat, it is the most ferocious fist technique, capable of creating an earthquake in the air during contact with the subscriber. But if the practitioner's body does not have sufficient strength, it can lead to damage to bones and muscles. She also hands the guy a healing potion that can help him heal faster. The main character cries with delight because no one has ever given him such expensive gifts. Putting her hand on the patient's face, the girl says that she does not want John to die. It's already getting dark outside, and the tense sounds of training can be heard all around. As they say, the damage from a single tearing fist comes from the inside out. But with the protagonist's current skills, he is unable to use it. It's good that he has a potion. Otherwise, the guy would have no chance to master this skill in 3 days. Hard training helped John level up, and an extra 11 points will allow him to increase his strength a little more. However, the problem is that the system's rapid growth program is still not complete. Although he has already adapted to the weight of the kit, fighting in this state he will only be able to react at 80%. It seems it's time to stop training. He has to go out to the arena this evening. He should go back to his place, take a shower, and get ready for what's to come. People have gathered around. The host's voice is coming from the speakers, informing those present about the opponents for the day. Among those present, most are rooting for Joseph, shouting out motivational speeches. 2 teachers sitting on the side discuss the likely outcome of the fight. No one believes that John is capable of defeating this guy. The blonde asks his opponent what he will choose, to kneel and admit his defeat or die at his hand. The protagonist says that he is not going to hold back even if he admits defeat. Immediately after this, Joseph activates his bronze instant slash skill. No one knew that he would start right away with a deadly technique, the essence of which lies precisely in speed, in order to defeat the enemy before he has time to react. The protagonist pushes the sword away with his spear. He managed to hold off the attack, but it wasn't that easy for him. The guy asks if it is the energy of the sword, because it did not touch his neck, but left a bloody scratch. The attacker grins, believing that the enemy cannot cope with him, so he swings his weapon again and asks for surrender. The main character is not going to retreat. He quickly cuts through the air, defending himself from attacks. But his clothes are torn, leaving more and more scratches. There is no escape from it. Despite the losing position, John's eyes shine with confidence and faith in his own strength. Mark watches from the sidelines, worried about his friend. Roger explains to his classmate that Joseph's attacks are pointless, because they did not cause serious damage to the guy. The enemy begins to worry, because the enemy has withstood all his attacks, and, despite the power of the sword energy that he released, they turned out to be useless. The blonde guy is not going to give up. He activates another skill, and an orange flame is already lit around his weapon. John looks at this from the side. He will not be able to withstand it, like the others. The blow of the accumulated force is not yet ready. He has no choice. The guy originally planned to save the move and use it after the anger scale is filled. John grabs the spear and runs at the enemy, activating the Phoenix's majesty. The teacher watches everything with confusion, as John was suddenly able to use such a powerful combat skill, and on top of that, the flame he released contains the energy of the current. Apparently, in just a few days the main character managed to comprehend the technique of improvement. The battle continues. He directs energy towards the enemy, causing a huge explosion. Finding himself on the ground, the fire continues to burn around him. John grimaces in pain. His opponent is still standing on 2 legs, watching what is happening. He says that despite the defeat, he still deserved honor for being able to wound him like that. Near the podium stand 3 people close to the main character, who call him by name incessantly. He stands up abruptly, smiling and enthusiastically saying that he feels great. The system reports that the rapid growth program progress has been completed, and that anger has been accumulated. The guy decides to send 21 points to strength and 4 to endurance. At the same moment, he takes off his outerwear, and then people around him notice the weights put on his body. Joseph looks at what is happening with a smirk and does not understand the essence. Suddenly the equipment hits the floor, a loud sound is heard, and dust rises into the air. People watching around are waiting for the continuation. It promises to be bright. With cruelty in his eyes, the protagonist says that this was just a warm-up, and the real fight will only begin now. Joseph realizes that the boy was just playing with him all this time. He runs towards the enemy and shouts that he must pay for his complacency. The guy swings his weapon, trying to touch and wound the enemy, but he disappears. The blonde doesn't understand and continues to look ahead with horror and surprise. But the main character attacks him from the other side, swinging his spear. Trying to react quickly, Joseph holds his sword out in front of him, blocking the attack. He notices that the speed has increased significantly, apparently due to the equipment that was restricting the guy. The protagonist believes that it is his time to have fun with his opponent. The spectators are happy, proud of their loved ones, and cannot take their eyes off the fight. Another teacher stands behind them, confused, silently watching what is happening. Meanwhile, John continues to spin his spear to deliver his next attack. It activates Accumulated Power Strike and Phoenix Majesty at the same time, doubling the skill. Joseph can't comprehend what's happening. because such a person can't have such impressive fighting skills. Fiery spots dance around, and a bird's head appears out of nowhere, ready to attack the enemy. The guy traps the blonde, aiming a direct attack at his chest. Even holding a sword in front of you doesn't help, because it breaks right away. Then, Joseph flies high into the air, falling to the ground. The main character walks easily along the ground, continuing to move in front of him by inertia. People are shocked by what they saw. No one can believe that the worst student of the academy defeated a person from the top 100 ranking. But the blonde guy leans his hand on the ground and quietly calls his opponent by name. He asks not to think that it's all over, because he can't afford to lose. The guy takes out a bottle with an unknown liquid to drink something. His eyes widen and veins appear on his face. Suddenly the limbs become larger and muscle mass increases. A huge monster appears before the main character. The enemy has grown many times in size. Looking at him, John asks him if his enemy has just taken doping. Then, Joseph smiles widely and rejoices that he can destroy his own enemy right now. He activates his splitting fist skill, swings his arm wide, and prepares to strike. The guy directs the attack into the ground. The stones fly in different directions. The hero rolls back, clicking his tongue, because he didn't expect such an outcome at all. Despite the danger, he continues to run forward to strike with his own spear. But suddenly, his opponent grabs the weapon with his huge hand. The guy is clearly pleased with himself, with the fact that he is in a more advantageous position at the moment. He snatches the weapon from the enemy's hands and then strikes him in the stomach. Screaming in pain, John flies to the side at great speed. His opponent throws his own tool at the enemy in order to cause damage. While the main character is flying, he needs to come up with something as quickly as possible to prevent his own death. He activates the bronze skill and clenches his teeth from the weight, blue sparks igniting around him. John uses the ripping fist skill on the weapon to prevent it from damaging him. Then the spear flies high up and spins in the air. The boy bends over from exhaustion, and the weapon is stuck into the ground next to the podium of their battle. Watching the battle, the teacher reports that Joseph has decided to use Arpus to win. Mark asks the man what kind of product it is. He explains that in the past, in order to counter powerful zombies and evolved beasts, the Federation developed a drug that can significantly increase the strength of the human body for a short period of time. To strengthen the body, this drug carries out forced absorption of energy flows, so it can lead to the destruction of bones and muscle tissue. It seems that in order to defeat John, the guy is ready to pay double the price. The teacher reports that one of the parties has used doping, so this fight must be stopped. The presenter watches what is happening in horror, holds the microphone in his hand, but cannot tear himself away. One of the teachers asks if there are any rules that prohibit fighting under the Arpus. The guy turns his head sharply to the side and then starts speaking into the microphone. He reports that the teacher said that the battle can continue. The teachers exchange glances, sharing silent displeasure, but suddenly one of them notices someone in the country. He sees Oliver, the head of the clan. His family is one of the shareholders of the academy, and since he is here today, the management cannot ignore his importance. The man does not understand how one can watch indifferently as one student is killed. Joseph, continuing to move forward, says that without a weapon, the enemy does not have a single chance in this battle, and continues to list his merits and skills. The protagonist wipes his face with his hand, and asks his interlocutor why he decided that he only knows how to work with a spear. The guy activates the ability of the explosion of anger, which allows him to significantly increase strength, speed, and endurance. He pushes off the floor and moves towards the enemy with great speed. The blonde waves his hand and continues to talk about how you shouldn't overestimate yourself. Their fists touch, pressing hard against each other. The boys start swinging their fists with equal speed and force. The students watch what is happening on the field with their mouths open. Everyone is incredibly surprised by the strength and dedication of the main character. Joseph doesn't understand why even after taking the drug he can't kill the guy. He just has to destroy him. Freed from the weights and with additional stat points, John feels like he's starting to get better at using his ripping fist. He brags to the enemy that he has the best fist technique. Now he can release a really good ability. The guy swings, but at that very moment the opponent's ability flies past him. He hits him in the shoulder when Joseph misses. The blonde explains that now his skin cannot be pierced even by a spear. Did the hero really think that he would succeed? The guy explains that his target is the internal tissue, not the skin. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the enemy's body and his arm is torn off from his body. The onlookers are shocked by what is happening on the battlefield, because this is the strongest skill, and John should have died already. They think he is crazy for daring to improve this skill. Joseph falls to the ground, kneeling, unable to believe his own eyes. The guy stands over him and says that he was able to master this skill in 3 days. Now victory is his. Despite this, the blonde is about to give up. He continues to run towards his own enemy to deliver another crushing blow. The main character skillfully pushes away the opponent's attack, preparing to deliver another blow. Suddenly, the hand activates another skill unknown to anyone. Then the guy flies to the side, receiving a blow in front of him. The teacher, sister, and friend of the main character, watching this from the side, scream in fear. They surround John, asking how he is feeling. The man stands next to his own son, asking the hero if he wanted to attempt on the life of his man. The hero laughs. Apparently the people of this clan are not able to rely on themselves even in the battle arena. But the teacher explains that before the battle began, the parties made an agreement that the fight could continue until death. Unfortunately, the man has no answer. He says that he remembers John by sight. The exhausted boy watches him silently. The presenter announces that John is winning the battle in the arena, and people around him rejoice and call his name. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, announcing that it is already very late. The main character goes out into the corridor, sees the teacher in front of him and asks why there is such a rush. He came to tell the guy two pieces of news, namely good and bad. John agrees and asks to start with the bad news. With bitterness on his face, the teacher announces that the academy has decided to punish the boy. He gets furious because he is not guilty of anything. But the thing is, Joseph's family is one of the shareholders of Starlight Academy, and this time he broke his arm and almost killed his other brother. For people in power, when another puts himself above others, it is a grave insult. Since the guy had taken doping in front of everyone in the arena, they decided to blow up the incident with the broken arm. Under the pretext of harassing a junior high student, they pressured the academy to impose a punishment. The main character squeezes his hand painfully out of indignation and anger. Then he finally makes up his mind and asks what punishment he was assigned. The teacher exhales and says that together with the army garrison of the city of Starlight, they will take part in the annual cleansing of the Fortress of Light. The Fortress of Light is a large military structure located north of the city. A serious nuclear accident in that area resulted in all the soldiers and civilians being mutated. Large groups of beasts still constantly appear there, and military groups are formed annually in the vicinity of the city to conduct a punitive expedition. The number of zombies and evolved beasts in that place should be much greater. This is a large wave of points and experience for the main character. The guy starts to smile and agrees to go to this place. The mortality rate of soldiers participating in the annual expeditions is about 70%, and the teacher promises that he will make every effort to mitigate the punishment. The main character raises his hand up and thanks him, but has already made his decision, and also clarifies that there is good news. The teacher looks at the young man with confusion, but suddenly remembers what they are talking about. He completely forgot about it, thinking about more important things. The man hands his student a silver skill card and congratulates him on entering the top 100 of the rankings. The main character looks at the gift with delight and thanks his teacher. The creator of this combat skill is a famous one in the past. He is a great spearmaster named Leon. It is said that he was able to deliver 100 spear thrusts in 1 second. After his death he left behind a lot of skill cards. Few people were able to master this technique of one. The guy is excited to imagine how he will act with his new ability. He thanks his teacher again for this present, and he puts his hand on his shoulder. The teacher says that the guy is progressing by leaps and bounds. He has a promising talent. John should go to the Fortress of Light and be sure to return alive. The main character has no doubt that he will return safe and sound. Having gathered himself, he goes out into the street, since the last time his academic combat uniform has turned into a mess, so he had to spend money on a new set. And besides, it is unknown whether the army will provide him with a uniform. But the walk cannot be calm. Suddenly a blade appears near his neck. The guy deftly evades danger, not fully realizing what is happening. He jumps to the side, turns his head towards the approaching danger, and asks who the attackers are. The man walking towards him says that the guy has great reflexes. He would never have believed that he is not yet officially a warrior. But each of these people is a first-rank fighter. Apparently they decided to give him a new experience. The protagonist asks if there will be any problems since they are within the city limits. The bald man says that if they finish carefully, no one will know about their involvement in this matter. Then, the man activates the bronze skill and rushes towards the enemy, stretching out his hand with the sword in front of him. John deftly and skillfully dodges the attack, saying that in this case he is calm about the safety of these guys. The guy decides to use a tearing fist to respond to the attack. The bald man's arm becomes covered in bloodstains, indicating ruptures in internal tissue, and he screams loudly in pain. The protagonist continues to attack, saying that the killers will have one ending, namely death. But the attacker is no longer confident in his own strength. Confusion and horror appear on his face. Without listening to him, John immediately knocks out his opponent, ending the fight with one blow. The observers stand aside, discussing what happened. The system reports a victory over a first-rank warrior. Despite this, the boys decide to attack together in the hope that they can defeat the hero. After a couple of seconds, the enemies are defeated without even causing John to feel tired. The survivors look at their opponent with fear and are afraid to even approach. And yet, they decide to run away so that they don't suffer even more damage. The main character remains standing in place. Probably someone set the guys on him. Most likely it's all about Joseph's family, but they somehow underestimate him, since they sent people of such a level. It's getting dark outside, and in one of the city's mansions, dishes are smashing on the floor to the sounds of a man screaming. The woman scolds the soldiers for failing their mission, because they couldn't even wound the main character. The men explain that the guy is very strong and they did not expect him to be so strong. Speeches about what happened continue to be heard from the outside. The assassination attempt should not have happened within the city limits. The doors swing open and Oliver appears, ordering the men to leave. He stands in front of the woman, asking her if she really thought that no one would know about what happened. If Oliver hadn't sent people to clean up the mess in time, their family would have become the subject of a federal investigation. But the interlocutor cannot remain inactive when her sons have been treated in this way. The woman goes berserk, ordering John to go to a dangerous place where the chances of survival are almost zero. Oliver sighs, because his son knew what would happen if he took doping, and facing death will make him stronger. But he had already put pressure on the academy and forced them to send John on a mission to clear out the Fortress of Light as punishment. The man speaks warily, squinting his eyes slyly. The mortality rate is 70%. People gather in the square, near the ship, and mark their presence. The man, a third-rank warrior named Lewis, holds a tablet in his hands and asks the protagonist if he is John. The guy, made up of a lot of things, replies that it is him. The hero planned to test the instructor for general combat ability, but he is another fighter who is not affected by the eye of analysis. Everyone present must listen to Louis with utmost attention. He hopes that each of them will be able to survive this mission. The soldiers laugh at the main character, because they themselves look much more impressive and scary. The commander asks to stop chatting. This time their city is sending 4 brigades with a total of 40 warriors on the expedition. One of the men decides to clarify that there are fewer of them, since John doesn't look like he can do any harm. Lewis then orders the man to get out of line and do 100 push-ups as punishment for the prank. The soldiers immediately accept this instruction, preparing to carry out the order. The commander approaches the main character and starts a dialogue with him. He is in the same position as all the other fighters, asks him not to relax his vigilance and always keep his eyes open, because death will be waiting on all sides. While the others are doing push-ups, the main character also accepts these words, making a serious face. Louis goes to the ship, reporting that the entire team is in place. It is necessary to put the equipment in order and set off. While the plane flies high in the air, the men practice using the tools needed to do this. Then, a long-haired man approaches the main character and introduces himself as Bobby. He once also studied at the same academy as the guy. John looks up with a bored expression and examines his new interlocutor. The fighter asks him how it happened that the hero was sent to the most dangerous area, even though he didn't finish high school. Hearing this, John lets out a tired breath and forces a smile, explaining that he was forced to go there. Bobby asks if the problem is that the protagonist angered some big shot connected to the academy. Suddenly, a tin can flies at the man before he can finish speaking. Experienced fighters appear before him and ask him why he is shirking training. After this, Bobby stands up and explains that John is his classmate and asks him not to overdo it. A man named Clayton pushes his coworker away and makes rude comments about his behavior. He squats down and asks what is in the box that the main character brought with him. Before he could try to open it, John puts his hand on the equipment packaging. The guy looks up at his interlocutor and asks if his elders taught him not to touch other people's things. The man's veins on his forehead stand out from aggression. He considers his interlocutor to be quite impudent and arrogant. The men standing aside mock what is happening and offer to teach John a lesson, since they do not consider him a rival. The main character continues to snap back, feeling superior to the young people. The man doesn't care. He still tries to open the box, despite the indignation of its owner. Clayton picks up the gear, but it's too heavy, and sweating, he asks what could be lying there. But the main character looks at him calmly and clicks his tongue. The guy kicks the box with his foot, causing the man to start rolling backwards. The box suddenly opens and a spear jumps out of it, spinning in the air. With a sharp and precise movement of his hand, John catches it, preparing for battle. The protagonist straightens his arm and points the blade towards his interlocutor, smiling with a sense of superiority. The man bares his teeth, worried that he might die. Despite this reaction, John warns that when the silver spirit is involved, blood is shed. People watch this from the outside, and also worry about the life of their friend, because it is unknown how the attacker will behave in this situation. The main character says that he expected more from a first-rank fighter, and this greatly disappointed him. Clayton clutches his neck, still feeling irritated and angry at him. Despite this, the guy puts his weapon away in a drawer, makes caustic jokes and mocks his interlocutor. At this, the man loses his temper. He is seething with rage and indignation. A soldier swings his fist towards his opponent to strike and feel reassured. But he acts too slowly, so the protagonist is the first to strike the man in the face. Due to loss of coordination, he falls to the ground, screaming in pain. But soon he gets up again and continues his attack, still trying to teach the younger one a lesson. Suddenly, a stern voice is heard in the room, ordering the slaughter to stop immediately. Behind Clayton stands a commander asking if he's been pestering the rookies again. One of the men explains that John was the first to knock the man to the ground. Lewis looks at the fighter with irritation. Apparently there is little shame in being put down by a high school student, being a warrior. If he has a lot of energy, then instead of doing such nonsense, it is worth thinking about how to survive, because they will soon reach the Fortress of Light. Once they reach the ground, they find themselves near a large building. 3 more instructors will go to the central area to eliminate the main threat. The rest will form 4 groups of 10 people under the supervision of platoon commanders and enter the fortress through the southern gate. John decides to ask Bobby if the guy has been here before, but in truth, he only joined the service this year, so he is a new recruit. By moving forward, Clayton hopes that the protagonist will not just let himself be destroyed, but there is no need to worry about him, because the only thing to worry about is whether the fighter who was unable to beat a high school student will be able to see tomorrow. Footsteps are heard, boots are pounding on the fresh earth. Someone demands to stop talking. A girl named Rosa, who is the platoon commander, appears in front of the soldiers, and from that moment on she orders them not to cause trouble. The commander does not want the rest of the group to be in danger because of their petty squabbles. Then the girl turns her head towards John and orders him to perform. Frightened cries can be heard on the empty streets. It seems that the zombies are already preparing to attack the people who came to their lair. There are quite a few small villages in the vicinity of the Fortress of Light. A dozen of them will be busy clearing out one of them. There are first-rank zombies here. The difficulty of this task is not even close to what Rose expected. Now the team is only on the outskirts of the village. High-ranking zombies and evolved beasts are further away. The soldiers continue to move forward along the empty streets, following one another. Suddenly, a bunch of new dangerous creatures appear in front of them and they must deal with them. These are rank 2 zombies that have high speed, and when bitten, the infected turns into one of them. The main character suddenly stops, but the others are not very impressed. Immediately, Clayton grabs his axes and runs towards the impending danger, enjoying the fight. One of the mutants jumps up off the ground with a sharp movement and flies towards the enemy. It turns out that the monsters are too fast, and the man underestimated his opponent's property. Suddenly, John's spear appears from behind his back, and with a sharp movement pierces the mutant's head. The system reports that they have earned about 2,000 points, and Clayton looks at the main character in surprise. The man thanks his savior not entirely sincerely, but the guy continues to move forward. He is happy to have the opportunity to gain as much experience as possible. The zombies rush towards him, baring their teeth, attacking everyone they see. The main character destroys one monster after another with a sharp movement. The system sends notifications that the number of points is increasing. The fighters watch from the sidelines, surprised by John's severity. Earlier, Clayton couldn't even lift this spear. With her head down, Rose orders the attack to begin. This is a second-rank zombie. Maximum caution must be exercised. All those present agree and head towards the main character to also begin the fight. The girl cuts the mutants in half with her katana in sharp movements. The rest also fight the mutants, putting in maximum effort. Suddenly people stop. Something has gone wrong. They stand in place, with dead creatures lying around. The main character screams in horror because he hears the howl of the zombie leader. He calls the rest of the monsters here. The soldiers remain in the same positions, their eyes widening in horror. The sound of feet stamping can be heard. Mutants are running towards them at great speed. They strive to overtake the enemy as quickly as possible in order to feast on fresh flesh. Several dozen zombies surround the soldiers and the rest of the people, seemingly with nowhere to go. Rose orders to stop panicking before they get any closer. Firearms should be used. The men take out their guns and prepare to fire towards the enemies, thus harming the attackers. Bullets fly out of the gun barrels at great speed, hitting parts of the mutants' bodies. Despite this, each of them continues to strive forward, seeing nothing but their own goal. John also continues to stand in his place, shooting mutants with a cannon. The system sends notifications about the destruction of a zombie. He earns points. Now the guy is at level 12. His combat capability is already above 700. The main character asks the system to send half of the characteristic points to strength, and the other half to speed. Now that his abilities are around 800, he becomes a first-rank warrior. John will be able to use the accumulation of anger only 3 times a day, and the ability recharge is about 8 hours. While he was thinking about all this, the battle continued with the same fury. Looking at the situation, Rose orders the rest of the fighters to prepare for close combat. She draws her weapon from its sheath and activates her combat skill. The girl sharply moves her hands and lowers the katana down. Her ability is called Heavenly Slash. The men are shouting loudly. They are motivated to come to the attack as quickly as possible. The main character went wild because now he had the opportunity to gain as much experience as possible. He swings his spear vigorously, creating vortices of air around himself. One of the soldiers shouts that the number of mutants behind them is growing. The commander notes that there really are too many zombies, and they can't let the creatures surround them. The girl points her sword at the building and demands that the team head there. Most of the group retreats, and 2 of the soldiers cover the people's backs. They quickly enter the room, following each other. It's good that people were lucky with the door. Now there is a chance to escape. Bobby asks the commander and John to hurry. Rose reports that the mutants have come too close. If they run now, they will most likely not be able to close the door in time, and suggests that her colleague go in first. The guy makes a sharp movement to push the girl towards the door, but she is indignant. The main character smiles and says that it is not his habit to make the girl bring up the rear of the column. The commander is shocked by what is happening. She looks at the guy indignantly and shouts at him. One of the soldiers grabs the lady by the arm to pull her inside the room. Rose is worried about the guy, screaming for him to let her go, because John is fighting alone. Then one of the men points out to the commander what is happening in front of them. The protagonist holds his weapon tightly, preparing to attack the creatures. He has already adapted to his fighting skills, so before he can activate it, fire starts coming out of his mouth. Then John uses the Phoenix's majesty. The blast wave pushes the zombies aside, burning their limbs. The creatures try to get rid of the fire, to save themselves, but their attempts are useless. A large explosion is seen somewhere. The main character remains in place and watches as wind currents move in the distance. The soldiers, watching everything that is happening from the side, open their mouths at how great the main character's strength is. As John approaches the door, Clayton asks the boy to move faster. The guy quickens his pace, quickly entering the building in front of him. The arms can't take it, because all this time they were under extreme tension from the applied forces and weight. The men close the door with a sharp movement and a knock. Now they should be safe. But suddenly someone starts pounding on the metal. It bends strongly under the attacks. There are too many monsters. It looks like the door won't hold for long. The fighter approaches the commander and says that at the entrance leading to the 2nd floor, there is a rather massive barrier gate, with a narrow space between its shutters, which is favorable for defense. Before he could finish speaking, zombies appeared in the room, ready to attack at that very second. The main character is indignant and does not understand who made this door. Rose calls everyone to the 2nd floor. At the same moment, the mutants continue to move forward, wanting to attack people. The girl quickly closes the gate in front of her with her hands to find herself safe. At the last moment, she snaps the lock in front of her, preventing the mutants from getting inside. They stick their hands through the slits in the bars, shout menacingly, and reach out to them. The girl suggests going upstairs and conducting reconnaissance of the floor. It needs to be protected from possible threats. The boys enter the room and see only dusty stairs and walls. Suddenly Bobby notices something in front of him, his brows tense and furrowed. He sees a walled-up creature, cloth fluttering around its body, its mouth open in pain. It turns out that there are a large number of such mummies around, with cobwebs growing around them, covering most of the walls. The guy assumes that there are mutated spiders in the area. But before he could finish speaking, a shadow appeared on his back. And then, Bobby hysterically tries to remove the creature from his back, screaming and touching it with his hands. Luckily, Clayton is nearby, swings his own axe, and removes the danger from behind. A black spider of the 1st rank appears in front of them. It has minor toxicity and enormous growth. The main character examines it and tells those around him the characteristics of the beast. Rose also confirms their entry into the spider's nest. Suddenly, one of the soldiers points out the impending danger to the commander. Several dozen huge spiders are crawling across the ceiling, and people are panicking from what they see. Rose also quickly orders to move to the floor above to escape danger. The soldiers act quickly and rise higher at her command. When she gets there, she also sees a bunch of spiders that trap the kids. At the same moment, one of them launches a toxic web towards the enemies who have entered their territory. Then, the commander decides to break through with attacks, because there is no choice. She swings her katana briskly, cutting down the monsters one after another. The main character suggests going up to the roof, because this building has about 4 floors. He also waves his weapon while fighting spiders, not allowing himself to be hurt or even touched. Having reached the door, he kicks it down with a sharp movement of his foot, finding himself in a new place. People go outside and quickly run out of the dangerous building. Bobby, who was bringing up the rear of their column, closes the door. For now, they should rest a little and regain their strength. The zombies from the first floor, if they can't see them, will run away on their own. The protagonist approaches the edge of the balcony, observing what is happening below, and the girl follows his example. There are still a lot of zombies around the building. They are walking around looking for a victim, but something is bothering the young people. Out of nowhere, a second-rank fanged dog appears, jumps above the monster, and plans to attack. Since these animals like to move in packs, they act together, dealing with other mutants. The dogs jump on the humanoids one after another, tearing them to pieces. Rose and John watch in horror as events unfold below, not expecting such an outcome at all. They didn't know that the fanged dogs and zombies were fighting each other. The mutants, opening their mouths, move slowly. They go towards their goal. Rose is happy. This battle was supposed to lure the zombies out of the first floor. Now the people have a chance. But it is not clear why zombies and evolved animals attack each other. The commander reports that they need to check their equipment, full combat readiness, and prepare to descend to the lower floor. The soldiers look at her in shock. Bobby asks how people will leave from there. She explains that the first step is to break through the encirclement, then regroup on the outskirts and continue the mission. There are still a few zombies left outside. We need to deal with them quietly. Rose teams up with John. They run behind them and prepare to deliver a crushing blow. People pierce the heads of their enemies, quickly dealing with the obstacle. The protagonist gestures to his ally and explains that the horizon is now clear. People run past danger, moving in groups. Suddenly, John decides to stop, apparently noticing something in front of him. He notices that the wolves and mutants are fighting, tearing each other to shreds. The dogs raise their eyes to the obstacle. Their muzzles look very angry. Then, the protagonist explains that they have now been discovered. One of the evolved beasts opens its mouth and rushes to attack. The guy defends himself with a sharp movement of his spear, hitting the animal in the face. Rose uses heavenly cleavage to deal with the impending danger. Clayton also swings his axes, while Bobby fights in close combat. Finally, the soldiers are free. They have dealt with all the danger, and now the horizon is clear. The protagonist looks away from himself, noticing something in that direction. In front of him stands a huge dog with a scar on its face, holding a zombie's hand in its mouth. The commander looks up in horror, looking at the animal. The girl realizes something. Then John speaks for her. The king of dogs appeared before them. The mutant quickly shakes his head and throws the zombie aside. The main character asks the others to be careful because danger is approaching. Before he could blink, the dog found himself in front of one of the soldiers. The man quickly jumps back, commenting that this one is faster than the others. John asks everyone to step aside, because in front of them is a fanged dog of the third rank. The fighter tries to hit the animal, but the blade only bends against its body. He realizes in horror that the enemy is so strong that it is impossible to pierce him. Suddenly, the dog grabs the man's hand and clamps its jaws tightly. He tears off the enemy's arm, throwing his head back, and he screams loudly. Rose swings her weapon, using her new skill, ready to defend her team. The girl swings her katana from top to bottom and activates Heavenly Slash. The beast runs along a certain trajectory, avoiding attack. Suddenly he finds himself in front of the Rose, opening his mouth and preparing to attack again. Fortunately, the main character is nearby and helps the girl get out of this difficult situation. John asks everyone to remain on guard, because this dog has strong skin and serious defensive capabilities. As quickly as possible, the guy moves his hand and pokes his spear at the enemy. Apparently, he couldn't deal enough damage to him and decides to activate another skill. The guy uses a blow of accumulated power as the anger has reached 100%. From the strain, he breathes heavily and screams, squeezing the instrument in his hand tighter. The main character swipes his hand and hits the target, hitting the enemy. Those watching from the sidelines are happy. They are glad that they have finally achieved victory. An explosion passes in front of the main character, and vortices of air rise up, raising dust. But the enemy is still alive. The notification system did not appear, which means it's not all over. The dog gets to his feet, bleeds, and everything around him glows red. You can see rage and a desire for revenge in his eyes. The animal jumps on its target, growling menacingly. A skill called Bloody Massacre has been activated. This was a fierce attack, shrouded in a bloody mist. No one would have thought that the evolved beasts that had reached the third rank would have such powerful special abilities. John immediately warns the others to run in any order and dodge. A fiery explosion appears in front of the people. The attack begins to take effect. People fly off in different directions, falling off their feet. The main character is slammed into the wall, knocking all the air out of him. The guy realizes that even with such a fast turn he managed to get hit. Lucky that he has system notifications, Otherwise, this time he would have kicked the bucket. The captain and the rest of the staff slowly rise from the ground. The beast stands in a fighting pose, preparing to attack and defeat its opponents. He closes his mouth, screams, and scares those present. Suddenly, the evolved animal jumps high off the ground. He once again uses bloody violence to try to defeat them once again. Then John doesn't understand how it's possible to use this skill twice. Despite his fear and doubts, the protagonist does not show his own fear and begins to swing his spear. After that, he activates the Phoenix Majesty skill to fight the beast. An explosion thunders around, causing sparks and dust to fly in all directions. Flying in the air, the main character opens his mouth wide and screams. Finally, the third-rank Fang Dog is destroyed, and John gets 8,000 points. Standing on the ground, he shakes himself off and rejoices that he has finally defeated the enemy. Soldiers immediately run up to him and ask him many different questions. A loud sound is heard from somewhere. The guy doesn't even have time to think about the answers. Among the houses, the silhouette of a giant monster appears, who also wants to deal with them. A second-rank zombie leader lands in front of the people. John concludes that it was his doing. A lot of zombies came to the guys. The creature stands over the defeated dog and looks sternly in his direction. Suddenly, the zombie hits the animal on the head, thrusting his hand into the animal's skull. He takes out an abnormal crystal and holds the precious stone in his hand. Immediately, the mutant absorbs the mineral, placing it in its mouth. Rose watches what is happening in horror, commenting on what she saw seconds ago. Clayton and John are also horrified by what they see. Can zombies also evolve using anomalous crystal? The guy guesses that this zombie is trying to improve to rank 3. The girl turns to the main character and asks if this is real. Then, John breaks away and heads towards the enemy. It is necessary to stop him before he evolves. The zombie notices this movement and looks angrily towards his target. The creature opens its mouth and screams, calling for many new helpers. The team of fighters is again surrounded by small mutants who are ready to devour them at any second. The warriors stand with their backs to each other, and it seems that the people are now surrounded. The main character shouts to Rose to hold back the approaching monsters, and the guy will take care of the leader. The zombies will only disperse if they manage to kill him, and if he successfully evolves, they will not survive. The commander agrees to this condition, and asks the guy to be careful in this difficult battle. The main character runs at great speed towards the zombie, and tries to defeat him with his own spear. The mutant repeats the movements of the main character, and also prepares for battle. At the moment of their collision, he swings his hand, and John pierces him with a spear. It turns out that the creature has a skin stronger than that of the Fang Dog, probably due to the absorption of the anomalous crystal. To increase his strength, the protagonist activates the Phoenix Greatness skill. His weapon is covered in fiery rays. He aims at enemies. The main zombie bounces back from the attack, and first-rank creatures appear in front of him. They continue to run towards John, trying to fulfill the leader's order. And then, the guy realizes that he has already used up all the blows of his accumulated power. And the greatness of the Phoenix, despite its high power, absorbs too much energy. He urgently needs to find a way to deal with the crowd of zombies on my way as quickly as possible. The guy takes out a silver ability card from his pocket. Now he has become a first-rank warrior. Therefore, he had the opportunity to master combat skills quite quickly. The essence of the pear-colored flurry lies in the separate condition of speed. No enemy can withstand 100 spear strikes delivered in an instant. All martial arts in the world are ruled by speed. Rose watches what is happening from the side and is indignant, because now is not the time to study anything. The monsters continue to run towards him, closing the distance. But the guy is maximally focused on working on mastering new opportunities. At some point, the main character still activates a new learned skill, namely, a pear-colored flurry. The guy pierces part of the zombie in 1 second by moving quickly with his spear. Unfortunately, his abilities only have 3 hits so far, which is not enough speed. The main character tries again, because this is not enough yet. He tries again and again until he gets the move perfect. 3 spear thrusts are not enough for him. More needs to be done, but when he succeeds, it is also not the best option. Clayton watches his actions in horror, but his commander explains that the most progressive way to learn combat skills is through constant combat. It was probably because of his obsession and madness that John was able to achieve such great power at such an age. Rose orders all the fighters to pull themselves together and be as capable as a high school student. The warriors of the first rank immediately raise their weapons and prepare to go into battle to meet the test. The giant creature, the leader of the zombies, stomps his feet, creating vibrations in the ground. The main character has reached 5 hits at one point. It is still not enough, but he decides to head towards the main enemy, because the small ones are finished. He runs up, pushing off the ground with his feet, and launches an attack towards the zombie leader. Then, John grips the spear tighter and activates the pear-colored flurry skill, and the mutant covers his head and face with his hands to protect himself from it. He feels a strong pressure in his direction and tries to avoid the attack. John's spear is thrust into the monster many times, and it does not have time to defend itself. But something doesn't go according to plan, and the main character's face turns to confusion and disappointment. The guy notices that this monster has finally finished evolving. But the thing is, he didn't get the overall combat capability of a third-rank fanged dog. The main problem is the presence of a new skill that gives zombies stone skin. The guy exchanges glances with the creature and realizes that in this case all he can do is fight to the end. He runs up, rushing towards danger. His opponent repeats this movement. Having reached him, John cuts through the air near the mutant, trying to wound him. Raising his head higher, he notices a giant-sized monster's leg, wanting to crush him. But the hero manages to jump away from her at the last moment, thereby saving his life. If John can't destroy it quickly, it will continue to call for reinforcements, and their situation will only get worse. It seems there is no other choice, so the protagonist uses the ability of the explosion of anger. Those watching from the side feel the guy's aura strengthen. If a zombie could withstand a pear-colored barrage, could it withstand an enhanced version of this ability? Then, John activates the skill, holding the weapon in front of him. He crushes the enemy with multiple spear thrusts, dealing increasing damage to the mutant. Everything seems to be working just as he expected. Entering a state of rage, the protagonist felt as if he had become one with the spear. The guy swings his weapon, deciding to make sure of his own feelings. He grips the spear even harder and uses his deepened knowledge to do so. The zombie watches what is happening from the side in confusion. Finally, the guy gets to crush the enemy. This attack turned out to be many times stronger than the previous one. Finally, the system reports the victory over the zombie leader, and congratulates you on reaching level 13. Now the main character has received another promotion. He invests all the necessary points into strength. Now the guy can finish off all the remaining zombies with one blow. He immediately flies into the crowd and overcomes his opponents with quick movements. After some time, some of them lie on the ground. They will never disturb them again. Everyone present is happy about this, because Caton has deepened his knowledge of his fighting skills, and Bobby, in turn, thanks John for his help, because if it weren't for him, no one would have survived. Rosa asks the guy if he has taken any medications, since they have serious side effects. The main character is embarrassed and explains that he is not taking anything, but is only using his fighting skills. The commander continues to say that earlier he could not leave big scratches, and with the last blow he crushed the zombie. John himself didn't really understand what had happened. It was as if he had become one with the silver spirit. It was probably a deepening knowledge. It is the ability to release the highest power of a martial skill after reaching the required degree of cultivation and assimilation. Even low-level bronze skills, if they achieve deep comprehension, are capable of releasing power that is not inferior to silver skills. However, mastering deep knowledge is not so easy, because it requires not only deep knowledge of the combat skill, but also luck. It is said that only 1 in 1,000 warriors reaches high limits, and those who are able to master deep knowledge of skills are few. John smiles widely. If he has mastered the in-depth knowledge in the pear-colored squall, does this mean that in terms of power, he is now comparable to the golden skills? As time moves towards evening, the guys agree to spend the night on the roof of this building. No one would have thought that the meat of a third-rank fanged dog would be so delicious. The quality of the meat from the animals is very high. It is also not infected and does not contain viruses. The guy asks the commander if she has ever heard of the sacred area. Among the 5 major academies, it occupies the highest position, and the warriors who study there are the most elite. In the eyes of the other academies, every student of it is considered a genius. The protagonist digests the information and realizes that the sacred area is an institution of higher education. The minimum requirement for high school graduates to enter is a second-rank warrior. John thinks that the second rank is not that difficult. With the achievement system in place, it is only a matter of time. And he also wonders what kind of expression the Ice Princess will make when a future high-ranking warrior appears in front of her. Stopping in the middle of the street, Rosa explains to her subordinates that the instructors are responsible for clearing the deep zone. All they are required to do is eliminate the zombies and beasts of the middle part. But Bobby notices the danger in front of them and asks the girl who the monster is. An unknown creature crawls along the wall of the house, moves slowly, and does not pay attention to anyone. This is a rank 2 zombie crawler that has extremely high speed and the ability to climb and scale vertical objects. The creatures become more numerous as the warriors come closer. Clayton takes out his firearm, commenting on the slow movement of the monsters. John asks the guy not to rush to shoot, but it's too late. The hero misses the creature, even though he aimed perfectly. Don't underestimate them, the creatures have extremely high speed. Bobby decides to clarify. If they are so fast, then how come they look so clumsy? Most likely, this is necessary in order to lure prey. One of the mutants turns and glares at his target. Quite a few mutants jump off the building, moving towards the companies of soldiers. The girl demands that everyone prepare for battle, because the zombies were provoked. The monsters quickly run towards them to attack and tear people to pieces. The men take up arms and shoot towards the mutants. Some hit the enemy, tearing off limbs or mortally wounding them. Rose demands that everyone remain on guard, and as soon as the mutants approach, immediately switch to cold weapons. The girl also continues to use her heavenly dismemberment skill, thereby quickly saying goodbye to the lives of her opponents. At the same moment, the men fight with the attacker. Some attack from behind, jumping from buildings onto people. One of the fighters is attacked by a zombie, which sinks its sharp teeth into his flesh. It's a man named Tom, and Rose is screaming and calling him. You must remember to look up to spot any approaching danger in the form of mutants. Clayton screams, swings his weapon and fights the attackers. The protagonist also swings a spear, piercing the creatures' bodies. He suggests that Rose retreat to an open area to avoid attacks from above. The commander agrees to this proposal, because it sounds quite logical. People move quickly towards the park they recently passed. Having run to the clearing, people stop in the middle of it. They form a circle to avoid being attacked from behind. Rose holds her katana tightly and asks him not to take a single step back. People scream, quickly moving towards the zombies to deal with them. After some time, the soldiers sit on the ground, breathing heavily from fatigue. The main character puts a bottle in his mouth and empties it. John is dying of fatigue, but it was worth the effort for that amount of experience points. Suddenly, a blow flies past him, but the guy manages to crouch down, dodging it. As soon as he stands up, John raises his spear and responds to the attack with a sharp movement. In front of him stands a hooded man who is also trying to defend himself from the attack. The protagonist activates the Eye of Analysis skill and realizes that this is a third-rank warrior who specializes in stilettos, dodging techniques, and secret assassinations. He continues to hold the spear in front of him, asking the man who he is. Then he explains that the future dead person does not need to know the name. Rose is indignant and yells at the man because he decided to attack a Federation soldier. He explains that his target is John and doesn't plan to waste time on the others. The commander shouts, because the main character is also a soldier. If he kills him, he will become an enemy of the army. He makes a sharp movement of his hand and delivers a cutting blow. But the girl also activates Heavenly Slash to respond to the attack. Their forces collide, creating a violent explosion. From this force, the girl is thrown back. She loses her weapon. The men look at what is happening in horror and shout after Rose. The soldiers are about to attack the man because he dared to attack their commander. He activates a silver skill called Super Speed Rotation, and the men are pulled in the opposite direction. The main character slowly turns in their direction, looking ahead with boredom. The attacker looks at him, because the hero was afraid of death, decided to leave his comrades to their fate and run away. But he is sure that the hero will not be able to get far. Once safe, the men sit down on the ground and do not understand who the person who appeared is. Rose clears her throat and explains that it is unlikely that John will be able to confront this strong man alone. Clayton screams. It's obvious that the guy took the master away on purpose to get them out of danger. The girl grips her weapon tighter. Of course they won't stand idle. He dared to attack their man in the presence of the military personnel of the City of Starlight. The warriors will definitely let the man understand what happens for this. Having caught up with his target, the blonde guy stops in the middle of the road. John smiles widely and explains that he had no intention of running away. He was just looking for a deserted place so that no one would bother him while they dealt with him here. The attacker screams in rage, because he has never seen such impudence. The protagonist asks him if Joseph's family sent him to kill him. He is not going to explain, because he is sure that his opponent will die soon. But John is now planning to deal with him and then take revenge on this clan. He thrusts his spear forward in a sharp movement to strike. At the last second, the attacker ducks and thinks that this speed really impresses him. The man suddenly crouches down and goes around the enemy from behind. He thinks of the heart of the moment that shook with the determination of cold fury that his rival had now released. John notices this strange turn. It is probably a combat skill from a rare category of movement techniques. The men come into contact in a fight, trying to cause each other at least some damage. One of them cuts off part of the opponent's hair with a sharp knife. John squats down, avoiding sudden movements. The protagonist slips his foot on the asphalt and avoids another attack. And suddenly, he raises his spear up to deliver a crushing blow. But the opponent burps back and runs in the opposite direction. The blonde man says he didn't expect that from him. Unfortunately, all these efforts are not enough. He takes out his weapon again. The attacker flies high into the air, activating the silver skill. It's called Petal Fall. Such a large amount of blade radiance is only for a moment. This skill has quite a similarity with Pear Blossom Flurry. But here, some of these radiances are illusory. Not all of the radiances released are deadly attacks. The main character decides to show the attacker a real death move. Their skills interact and attack and act on each other. Due to the enormous forces, they create one huge explosion. After which, the man jumps in the opposite direction so as not to die. The attacker has long known what this trick is. He managed to learn a lot when he killed those crawling zombies. The outstanding third-rank warrior had worked so hard to defeat the first-rank warrior, and they continued to exchange malicious comments with each other. The guy decides to use a pear-colored flurry again, but his opponent repels each of the attacks with sharp movements. The man goes on the attack again, using a skill called two-winged thrusts. His hands glow with blue flames, rushing towards the protagonist to deal damage. The guy steps aside, but the enemy continues to advance at high speed. Then the main character groans from the strain and continues to move. The attacking man is happy that he won. But John is not going to give up. Suddenly, the blonde guy looks down and sees a blood stain on his clothes, not believing his eyes, because he dodged all the attacks. Then, the main character explains that he had noticed the guy on the roof a long time ago, and that during the fight, the zombies fired 4 blows, but that was not his limit. In fact, he can fire about 5 instant strikes, and the 5th one hit him. The man insults his opponent. Realizing his situation, it seems he is doomed. Finally, the third-rank warrior is destroyed. The system awards 120,000 experience points for this. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist wipes the dust off his clothes and giggles quietly, happy to have leveled up to 14. Now, he can distribute the points he received. The guy decides to invest 4 into strength, and the remaining 10 into endurance. Although he managed to regain his vitality after leveling up, the wounds from the stilettos were still bleeding. Then, John pulls a small dagger out of his shoulder. Pushing the weapon aside, he urgently needs to stop the bleeding that has opened up. A group of people appears in front of the guy. He cannot make out their silhouettes in the distance, but he hears his name sounding from their lips. Rose, leading the squad, runs ahead and asks the hero from a distance if everything is okay with him. Looking at them, John smiles faintly and thinks that these guys can really be relied upon, even though they were facing a third-rank warrior, and the fighters still came as quickly as possible. Unable to stay in place, the protagonist's legs give way and the guy falls, not even putting his hands in front of him. The warriors set up camp on the roof, opening the tent. The warriors lit a fire to illuminate the area. Once in bed, John slowly opens his eyes, still feeling the piercing pain in his head, his entire body wrapped in bandages. After some time, the guy gets to his feet and is about to get out of his tent in order to assess the situation around the shelter. The commander is already heading towards the main character, asking how the guy is feeling. Seeing her, he smiles good-naturedly and thanks the girl for the offered food. Having met John, Clayton tells him that he had to fight one of the killers wanted by the authorities of the City of Starlight. When the hero returns, he will be able to receive a reward for the life of the killed warrior. Since the guy's shoulders were damaged, the warriors used a healing ointment, but it takes more time to recover, so the team decided to stay in this place for a day, and then continue cleaning. The next day, the massacre continues with mutated creatures, soulless bodies lying around. A month later, it seems the area is clear, and the soldiers can finally get out of this place and return home. There is no need to envy those unfortunate souls who will have to carry out the task here next year. Rose smiles widely. It was only thanks to John's presence that their entire squad remained alive. Rejoicing at the end of the battles, the men hug and thank the protagonist. Now they are all like brothers. Suddenly, a voice from the side distracts them from their conversation, and the soldiers raise their heads to look at the speaker. A team of 6 people heads towards them. They remember the annual army cleanup. One of those present smiles slyly and offers to share their catch with him since they have already finished. Taking a confident pose, Rose decides to ask where the group got so much courage from, since they decided to rob the Federation soldiers. At that very moment, the protagonist activates the Eye of Analysis and becomes convinced that the 5 in front of him are first-rank warriors, essentially posing no danger to him. But one of them is Cameron, a third-rank fighter who specializes in a 2-handed sword. Upon learning this, John turns to Rose and warns her about the presence of such a strong warrior in their company. A red-haired man with scars on his face speaks rudely and shouts at his interlocutors. Then, the main character already realizes that he has come for him, prepares for an attack and noticeably tenses up. The enemy straightens his hand in front of him and says that he only needs John, and orders his subordinates to deal with the rest. Then, the girl recognizes the stranger as a guy named Cameron, nicknamed the Lone Wolf. Clayton asks her if she means the one who cut up an entire battalion. Rose explains that several of her comrades in arms fell by his sword, so it is no wonder that they dared to attack them, even knowing who they were. The opponent smiles because for him it's as easy as pie. The heroine screams with rage and resentment for her fallen friends. She runs into battle, preparing to attack. But John stands in front of her and blocks her way, because he himself wants to deal with this enemy. The guy explains to Cameron that he has already dealt with his colleague, who was also sent, but the man doesn't care about what he heard. He raises his head and puts his sword behind his back, about to say something. Even though they were both third-rank warriors, the difference in their strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. The weapon falls to the ground with force, crushing the soil. Undoubtedly, his two-handed sword is even heavier than the silver spirit of the protagonist. Cameron swings his weapon, cutting through the air in front of his opponents. Looking around, the commander orders to first finish off the rest, and then help the main character. The girl also warns that if they are in a common fight with that person, then the guys cannot stand on ceremony and calmly kill the enemies. At this point, John runs away, screaming, activating a pear-colored flurry. But the red-haired man doesn't care. He holds the blade of his sword in front of him with a smile on his face, defending himself from the attack. Cameron thinks it's childish tricks, because if he was capable of firing 10 punches per second, he might be able to hurt him a little. He takes his weapon in his hands and is going to give the enemy a demonstration performance with real combat skills. This ability has a silver card and is called Dark Star Cleave. Looking at this from the outside, John understands that he could die under such pressure. At that moment, the guy decides to activate the explosion of anger to respond to the oncoming flow. The storm is getting closer to the enemy. It is quickly moving in his direction. Watching the entire fight, Rose screams hysterically and calls the main character by name. Clayton also sees everything and worries about his friend who is in trouble. After completing the attack, Cameron watches the events with pleasure, hoping for the greatest damage. But, behind the descending whirlwind of dust, the shadow of the main character is visible. The enemy was too strong. If John hadn't activated the explosion of anger in time, he would most likely have been cut in two now. The third-rank warrior enjoys this game. It seems to him that the opponent has taken doping. The battle continues, the men crossing their weapons, clashing blades. Even after activating the anger explosion, the protagonist still can't match him in strength. This guy must be at the peak of the third rank. He notices and comments that the resistance is truly impressive. The man offers to try to respond to the next attack that he is ready to make. Then, the guy begins to feel an increase in the aura, which already foreshadows an attack. Cameron decides to turn to a silver skill called Triple Slash. He smiles widely, baring his teeth, as he activates the first cut. The main character is shocked by what he hears and already senses the impending attack. Then the guy jumps back with a sharp movement, trying to avoid damage to his body. An explosion goes off, sending chunks of dirt and dust flying around. A cough is heard and a bloody stain begins to appear underfoot. The protagonist's limbs are shaking. The force of this attack was too great. Even the spear made of space ore was cracked. Cameron cuts through the air with sharp movements, preparing to begin another attack. He activates the second stage of his ability, rushing forward towards his opponent. Sighing, the protagonist realizes that he must now activate his trump card. Otherwise, he will die. Then the boy uses the pear-colored flurry again, rushing forward to defend himself. Continuing to move, Cameron laughs loudly and repeats that this move is absolutely useless against him. The protagonist's eyes light up with fire, because this is not all that he is ready to show his enemy. The Phoenix Majesty has the property of cultivation, and after a month of continuous practice in a real combat situation, its power has become equal to that of a silver-level skill. And he has also discovered that his skills can combine with each other, and exhibit much greater power when released at the same time. Seeing what's happening, Cameron's eyes widen in surprise and shock. It seems like he's in for a rough time now. A loud explosion rings out across the battlefield. The dark street is illuminated by fire, and clouds of smoke swirl around. Due to inertia, the main character flies away in the opposite direction from the ongoing battle. But despite this, Cameron remains on his feet, the man praising him for the attack he created. Unfortunately, each of his cuts can be strengthened by absorbing the energy of the enemy's skill. The attack John used was very strong, which meant the power of the third cut would be even greater. The man raises the weapon above his head, creating a vortex around himself to concentrate the force for the third cut. Seeing this, the hero freezes in place, horrified by the power of the technique. Only now does the guy truly realize that he could die now. But he gathers his strength into a fist. He does not intend to die. John feels strange emotions. Perhaps they arose from the crossroads between life and death. Or it is due to the activation of the explosion of anger, which gives him a boost in all characteristics. This sensation allows the guy to once again feel that incomprehensible state of unity with the weapon. The main character spins the spear behind his back. Now he will show a real squall of pear color. Now, he finally manages to activate deep cognition for the second time, and use an enhanced form of this attack. After this, the enemy is engulfed in the wind emanating from the activated ability, and can hardly stand on his feet from such a strong aura. At this time, John lands on the ground behind him, having grouped himself well and grabbed the spear. Looking at the enemy, Cameron becomes confused, because the technique is the same, but the power is many times different from the previous attack. He realizes that the enemy has activated deep cognition, but he still feels shocked. The red-haired guy's body is pierced through. He falls to his knees. Finally, the third-rank warrior is defeated, and the system congratulates him on reaching level 15. The protagonist is so exhausted that he can barely stand on his feet, but nevertheless, he feels relieved to be safe. He falls face down on the ground, unable to exert himself any longer in an upright position. The Federation Army plane flies high above the clouds, quickly covering kilometers. The hero gets out of bed. His limbs tremble treacherously. He grabs his aching head and sighs heavily. The commander, who is nearby, is happy because John lay unconscious all day, and now he has finally managed to come to his senses. Slowly touching his own face, he asks the girl where they are. With a smile on her face, Rose explains that they are flying on a transporter. The tasks are completed, and now they can return home. The girl decides to hand the gift to the hero. He looks at the thing in her hands with confusion. Then, the commander explains, on this card there are 3 million in alliance currency. This is the reward for killing the Traceless Shadow and the Lone Wolf. She helped him with the application for the reward. Of course, the main character is happy with what he received, because now he can update his equipment. But Rose says with resentment that she had to tinker with this application a lot, and he has no desire to thank her. Hearing this, John scratches his head and remembers that he needs to give something in return. Reaching out her hand, the girl slowly touches the soldier. Nothing comes to her mind. She comes close to him and offers to devote himself to her. But John is still a high school student. He should not fall in love prematurely. Feeling embarrassed, the girl returns to her previous place, not finding what to answer to this. Suddenly remembering one detail, the guy decides to ask the commander what date it is today, to which she gives a clear answer. Today he has his final semester exam. He needs to return to the academy on time. Rose reassures him with the news that there are 2 hours left to fly. The instructor lists how many people survived and died on this mission. The rest of those present wait peacefully. Suddenly the men decide to approach the main character, slowly heading towards him. In this cleanup mission, everyone had to face mortal danger. He expresses gratitude for the work. The state decided to reward everyone with an order. He notes that this is an award that only Federation servicemen can receive. On the back of each such order there is a unique code. The owner can enjoy a large number of benefits and preferences in everyday life. On this building, John showed himself in the most exceptional way. Thanks to his participation in the task, the 10th group had the highest survival rate. In addition, the guy dealt with the fanged dog and other animals. Therefore, he achieved brilliant combat merits. The soldiers standing to the side look at the young man with interest and whisper among themselves. A month ago, John's strength did not even reach the 1st rank, and now he is already close to the 2nd. The instructor asks if he wanted to become a soldier of the Federation. With his talents, in a few years, he will be able to even reach the rank of Major General. But the main character refuses, because he is a high school student and plans to enter university. Remembering this, the man offers to find him when he graduates from university. Although John is only a schoolboy, he already has the strength to fight off 3rd-rank warriors. The guy says goodbye to everyone present, hugging everyone. The commander also stands to the side and asks to hug his older sister. Suddenly, the main character stumbles and falls on the girl's chest, but she continues to hug him with a smile on her face, not having anything against what is happening. With a smile, the girl asks him not to forget to visit them whenever he has free time. No matter how high John climbs, he should never forget about his comrades with whom he went through fire and water. The final semester competition begins. The host will ask 20 students, names will be called, to come up to the arena. The teacher and Mark are already there. He is thinking that if the guy cannot show up at this event, he will be expelled from the academy. The friend is very worried about the main character. A whole month has passed since he left. The teacher calmly asks the young man to wait a little longer. One of the students is pushed out of the arena during the competition. The man gets up tiredly. There is already a medical couch next to him, and workers help him get up. Joseph, number 208, defeated the enemy. It seems the guy left the enemy no chance at all. Someone heard that he came back from a practice called the Path of Death. where it is almost impossible to survive. The next participant is called John. The host asks to go to the 15th arena. The main character's turn came too quickly. He still hadn't appeared there. The man with the microphone continues to call John by name and give his number. The rival, under the name Charlie, did not expect that his opponent would be afraid to even show up. The host warns that a 10-second countdown will now begin, after which the hero will be automatically disqualified. Approaching the arena, the guy shouts that there is no need to bother with the report. Then, the main character jumps high above the ground, showing himself to everyone present. Some people shout jubilantly, calling the guy's name. The teacher smiles broadly and is sincerely happy that his student finally made it. Roger squints his eyes. It seems his classmate has become even stronger during his absence, and his friend is happy about his appearance. Joseph watches the protagonist with irritation. Apparently he did not die in the Fortress of Light. The blonde man is already preparing to kill him with his own hands. The presenter spreads his arms to the sides and asks the parties to prepare for battle. Charlie smiles, hoping that his opponent is not thinking about his own victory. Hearing this, the protagonist comments that he is no longer impressed by the 100th level rating in school. The guy is very surprised by what he hears and looks at him in surprise. Before the dialogue could continue, the man shouted that the fight had begun and waved his hand. As Charlie loses his temper at the last second, he suddenly rises into the air and swings the axe. Then John catches the blade between his palms and holds it tightly. The guy pushes the opponent in the stomach, pushing him away and taking the weapon from his hands, planning to deal with the opponent even without them. The enemy falls on his back, hitting the ground hard. He clicks his tongue, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, and thinks that everything that is happening is a trifle. While running, Charlie activates a bronze skill called 10 Forms of Falling Leaves. Fire spots light up around the hero, surrounding the battlefield with orange flames. The main character smiles enthusiastically. It's finally his turn to show his strength. He uses a tearing fist to counter the attack. Their forces touch, creating a common bright explosion. The man rolls back. The wind blows at him. The blow from the protagonist is really hard. He is irritated by the fact that John is a former outcast and looks down on him. He jumps high and uses a silver skill called Starfalls. The observers notice that he used one of his unique abilities. No one would have thought that in his very first fight, Charlie would be forced to use such an energy-consuming skill. The main character is waiting for an attack. Now he is starting to like more and more the techniques that only need to be dodged once, and the anger scale is completely filled. In addition, you will only need to fight one battle per day, so you don't have to worry about recharging your anger bar at all. The protagonist uses the accumulated power strike and the ripping fist together. The guy anticipates the onslaught of force from his opponent. A hologram of a real fist appears in the air and hits the opponent in the face. After this, Charlie falls on his back, knocked out. The presenter announces that the main character has won a victory over his opponent. The teacher looks at what is happening with alarm, because John did not use a weapon, and so quickly destroyed the 150th place in the ranking. The main character is met by his classmates and teacher. Everyone greets him and is happy to see him. Mark would also like to travel with the main character, but if he took with him such a burden as he himself would have kicked the bucket. The boys start to fight playfully. The teacher laughs at what is happening. After defeating the enemy, John immediately lost consciousness, so he did not have time to check his status after leveling up. The hero notices that he has accumulated a lot of notifications. Now he has the skill of disguise, which almost openly says that it provides the ability to be better, and the ability to open the genetic lock has also appeared. The system suggests opening the first stage. There is a possibility of death, a possibility of loss of consciousness, and a possibility of unforeseen circumstances. The hero, without thinking, sends 15 points of characteristics to strength. The main character is called back to the arena for battle. A man named Maximus, who is the head of the training department, watches the battles taking place with boredom. He tries to make out what is happening in the arena, remaining silent. Maximus couldn't even imagine that John would be able to return alive from the mission to clear the fortress. He doesn't even know how to explain himself to the clan. We need to find the strongest opponent for the guy so that he can at least be crippled in the arena. The main character and his company approach a table with information about their opponents. Looking at the screen, he hopes that he will be forced to fight an opponent from the top 10 of the rating. Then he finds his name, which is opposite the fighter in 8th place. The hero asks a question about who his opponent is. It is said that he regularly practices in high-risk areas where zombies and evolved beasts exist alongside each other. He has rich combat experience, and he is also evil and cunning. In his first fight, Roger will have to face Joseph, who recently returned from practice on the path of death. The teacher puts a reassuring arm around his students and asks them to be careful. One of Maximus's secretaries reports that a gentleman named Richard has arrived. Those present immediately rise from their seats and greet the guest of honor. The gray-haired gentleman raises his hand and greets people. He came early so he could see the strength of the academy students. Maximus is asked to bring a table with information about the best students and let Richard look at it. He asks not to bother. Now he wants to enjoy watching the competition. Joseph smirks at the sight of his opponent, but Roger is not about to give up easily. He asks to forget about surrender, because he does not intend to spare anyone from John's group. The enemy's eyes are burning with fire. He offers to see what will happen. The blonde guy swings his weapon, attacking the enemy, but he skillfully dodges. Joseph grabs his hand, squeezing it tightly. The hero arches and screams from the sharp pain in his limb. His weapon falls to the arena floor with a clang. The man presses his foot into the back of his opponent, and his face shows the pleasure of victory and superiority. He is ready to break the bones of his opponent, because he studies in the same group with his main enemy. Suddenly, a stern voice comes from the side with an order to let the guy go. John appears on the battlefield, standing up for his classmate. The blonde man smiles widely. Sparks of desire to defeat the main character quickly light up in his eyes. He just didn't want to get close to his classmates, and instead deal damage to John. The opponent probably wouldn't have the guts to do that. But Joseph can't wait for their official meeting in the arena to break his bones. He starts threatening. He's going to show the guy what pain means. The main character experiences similar feelings and is also going to get even with him for everything. The presenter approaches the guy and shouts, saying that the rules prohibit interfering with the competition. Irritated, John points out to him that the guy should be watching over the safety of the students. He can't find anything to say and stands in a stupor, looking at his interlocutor. He did not admit defeat, but Roger needs to undergo a medical examination immediately. The girl, namely the school doctor, asks John to hurry up and help his classmate get down. A moment later, the guy is placed on a medical bed and informed that Joseph is taking the victory for himself. The hero asks the doctor why he hasn't seen her in the past few days. She smiles widely and asks him in a playful tone if the guy misses her. The girl explains that today is the day of competition of hundreds of finalists, so it is quite obvious that the degree of ferocity will increase. She was worried about John, so she came here in person. Then, Roger slowly raises his shaking hand and calls his classmate by name. Crying, he is not ready to accept the fact that he did not repel a single attack against him. The guy asks his savior to be more careful if he gets caught against him. Looking up, the protagonist confidently states that he is ready to sort things out and avenge him. The voice from the speakers informs that John needs to get ready and go to the arena to fight the number 8 ranked guy, a guy named Christopher. Exhaling, he turns to those present. Now it is his turn to join the fight. People shout motivational speeches after the departing hero, hoping to encourage him. As John approaches the arena, he notices his opponent waiting for him. Maximus rubs his chin, watching the events unfold with interest. But for Christopher, this fight does not cause any emotions. He feels confident. The guy turns towards the hero, asking him if he is his rival. At the age of 18, he had already become a second-rank warrior, and as a second-rank warrior, his overall combat ability was almost no different from that of a lone wolf. Christopher has talent, is known as Starlight's Tiger, and it's not for nothing that he ranks high. The host demands that the parties get ready and then announces that the fight has begun. Hearing this, the guy immediately jumps into the air. Activating the power, Christopher swings his own hammer and slams it into the arena, shattering it into a pile of pieces. The protagonist watches this with fear. This arena is made of a special rock, the hardness of which is comparable to steel. A bead of sweat runs down his face. How could his opponent break it with one blow? Leaving the weapon in the floor material, Christopher calls the enemy agile. He is fully prepared and willing to beat the enemy. The guy bites his lip and promises that the hero does not feel pain from this. Then the host comments on the whole situation. Because Christopher delivers a truly ferocious blow, I wonder if John will be able to answer him. One of the observers is sure that the main character is finished. His friends are confident that John will win, so they send caustic comments in response. The guy is confident that no one will defeat Christopher, and is even ready to eat a piece of the arena if the opposite happens. The nurse smiles slightly. She is ready to watch this live. Meanwhile, the battle continues, the opponents skillfully waving their weapons. Suddenly, Christopher swings again and hits the sledgehammer in front of him. Fortunately, the main character manages to jump away. He moves forward sharply, trying to respond to his attack. The guy also quickly dodges the attacks, sending angry comments his way. At this point, the protagonist realizes that the power of his opponent's hammer is so great that it seems he will have to use an explosion of anger. Continuing his thoughts, he decides that he will leave this ability for the last moment due to the long recharge. The men begin to move towards each other again. Then, John activates a pear-colored flurry and tastes his opponent with multiple spear thrusts. He notices this and stops in stupor and mute surprise. Then, Christopher tries to dodge the attack, using sharp movements to remove his limbs from the enemy's path. But still, one of the spears wounds him in the shoulder, piercing the flesh. By inertia, the guy slips back and squints in discomfort. The men watching from the sidelines are horrified, not expecting that their classmate could be hurt. John's supporters smirk and tell him to get ready to eat a rock. He asks them not to rejoice too soon, because Christopher has not yet taken up the matter seriously. The guy starts laughing loudly, remaining in the shadows from prying eyes. He praises his opponent, talking about his good fighting skills. After this, Christopher smiles widely and is now ready to take matters more seriously. He grabs his hammer with both hands, activating some other skill. Then the guy grips the handle tighter, his palms burning from the energy concentrated in them. Christopher stands, continuing to tense up, filling with strength. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he uses the accumulation of the source power. An explosion sweeps across the battlefield, sending dust flying high into the air. Jumping high above the ground, Christopher uses a silver skill, namely Mount Taishan Collapse. It turns out that the waves of source energy emitted by the warhammer were able to suppress the protagonist. His legs begin to shake from the strain of trying to move and budge. Since the guy can't dodge it, he decides to respond with everything he has. Then, John activates two skills, namely Pear Blossom Flurry and Phoenix Majesty, and the air around him bursts into flames. Maximus and the man nearby are surprised by what they see and assume that this is a combination attack. Mr. Richards' face changes in amazement. He didn't expect the boy to be capable of such a thing. A great explosion from the strongest attack passes through. After this, the main character slides on a stone slab, coughing up blood due to the damage received. But Christopher doesn't care. He laughs and considers the situation to be advantageous for him. A hologram of a tiger appears behind him. The guy hasn't experienced such joy from a battle for a long time. As a reward, he promises to give John a painless death. The enemy freezes in shock, realizing what is happening. At this moment, Christopher activates another skill, swinging his weapon. The beast's paw appears above the protagonist's head, about to attack. A classmate is happy that his friend activated his signature move. Now John is doomed to defeat. The nurse screams hysterically, telling the guy that he needs to get away immediately. But the paw is already descending on the stone arena, and a roar is heard around. The guys discuss what happened, because if John had jumped from the arena, he would have lost. But now he would most likely have turned into mincemeat. With shock on his face, the friend watches what is happening, not taking his eyes off the arena. The nurse also opens her mouth in amazement. Christopher screams into the fog, hoping that John is dead this time. But surprisingly, the hero gets to his feet. He was again forced to use an explosion of anger. The shocked enemy cannot understand how this is possible. Rising from his knees, the hero sarcastically asks for forgiveness for the disappointment. He smirks slightly and announces that the warm-up is coming to an end. John crouches again, swinging the spear above his head. Now it's his turn to attack. Christopher feels like he's using the same technique, but it didn't work for him last time. The boy swings his hammer again to repel the attack. But the main character, in turn, passionately continues to move forward, holding his weapon in front of him. Christopher smiles and uses the skill Motorcycle Hurricane, swinging his hammer. The opponent activates the pear-colored flurry ability, which he used to wound his opponent the previous time. The guys clash in attacks, trying to hit the enemy. Clutching the handle of the sledgehammer, Christopher wonders what is wrong with his opponent. He clenches his teeth with effort. His opponent has become several times stronger in an instant. The guy continues to use the previous skill. He is not ready to lose now. Standing opposite each other, the guys continue to attack. The two fight almost to the death. But John is caught in the enemy's onslaught. The girl smiles broadly and asks not to doubt the main character. Christopher will definitely lose. Sweating from the tension, the guy doesn't understand what's happening to him. He uses another tiger-related attack in an attempt to finally gain victory. At that very moment, John comments that his opponent's strength is already running out and activates a blow of accumulated power. The guys merge in the decisive blow. The fight will soon be over. Stopping, the protagonist places the blade of his spear against the enemy's throat. He smiles widely and tells him that Christopher has lost. His friend shouts enthusiastically from the stands, genuinely happy about his victory. The nurse looks innocently at the student with whom they argued and throws jokes at him. The guys silently exchange glances. They are sweating from stress. Watching everything, Maximus cannot believe his eyes, because what happened is impossible. The presenter raises the main character's hand up, and the audience jubilantly shouts out his name over and over again. But his opponent is seething with rage and resentment over his loss. He rises with a sharp movement and throws a large object towards the winner. It turns out that this is a mini-bomb. You need to dodge it as quickly as possible. The silhouette quickly runs away and moves towards the judge's table. A loud and powerful explosion reverberates across the field, illuminating everything around. Christopher, meanwhile, is flying through the air, thrown back by the blast wave. He laughs heartily, not believing that his opponent could survive even now. Suddenly, Mr. Richard appears in front of the main character, having built a certain sphere that protected those inside it. This is an advanced technique of using origin energy. Only warriors above the 6th rank are able to release origin energy from the body to the outside, creating a dome that can hold back all kinds of attacks. Richard turns to check if everything is okay with the guy, and he looks at the gentleman with admiration. He pats the hero on the shoulder and asks him to continue in the same spirit, because he believes in him. Addressing Christopher, the elderly warrior says that the desire to win is a commendable quality, but trying to kill a fellow student without disdaining any methods is too much. He turns to the running secretary, and it turns out that this is the outstanding student who was recommended to him. The man lowers his head, promising that he will definitely be punished for what he did. Observing what is happening, the main character concludes that this gentleman is of a very high rank. The nurse immediately grabs the guy by the arm, but he resists and asks not to touch him. Due to circumstances, the matches are cancelled, so the teacher advises John to rest and gain strength. Standing next to him, the hero decides to find out who Richard is. He himself doesn't know for sure. Most likely he is the scientific director of one of the 5 great academies, who came here to study their educational institution. The protagonist watches the man with admiration and wonders how long it will take him to achieve such strength. Entering the dorm, the guy immediately sits down and opens the system. He received 2 spins, so now he plans to open them. He rejoices and demands that she spin the wheel of fortune. After this, the hero folds his hands in a prayer pose and asks to give him the super prize. The arrow spins and suddenly slowly stops on the weapon. He gets a silver blade skill card, but the guy doesn't need it. The system reports that an excess number of skill cards has been detected. Using any 3 cards of the same rank, the hero can synthesize them into a new combat skill card of the same rank. John's eyes light up. He really likes this new feature. Now the guy has 1 more spin left. He wants to pull out something worthy. He spins his arms wildly, hoping that this time he'll hit the jackpot. When the spin ends, the system congratulates you on receiving the skill card category prize. The main character opens the box he just received. Then, he takes out 3 skill cards, namely Copy Technique, Blade Technique, and Sword Technique. John studies the abilities presented, and comes to the conclusion that the pear-colored Flurry is still the best among all, in terms of speed. He decides to try out the synthesis function with 3 silver cards in his hand. The guy turns to the system, which in response suggests designating the category of ability. The synthesis begins. The screen lights up with bright rays. Once completed, the system will congratulate you on receiving a silver spear skill card called a verdict. The protagonist watches her with a smile and thinks that it sounds cool and daring. He laughs and applies the resulting object to his forehead, not going to waste any time. This is a skill that allows you to turn the enemy's combat skill that was used to attack against him. The strength of the ability directly depends on the power of the reflected attack. Using the skill requires the warrior to spend significant amounts of source energy, and also imposes a strict time frame for repelling an enemy attack. If there is a significant difference with the enemy's rank, repelling is impossible. The hero smiles because others use it differently, and now he has a spear for it. The battle continues, and a girl with a hoop named Lily enters the arena. She is at the 520th level of the rating, watching the enemy with interest. The hero is embarrassed and nervously scratches the back of his head, not understanding how he will fight the girl. She raises her weapon up with a sharp movement, her eyes shining with anticipation. Lily throws a hoop over the protagonist's body, trapping him in her web. She smiles slyly, glad that now the guy won't be able to leave her. The girl leans over and kisses John gently on the cheek, closing her eyes. He doesn't understand what happened, and stands in shock in the same place. At this point, Lily raises her hand up and shouts to the judge that she is going to give up, because she does not intend to fight her idol. The main character still doesn't realize what's happening. He stands silently and watches. People watching him also feel embarrassed and confused. The presenter looks at the departing lady in confusion. Now John has definitely won. Mark rubs his chin resentfully, wondering why he is so unlucky. The nurse immediately loses her temper. How dare this little flirt seduce John in her presence? A friend makes fun of the main character, but he is unhappy with what happened, and is angry at him for this humor. Suddenly someone grabs his outer clothing and pulls him to the side. This is Louise, hugging the guy, kissing the main character on the lips. In shock, John covers his mouth with his hands in fear and becomes indignant. The girl smiles. What else could she do when the guy was kissed on the cheek right in front of her? So she decided to take his first kiss without further ado. The main character feels disappointed, because this is not how he imagined this moment. The nurse soothingly strokes the guy's back. At the moment, there are 25 participants left in the competition. 12 people will go through the next round, and the draw begins. Maximus clasps his hands and thinks that he has once again prepared a worthy treat for the main character. The guy looks at the screen in horror. He was forced to participate in a 3-man battle. In the Academy rankings, a guy named Leo is ranked 10th, and Noise is ranked 12th. The two are on pretty good terms. There's a good chance that a 3-on-1 battle will turn into a 2-on-1 battle. Feeling irritated, the main character rubs the bridge of his nose, because everything about the current situation is not very pleasant. However, if they are not that strong, John will be able to gain the upper hand over them. Now he has a new ace up his sleeve. 3 competitors gather in the 7th arena. The referee asks the guys to get ready. Suddenly, he announces the beginning of the test, and everyone present immediately takes up a combat position. One of them uses a silver skill called 9 Claws Judgment. The other guy activates a full arc concussion as he moves forward. The brunette jumps, attacking the main character first. His accomplice approaches John from the side, trying to hit him, but the guy is no pushover and repels both attacks simultaneously. Sensing an attack, the protagonist squats and bends down, avoiding damage. He activates Phoenix's Majesty and dashes towards one of them. The guy smiles and clicks his tongue, not considering the hero an opponent for himself. He spreads his arms out to the sides and uses a lightning whirlwind, spots playing around him. Confused, the protagonist does not understand how he was able to destroy the greatness of the Phoenix. The opponent explains that his ability creates a high-speed spin that can reflect many attacks from other combat skills. The guys have studied its capabilities, so the greatness of the Phoenix can hold its skill. And since the pear-colored flurry can be directed at one of them, his defeat is a foregone conclusion. The heroes activate their abilities one after another, trying to attack John. The brunette spins his spear at a gigantic speed. It lights up green, filling with energy. People in the stands are discussing what's happening. These are the guy's strongest attacks. Louise is furious, because they have no conscience at all. Not only did they turn against one, but from the very beginning they let their strongest abilities enter. The hero smiles without feeling fear. It turns out that his opponent can repel the attack with combat skills. He explains that he also has this ability, so, at that very second, John swings his spear and activates the acquired skill. At the moment when an attack is directed at him, the hero is already in the dome. The attacker's eyes widen in surprise and he looks at this with shock. Suddenly, the attack he had just been creating comes flying at him. The guy flies out of the arena and another calls out to him in horror. There is only one opponent left. John announces that his time has come. Then, the protagonist activates the blow of accumulated power and a pear-colored flurry, with fast and strong movements, delivering multiple blows. The man moves to the edge of the arena, trying to escape the attack on him. After some time, the main character is left alone on the site. He stands confidently on his feet and grins at what is happening. His opponents are knocked out and unconscious, and now he is out of danger. The judge checks the hero's pulse and condition with a serious look. Eventually, he raises John's hand and congratulates him on his victory. The observer looks at what happened with delight. They are rooting for their friend. Maximus is indignant at the guy's victory, because this was not part of his plans. Joseph, standing behind him, asks for one thing, that he be paired with him in one of the rounds. The man turns towards him in fear and agrees to this adventure. The guy already feels that he will take revenge on the hero for all the suffering he had to endure because of him. He is sure that he will pay him double. There are only 12 people left. The next stage will eliminate another 6. The first pair is announced, namely Joseph and John. The spectators stand up from their seats and discuss this. It is unknown who will win this time, because the strength of both has greatly increased. Only a month has passed, and during this time Joseph managed to rise to the 2nd rank. It seems that doping did not have a serious impact on his improvement. Nobody knows. He practiced for a whole month in such a place teeming with dangers. Mark shouts from the stands and asks his friend to crush the enemy this time. Turning around, the protagonist shows a gesture of agreement, smiling confidently. Suddenly, his younger brother appears next to him, who is completely confident in his relative's victory. The friend, in turn, supports his classmate and does not agree with his statement. The blonde loses his temper, clenching his teeth and fist aggressively. No one could understand the suffering his brother endured on the path to death in order to defeat John. Joseph never thought that a month later they would meet again in the same place. He was ready to kill his opponent. The main character activates the Eye of Analysis. The combat capability is several times greater than that of the first opponent. Although he is tense, He calmly explains that from the moment his father sent assassins after him, he will not know peace until he settles accounts with their clan. Not wanting to wait another second, both students rush forward, ready to fight. They cross their weapons, looking at each other with smiles and aggression. After a couple of seconds, both move to a safe distance. The guy clenches his teeth and tenses up. The power of his opponent's sword is very high. Joseph explains that the instrument cost 100 million to purchase, and was created from a special metal obtained from a blood-red star. For this victory, the guy paid a high price. His blood will become a sacrifice to the bloody demon. But the main character jumps back from the chopping blow at the right moment. He holds the spear in front of him and shouts loudly. Then the guy uses a pear-colored flurry, and his opponent runs from side to side, dodging the attack. Notices that Joseph had mastered the technique of movements. The teacher is shocked. In order to master combat motor skills, a warrior needs to reach the 3rd rank. How did the blonde manage to do this? The brother is completely confident in his relative's victory. He watches what is happening with a smile. Then Joseph uses a silver skill called slashing arc. He quickly raises his sword up. The hero follows the trajectory of the weapon. But that's not all. The blonde swings his fist and is about to deliver another blow. This is a splitting fist technique. The hero flies off in an unknown direction under such pressure. John lands on his feet, jumping away from the attack. He coughs, spitting out blood. Joseph's splitting fist became much more brutal than before as the enemy began to use movement techniques. His overall skill had reached the standards of a 3rd-rank warrior. Then, John grits his teeth, the explosion of anger still recharging. It seems a serious fight is brewing. The blonde man continues to move forward, considering his opponent's attacks weak. The hero clicks his tongue and makes a serious face, without commenting on it in any way. Then, he decides to use the Phoenix's majesty by taking a fighting stance. Watching this, the enemy watches this with pleasure. He is no longer afraid of this skill. He decides to attack back, activating the ability, explaining that in addition to weapons, he also bought a bunch of battle cards. Their abilities intertwine and dance, testing each other's strength. Suddenly, Joseph is surrounded by fiery spots, swirling around, trying to get him. The guy suddenly spreads his arms to the sides, driving away the attack. The teacher and Louise watch the events unfold in horror. The blonde has dispelled the skill. Remaining in place, John notices that for the 2nd time that day, he encounters a combat skill that can dispel his attack. The hero decides to make sure that what is happening is true, so he is going to use his ability again to attack. Then, he activates Pear Blossom Flurry and Phoenix Majesty together, combining these attacks. With a smile, Joseph agrees to check it out. They activate their abilities again, directing them at each other to strike. The hero screams hysterically, straining with all his might. His opponent looks a little more confident, but also tries very hard when activating the skill. Their forces meet again in a dense stream. An explosion goes off, raising dust from the ground. Stopping, John realizes that his opponent is indeed capable of dispelling abilities. Smiling, Joseph chuckles, pleased with himself and his skills. Suddenly he rises into the air, preparing to attack again. The blonde guy cuts through the air with his sword and uses life drain. But in order to defend himself, the main character moves his spear in a circle and repels the attack. A shield appears in front of him, protecting John from attack. Suddenly, his spear breaks into several pieces, stripping in different directions. His defense was broken by the enemy. The hero falls to the ground. Those watching him suddenly rise from their chairs and widen their eyes in worry. The verdict didn't work. John remembers the words of the system. It said that with a significant superiority of the enemy in strength, this is the only case when he is unable to repel the attack. Apparently, Joseph really reached the 3rd rank. The guy quickly catches up with his opponent, stretching his hand with the sword in front of him. The weapon hits the protagonist in the shoulder, piercing the flesh. To protect himself, John activates the accumulated power strike and the ripping fist. He throws the enemy aside, hitting the student's abdomen. Once at a safe distance, the boys raise their heads towards each other. Joseph rubs his face and tells the hero that if he had died from his sword, he would not have had to suffer. He loses his temper and punches John in the jaw. The blonde delivers multiple attacks, intending to break all of his opponent's bones. Mark and the others believe that the protagonist must admit defeat, otherwise he will not survive. But John is not ready to give up. His conscience simply won't allow it. Receiving another attack to the face, his eyes darken. The observers are worried and call out to the main character. The referee immediately stops the fight when the fight reaches a dangerous point. The man shouts to Joseph to see if he can see that the boy has already lost consciousness. The blonde raises his hand. He doesn't like the idea of killing in front of so many people. Even though his opponent survived, he is little different from a cripple. The main character coughs up blood, catching himself thinking that death is surely awaiting him. The system again prompts you to activate the hygiene lock. informing you of the risks. John immediately agrees because he must destroy Joseph's clan at any cost. The initialization of the opening of the genetic lock occurs. All characteristics of the carrier's organism will soon increase. The system also congratulates the owner. The attributes of strength, endurance, and speed are greatly increased. Standing in the arena, the judge prepares to award the victory to Joseph as he begins his speech. Suddenly, a trembling hand rises from behind them. They shout from the stands that the main character is still conscious and ask the presenter to pay attention. When he looks back, John is already on one knee, slowly rising. He smiles, feeling as if every cell in his body is filled with explosive power. Richard thinks about the hero. Just a few months ago, he was a failure on all counts, and now his physical fitness almost reaches the level of third-rank warriors. Those present are surprised by this. This simply cannot be. Joseph considers his opponent annoying. The guy rushes into battle again, using a tearing fist along the way. Then, responding to the attack, the blonde shouts that his skill is no match for the guy. They meet again in battle, touching hands. The clothes on Joseph's limbs begin to tear, and he does not understand where such power came from. His flesh is torn from the inside, ripping through his skin. But inside the blonde there are only metal wires. The hero looks at him in surprise. Did Joseph really make himself a semi-mechanical arm? Thanks to John's efforts, he became a half-human, half-mechanized monster. In order to increase his level of hardening, Joseph went to practice on the path of death. But those monsters damaged all his limbs, and in order to survive, the blonde had to transform like this. Even though the guy now has the rank of a third-rank warrior, this is the limit beyond which he cannot rise. He keeps catching up with the hero. All this happened because of him, so Joseph wants revenge. The guy cuts the air with his sword, but John manages to duck. He responds to an attack by kicking the enemy in the chest if he deserves it. The man flies high into the air above the arena. Finding himself in front of his opponent's face in a moment, he is surprised by the speed of movement. Then John again begins to deliver numerous blows with his fists with quick and accurate movements. The fans of the main character shout even louder, trying to cheer him up. The blonde's brother asks the guy to stop and stop beating his relative, but he no longer hears, delivering a crushing blow to Joseph's jaw. He hits him over and over again, and then throws him backwards onto the surface of the arena. The situation repeats itself again. The judge asks the hero to stop, since the opponent has lost consciousness. Then John rises to his feet, moving away from his opponent. In the end, the host awards victory to the main character by taking him by the hand. Mark screams loudly, rejoicing at his friend's victory. The others are proud of the guy. Joseph's brother looks down and doesn't believe that the hero's strength can be so great. Maximus understands his situation, because John defeated the guy, but Richard is completely delighted with what he saw. The man will remain lying on the ground in the same position. It turns out that he has a syringe with an unknown filling in his hand. Rising to his feet, Joseph raises his hand, intending to stab the protagonist. He suddenly grabs him by the hand and asks him to stop, because the duel is over. The blonde holds a virus in his hands, a drop of which will turn any person into a zombie. The judge yells at Joseph that he is committing a crime and orders him to stop. The guy screams hysterically, smiling creepily, and wants his opponent to turn into a mutant. Then John grins, baring his teeth. The enemy asked for it. He grabs the blonde's hand and brings it to his body, forcibly moving the limb. The needle pierces the neck, entering the flesh and releasing a poisonous liquid inside. Transforming, Joseph asks to stop, but it is too late. The guy watches the enemy from above, since he is mutated. He grabs the remains of the broken weapon, swinging it, preparing to finish off his opponent. The remains of Joseph's body fly off to the side. The guy can no longer be saved. His brother screams hysterically and asks him to stop. A voice appears out of nowhere, ordering him to bring his son's life back. The guy suddenly turns his gaze in that direction, visibly tense. The clan leader activates the ability, attacking John and wishes for his death. But the main character manages to jump to the side, avoiding this. The attacker's eyes glow with aggression and anger. He wants to avenge his son's life. Richard bursts into tears, losing his temper at his father's insolence. He stands in front of John, defends him, and responds to the man's attack. The man pushes the liar aside, who remains in place, confused. After a few seconds, he realizes that there is a 6th-rank warrior in front of him. He begins to justify himself, explaining that John killed his son, so Oliver wants to take him to the police station. Richard, however, continues to defend the hero, saying that he was killed by a mutated zombie for safety reasons, and this is allowed. The father looks at the gentleman with irritation and disappointment. Raising his hand, the warrior orders that Joseph's body be taken away immediately, and the secretary immediately begins to carry out the order. In order to prevent the spread of the virus, the corpse of a person who has turned into a zombie is not allowed to be disposed of as one pleases. Oliver narrows his eyes and slyly watches the men's movements. The guy runs up to Joseph's father. After all the incident happened on the academy's territory, he asks to leave the arena and wait a little while the police finish checking. He will be able to take the body. John approaches Richard and bows respectfully, thanking him for everything. The man believes that every action was not accidental, and if the main character has problems, then the offender will have to go through him. The father continues to silently watch his interlocutors, looking at him angrily. Maximus and his colleague slowly exchange glances, understanding the tension of the situation without words. In the military unit's dormitory, they are discussing the recent battle in full swing. Bobby is not happy for his friend because the clan will probably not let this go so easily. Slamming the door against the wall, Rose enters the room, announcing that they are heading to the academy tomorrow to investigate a mutated zombie that has appeared. The soldiers immediately rise to their feet, accepting the order. Clayton is happy to have the opportunity to help the protagonist, and Bobby also smiles at the news. Of course, the commander also does not miss the opportunity, and the corners of his lips stretch upward, thinking about the guy. Suddenly there is a loud knock at the front door. Just after opening his eyes, the guy gets out of bed and indignantly opens the door. Maximus stands next to the unknown man, explaining to him that people have come to see John. The brunette opens the document and shows it to the hero as evidence, informing him that the guy is suspected of committing murder. The hero smiles and turns to Maximus, asking if it was his idea to send him to the Tower of Light. Hearing this, the man loses his temper and yells at John, because he is talking to him in an inappropriate tone. Then the guy comes closer, insulting Maximus, and adding that such a person cannot have the title of teacher. The policeman immediately raises his hand and orders the argument to end by handcuffing the hero. But the hero has the Order of the First Star, so now only the Federation army can detain him. The man immediately loses his temper, surprised by what he heard. Turning around, Maximus looks at those present with irritation. He raises his hand and accuses the hero of lying, because he is still a good high school student. Remaining in his place, John squints and advises him to consider the consequences. A military SUV pulls up to the entrance, dust rising from its wheels. The sound of boots can be heard, people's feet moving one after another. Rose appears at the door, shouting threateningly that the men have apparently lost their fear. She reports that they dared to attack a Federation soldier who had been awarded an order. Then, Maximus falls into a stupor and looks at the girl in shock, not understanding what is happening. The soldiers immediately take out their weapons, pointing them at them. Those present raise their hands and try to justify themselves by saying that they didn't know. John, smiling, goes to his room. The commander crosses his arms over his chest, about to contact their superiors to find out about the abuse of power. Approaching the main character, Rose smiles widely and puts her hands on his shoulders. Friends approach John from behind. They arrived realizing that the clan would decide to blacken him. A teacher comes out from around the corner who also supports him. The guy is not guilty of anything, but under pressure from the clan, the academy issues decrees like yesterday's incident. And then John loses his temper, loudly asking what the order is. The academy believes that he intentionally injected Joseph, knowing full well that the syringe contained the virus that would eventually cause his mutation. Although it was not intentional murder, it was classified as malicious infliction of bodily harm that indirectly resulted in death. As a result, the hero was decided to be expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, he looks at the papers in fear and screams, not wanting to understand. Unfortunately, the teacher will not be able to help him, but will study whether a transfer to another educational institution is possible. The guy raises his hand, thanks for the effort. But for an expelled student, transferring to another institution is a virtually impossible task. Rose smiles and says that John has been sent an official invitation to join the army. The most beneficial solution in this situation would be to join the army and fight alongside your brothers. And then the hero raises his gaze to a suitable figure. Richard heads towards them, saying that there is another choice. The gentleman is called by name, but the man remains in the same place. He hands the guy a card. Now he will be able to enroll in their educational institution. Friends from the army whisper among themselves. Rose is clearly unhappy that her proposal has been put on the back burner. Suddenly, the girl turns to the soldiers and asks them not to tell anyone about their dialogue. The guys are distracted from their conversation by something on the side. They look in that direction with fear. The hero reads the letter with delight. It is a very influential university. Everyone present is surprised by what they hear, because the place is very prestigious. This university is known as a sacred area. Richard is a teacher responsible for accepting students for a special set. Every year during this period of time he visits places in search of talented students, which provides an opportunity to enter the number of students. The man watched him for a long time. John looks down, afraid that he won't be accepted because of his expulsion. Therefore, this university has a mechanism for accepting students under special circumstances. John will not need to take the final exam. And given his talent, there is no need to study in the third year of high school either. He just needs to come to register on September 1st. The guy lights up with happiness and delight and is definitely getting ready to come. It is unknown where one can find and what can be lost. No one could even imagine that after being expelled, the hero would have such luck. He smiles, introduces his friend, hoping that they will be able to see each other soon. And suddenly, John decides to check if Richard could tell the exact location. He had previously tried to search the network, but there was no information. The man replies that when he reaches the end of the path of death, the boy will be met and taken to the university. People who heard this dialogue were shocked by what they heard. A little worried, John lowers his eyes, crumpling the piece of paper in his hands. The path of death is not a road, but a special area. A place massively populated by zombies and evolved high-ranking beasts. As the name suggests, this is one of the most dangerous areas on the planet, rumored to be home to the strongest beast that has reached rank 10. Also in that place are various secret laboratories, a relic of the war. Richard looks at the future student with trepidation and asks him if he is scared. The protagonist immediately throws aside all fear, answering that he is just excited. He has nothing to fear on the path of death. The more animals and zombies, the more experience points. The man asks his interlocutor what he plans to do next. The guy will first go to the city and get a warrior's license, then go to register. Turning around, the new teacher walks away in an unknown direction and wishes good luck. The hero is immediately surrounded by his friends and acquaintances, congratulating him on this invitation. The soldiers decide to celebrate this achievement by getting drunk. Bobby turns to the teacher and also invites him to join. He wants to invite his friends. The main character doesn't mind, because the more people, the merrier. Clouds are gathering over the city. The sky is darkening. Only the stars light up the streets. The nurse wishes John to fly to the skies. She drinks to the guy. Acquaintances cheerfully clink glasses against each other, creating a kind of ringing sound. Louise says that as soon as the guy gets a job at university, she will come to him sooner. Mary would also like to follow in his footsteps, and will do everything in her power to skip a grade and enter university as soon as possible. The hero is truly a true role model. Mark jokes about the presence of girls around him, and there is also Rose, who is thinking about how to get along with the main character. The girl doesn't appreciate this joke and hits the guy on the head with her fist, threatening him. One of the girls puts her hand on the table and asks him when John is going to go into town. Rose and Louise surround the hero. She offers to give the guy a lift. He replies that he is going to go to the city himself, since he needs to cover the distance and gain experience. Having reached the outskirts of the city of Starlight, the main character follows through the forest. His previous weapon has been shattered into pieces. It can no longer be restored, just in case. He had to buy an ordinary long spear for now. Once John gets his warrior license, he can finally register on the Alliance website and buy a decent weapon. It turns out that he is not alone in this forest. Judging by the aura, these are people. Could someone really have decided to give him experience so quickly? A rustling sound passes behind the main character, and with a sharp movement, it flies past his head. At the last moment, he manages to duck, protecting himself from injury. John's hand lights up with blue flame every second, activating the skill. He strikes in front of him. It's a tearing fist. One of the attackers flies in an unknown direction. Two stand at a distance. They decide to attack, to avenge the young gentleman whom the boy hit. The attacker believes that the hero will not be able to escape from him. But he activates this ability again, and hits the hero with the same type of attack. The guy falls to the ground, groaning in pain. His accomplice turns his head towards him in fear. He had a rather weak aura, but his strength was very terrifying. The hero gets to his feet. Apparently the attackers really have nothing better to do. It turns out that these are people from Joseph's clan, who still can't understand that he cannot be defeated. People run en masse towards the target, shouting. The hero uses the Phoenix's majesty. His spear and hands catch fire. Enemies are immediately sent flying under the pressure of the energy that was directed at them. It seems that the small attackers are finished, and now it is time for the big fish to show themselves. The man stands to the side, clutching a gun in his hand. Is it true that so many people were unable to deal with a high school student? This is Joseph's father. He is aggressively disposed and is preparing to attack. The men meet on the battlefield, stand opposite each other at a safe distance and wait for the attack. The enemy brings the blade to his face. Today he is ready to pay for the death of his son. The main character looks at him with a smile and promises to help him go to his relative so that he won't be so lonely. With a slashing blow, the man swings his sword towards John. To defend himself from the attack, the boy places the handle of his spear in front of the enemy's weapon. He uses a pear-colored flurry to strike the enemy with sharp movements. But the man manages to dodge each of the stabbing attacks. Behind him, dents appear in the wood from the force used to strike. It turns out that John is actually quite strong. He made 5 instant strikes, and each of them contains the power of the second-rank peak. He squints his eyes and watches what is happening with interest. For a man, these are childish tricks. While continuing to use his weapon, he activates a silver skill called Moonheart Execution. The protagonist notices the impressive power of the sword. There are still 3 minutes left before the recharge of the explosion of anger. He needs to hold out until that time. The father loses his temper when he sees that his opponent has dodged the attack. Then, he activates the ability 3 times, running towards him. John recharges the Phoenix's majesty. Everything around him burns with fire. The forces touch in the middle and act on each other. After this, multiple explosions occur due to the excess energy. There is a fire burning around. The man remains in the center of smoke and the elements. Then he takes it all in and twists it around his hand and weapon. Seeing what is happening, John watches in surprise. The attacker thanks the fire. Now nature will be able to make his attack much more powerful. The enemy decides to activate the golden skill. His eyes turn white. Bright spots swirl around his hand. At this moment, the lights are burning all around. He directs the attack towards the enemy. The main character is in a hopeless situation, because he will not be able to dodge at this moment. Then John grits his teeth and decides he needs to hold on. To avoid dying, he activates a skill that can reflect an attack towards the enemy. A wall in the form of a shield appears in front of him, which protects the hero from this. It seems like the guy is starting to get the hang of it. He looks up with effort. The man does not understand how this could happen, and does not believe his own eyes. When bent, the weapon begins to crack in the middle, at the bend. Therefore, the hero receives the damage that the golden skill inflicts, and then flies in an unknown direction. He hits the rock hard, splitting it with his body. Now John has lost even his weapon. I wonder if he will be able to continue fighting. Les can pierce the hero's shoulder, painfully cutting through the flesh. The attacker looks at him with anger and indignation, wishing only for death. But the main character holds the blade of the sword with his hand to prevent injury. It seems like his ability is already charged. Now it's time to get started. He immediately activates an explosion of anger, becoming many times stronger than he was before. The enemy's eyes widen in shock at what he saw. Finally, it's John's turn. He uses the ripping fist to attack. The guy hits his opponent in the chest with all his might, and his weapon flies away. He failed to notice John taking the drugs, and did not feel any flows of energy from the origins of using special combat skills. Suddenly, the man realizes something. The guy continues his attack. Lightning plays around. The opponent sits down on his knees, grimacing in pain and disappointment. The hero slowly approaches him, and decides to pick up the man's weapon. He doesn't believe that he can die, because he is the head of a clan that will never let his murder go unpunished. But these people always treated him with disdain. John tells the attacker that he is entering university. Then, the interlocutor falls into even greater shock, because he wanted to be excluded. A third-rate family can't even dream of reaching the heights that the hero will reach in the future. With a sharp movement, John delivers the final blow, and the third-rank warrior is finally destroyed. Having experienced a sharp decrease in strength, the guy exhales, because he managed to do everything as needed. But be that as it may, the path that awaits him ahead will be even more dangerous. Finding himself in a forest area, near destroyed buildings, the hero decided to make a short stop. He needs to increase his efforts, because when his combat capability reaches 2,000, he will become a third-rank warrior. When that moment comes, he will be able to improve his movement techniques, and his combat potential will become an order of magnitude higher. And it turns out that he has accumulated 4 rotations. Opening the window, John doesn't understand why he sees only question marks in front of him. The system congratulates you on the opportunity to participate in the lottery. It turns out that there is a chance of receiving multiple winnings. The guy is waiting for the fastest stop on the field, interested to see what will happen. When the arrow stops, John watches the wheel with interest, intrigued by the final win. It turns out that he receives a large amount of abnormal crystal. Multicolored stones lie near John. He examines them. Now they are of no use, but later he will be able to sell them for a tidy sum. Having put the loot in his backpack, the hero decides to continue spinning, seeing what happens next. The system congratulates you on receiving the legendary weapon called the Blood Moon. Holding in his hand the gloves, which are made of soft metal, John is sincerely happy to receive it, because it is not like everything else. Now, hand-to-hand combat technique is the only thing he can use besides spear technique. This weapon is just perfect for the destructive fist. His spear was broken, and the hero is not yet accustomed to old Oliver's sword. Now these gloves are like rain during a drought for him. Distracted, John returns to the wheel and points his finger, asking to continue while he has such luck. When he stops, he wins a massive amount of combat skill cards. The main character has a large number of abilities in his hands, but none of them are related to the spear technique. So the ones he has are of little use. After some thought, he decides to send 3 cards into synthesis, wanting to get the most beneficial ability. Now John has a sky-bearing skill for his weapon. I got a silver one from the bronze cards. It seems that I can get a gold one from the rest. If necessary, I can sell it. While examining the card he won, he notices that the ability is similar to the accumulated power strike, so it doesn't bring any benefit. The main character continues to synthesize cards, improves them, looking for the best option. The system congratulates him all the time. Even if something went wrong, he is clearly unhappy with the chosen words. Now John has 6 silver cards in his hands, and only has 2 attempts to synthesize them. He folds his hands in a prayer pose, hoping that everything will go well. The system congratulates its owner again, who happily raises his gaze. The system once again says that the synthesis of silver category combat skill cards has failed. Hearing this, the main character loses his temper and starts shouting at the screen, demanding that everything he invested be returned. He begins to bow and asks the system to successfully complete the synthesis next time. After a couple of seconds, John already presses the button and begins to combine abilities. The process happens and the system gives the guy a gold spear skill card, which he is incredibly happy about. The fall of the Milky Way is in the speed, as well as the rapid flow of a colossal amount of energy. Despite the fact that the warriors of the second rank are not able to improve the golden combat skills, John is happy, because sooner or later he will still reach the 3rd level. He has one last spin left, so the hero decides to take a chance and hopes that the system will be able to convince him. At that very second, a box with a gift for rapid growth of the 2nd degree appears in front of him. It contains weights, each of which weighs more than 40 kilograms. The hero reluctantly puts on the equipment and agrees to endure for the sake of 50 stat points. When the rapid growth system starts, the hero feels the full weight of the weights, but he still has a long way to go. Someone is running. The grass rustles under their feet. They are chasing after him. An unknown guy runs away from a 2nd-rank clawed black bear. He tries to cover his tracks by following a zigzag line. Suddenly, John appears in front of him, attacking the beast using a melee skill. After this, the main character continues to follow towards his goal. The legendary weapon he obtained greatly increased the power of the ripping fist, which was why he was able to defeat the 2nd-rank beast so easily. A guy runs up to John from the side, thanking him for his help. His name is Luke. Heading towards the beast, the hero also shares his name. The new acquaintance does not understand how he killed the mutant while having the aura of a warrior candidate. It turns out that the guys are heading to the city to get a warrior license. During the dialogue, John activates the Eye of Analysis and notices that Luke is a 1st-rank warrior. A group of people running towards him are worried about their friend. Luca rolls his eyes, explaining that he only ran away from the bear because he was tired from fighting. Then the guy introduces John because thanks to him, he stayed alive. Since people are heading to the city for the same purpose as the hero, Luca suggests that they follow together so that they can help each other in case of danger. Embarrassed, the hero lowers his eyes and agrees to this proposal. Rubbing his face, Luca explains that there are 5 of them in the company. But there is another person they met along the way, although his manners are not very good. He points to a silhouette on the tree and adds that he was talking about this young princess. At this moment, a girl is having lunch. Her name is Camilla. After a few moments, she deftly descends to the ground, stepping on the ground with her shoes, introducing herself once again. The girl cuts off her palms and asks her interlocutor his name. As Camilla approaches, the hero noticeably tenses up, but tells her the forbidden information. She believes that he has good strength and meets the criteria for the girl to accept John as a student. Smiling broadly, Camilla asks if the hero would like to join the ranks of her students. Luca whispers to the hero that their acquaintance began with the same topic. John in turn clarifies how old the girl is. Turning around, he begins to leave. Because he is not ready to become her student, he thinks about Camilla's eccentricity. The sun is high above the horizon. The bones of unknown people remain lying on the ground unused. Frightened, Luca looks at them, not understanding why there are so many remains. Taking one of the bones, John examines them and concludes that they are the work of 2nd-rank man-eating birds. These are predatory evolved birds that live in flocks and attack people. One of the team doubts what was said, not believing in the hero's knowledge, because it could probably be a large mutant. Then the girl looks at him and proves what he said by the fact that there are traces of birds' beaks on the bones. The guy gets angry when he hears insults directed at him. Camilla breathes out peacefully. As she approaches John, she smiles widely at him, once again telling him that he is the perfect student. A bird circles high in the sky above them, and people immediately raise their heads and pay attention to the enemy that has appeared. With quick wing beats, she catches up with the warriors and lets out a frightening cry. Reacting instantly, the guy sends the dagger towards her. The weapon hits its target, cutting off the creature's head. Clicking his tongue, he clearly expected more from a second-rank beast. Continuing to look up, the protagonist is sure that this is only the beginning. There are more and more mutants in sight. The birds scream and move quickly towards the target. Then, John already activates the skill in his fist and prepares to attack as soon as the monster gets closer. He uses a ripping fist, directing it towards the target. The hero punches the air, engulfing most of the creatures in a blast wave. Standing behind him, Camilla excitedly shouts that John now fits her criteria even more. Turning around, he asks to stop talking about it and offers to demonstrate his own strength. She asks if the girl kills all the birds. Will he agree to become her student? Pushing off the ground, she abruptly heads towards the birds. John tries to stop her, but it seems to be too late. Becoming more serious, Camilla charges forward, activating her skill. Watching her, the main character immediately feels a murderous aura. Wondering who the girl is, she cuts off the heads of the creatures with sharp movements, quickly rushing past them. Feathers and body parts are flying everywhere, and the squeals of animals can be heard all around. Falling to the ground, Camilla puts her swords behind her back, raising dust from the ground from the fall. Turning in his direction, the girl smiles broadly and asks John if he is ready to become her student in that case. Luca is surprised, because she destroyed the entire flock in an instant. The hero thinks about the girl's strength. Two guys are asking where they can buy such ordinary blades as hers. Turning around, Camilla explains that they cannot be found because her mother forged the weapons for her. John doesn't understand how the two can't realize that her tools aren't actually supernatural. The reason Camilla cut those birds down with such ease is because of her strength. One of those present does not understand where the abnormal crystal went in these birds. Having shown the guy the bag, the girl asks if this is what they are talking about. At this moment, the hero thinks even more deeply, because his companion, while killing birds, managed to collect jewelry, and in such a way that none of them noticed it. Turning to John, the girl calls him a student and offers to take the crystal for herself. She wouldn't mind giving it to her boyfriend as a gift, as it would be in honor of her official introduction to her student. There's clearly something wrong with this girl's head. We're talking about several dozen anomalous second-rank crystals that can be sold for a considerable amount, and she parted with them so easily. And she decides to absorb them herself. Camilla has no desire to give them to others anyway. Taking the gems in her hands, the girl tenses up and activates the skill. Everything around lights up in a purple color. After which, she throws the bag aside and moves on. Turning in her direction, John continues to think. There were several dozen of them. Camilla chose them in almost an instant. In addition to enormous power, she has already achieved such a frightening progress in the technique of improvement, based on the absorption of normal crystal. The boys look at the jewelry with disappointment. For these minerals, they were ready to become students without hesitation. The defeated enemy is, after some time, roasted on the grill. Sitting next to the girl, the main character begins a dialogue, asking if she has never tried barbecue made from the meat of evolved animals. Turning to the boys, the guys wish them a bon appetit and ask them not to rush, because there is now enough meat for everyone. While John is in dialogue with Camilla, he activates the analysis and notices that the girl has the 4th rank. System analysis couldn't determine her strength, meaning she's almost on the same level as one of the previous enemies. Suddenly, the girl makes a frightened face and turns noticeably pale. It seems that she is becoming ill. She falls to her knees, as if all the strength had been sucked out of her body in an instant. Turning to her, John watches with fear, assuming that the girl might have overeaten. His eyes wide open, he senses something and is surprised. Falling to his knees, he feels it too. His body stops obeying him completely. Then the main character turns to the guys and asks them whether this feeling is the work of those present. Sweating from the strain, Camilla asks her fellow travelers if they poisoned the meat. Approaching the people, the guys explain that they are not murderers, but just want to save up some money. Luca secretly added Arlen to their shashlik, which is a kind of liquid without color or smell. Just a couple of drops can completely drain the strength of a first-rank warrior for a short time. This drug only works against entry-level fighters, so its power is not great. However, it can only be purchased on the black market. Smiling, the guy boldly raises his eyes towards his opponents. Apparently, the large expenses clearly do not frighten them. Considering their strength, the guys don't run into those who are higher in level than them, so they can only attack warriors. Every year many people pass along this road who go to the city to get a license. As for the expenses, it is the easiest thing to cover them. It is enough to just meet a couple of people like them. The guy squats down, bringing the blades to John's face. His combat gloves are clearly not simple things. They are probably legendary weapons. He asks to give them to him. And he's also very interested in the backpack. There are probably a lot of valuables stored there. Turning his head towards Camilla, he continues the dialogue, now addressing her. His gaze slides over her body. He playfully watches the girl's curves. He puts his hand on her face, asks her to give him her blades and equipment, then is about to do something to her. John, smiling broadly, says that they will have nothing because the smell of meat attracted the uninvited guest here. The silhouette of a huge animal appears behind the guys. Turning around, people immediately recognize the evolving beast by its eyes. They are blood-colored. The creature opens its mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp fangs. The wolf immediately jumps up from his place, piercing the neck of one of the guys present. Luke was clearly unhappy with this. He couldn't let his guard down. The survivors immediately activate their abilities, beginning to attack the creature. The wolf suddenly lunges to the side, bouncing off all skills thrown at him. The beast is extremely agile. It is necessary to attack it by surrounding it, one of them commands. Luca's body is shaking. He is breathing heavily, because he put a lot of effort into the previous attack. Frightened, someone realizes that 3 people are no match for the mutant. Turning towards the powerless warriors, something comes to his mind. Running towards Camilla and John, the guy hopes that now the wolf will change its focus to the heroes. He moves his legs quickly, following a deliberate trajectory. Jumping over John's body, Luke laughs and hopes that the creature will now attack him. The wolf continues to move forward, its mouth wide open. Then the main character grins and clicks his tongue, confident in his own luck. He gets up and uses a ripping fist to attack the oncoming mutant. Finding himself opposite him, he begins to conduct a dialogue. The beast's defense is not bad. It is not for nothing that he is a third-rank monster. Surprisingly, his head did not burst under the onslaught of his ability. Rising from the bushes, Luca is shocked to find that John is able to fight, but the boy is a rank 2, and the drug is designed to combat the rank 1. Confused, Luca asks why he needs to go to the city if he should have gotten his license a long time ago. Raising his hand to his face, the hero comes up with an excuse about his family not having much money. While he is talking to his interlocutor, the wolf sneaks up from behind, trying to attack. John turns sharply to the mutant, holding the wolf's paw with his hands, protecting it from attack. The creature flaps its claws, trying to injure its opponent. Looking down at his body, the hero thinks that because of the kit, he will not be able to realize his power at all. Then, turning to the girl, John begins to shout at Camilla, because she is also pretending. She looks at him and smiles, because she knew that this was far from all his abilities. But apparently the time had come to support her student. Rising from the ground, she explains that she did not go to the city to get a license. The girl stands on the ground and confidently says that her goal was to fulfill the duties of an examiner. John's eyes widen, and she can't believe that this is a real teacher standing in front of her. While the boys are arguing, the animal watches from the side. After realizing this, the beast immediately pounces on the girl in order to tear her to pieces. She just smirked, took out her swords and headed towards the target. She likes fights. Activating the silver skill and directing it towards her feet, the girl bounces off the ground upwards. Then, with sharp movements, she cuts through space and cuts off the mutant's tail. Turning to John, she asks if her speed is good. But the hero, who was watching what was happening, was unhappy, because it was necessary to cut off the neck, and the technology did not give anything. After hearing this, Camilla clicks her tongue, because she simply set an example for her student. Confidence and bloodthirstiness are visible in her eyes. She asks to look carefully at what will happen. Activating her new ability, she quickly rushes between the creature and slices it. Stopping after the attack, an explosion rushes behind her, blowing everything in different directions. She distributed the energy of the origins simultaneously in her legs and blades, thereby significantly increasing her own speed and the power of the twin blades. The energy of the origins can apparently be used in a similar way. With the attack finished, Camilla turns to the bandits. It's time to settle their issues. The guys and girl watching what was happening were dumbfounded by the realization of how strong their opponents were. People come up to her and kneel down, beg for mercy, and promise that no one else will dare to behave like that. Looking at them, the girl frowns and remains silent, waiting for further developments. A second later, her hand rises up, cutting the face of Luca, who was previously sitting in front of her. The survivors look at what is happening in horror, not daring to say a word. The warriors again ask for mercy, swearing that they will change. No one would want to die like this. Sighing, Camilla explains that John saved this guy, and he, despite this, deliberately tried to use him as bait for the mutant, tried to harm her student. She herself is not eager to kill other people, but this guy repaid the kindness with black ingratitude. Having spared the others, the girl asks them not to be seen by her, so the guys get up and leave the crime scene. Left alone, the hero sighs and pities the killed Luke, looking at him from his own height. Camilla believes that a murderer cannot be shown mercy, and being a warrior, John cannot show a lady's mercy. But the main character explains that he is sorry that he did not deal with him personally. But in reality, it is only a matter of experience points. Stretching, Camilla sighs. Their business needs to be resolved now that the couple is finally alone. The guy wipes his hands, smirks, and starts joking about the romantic things between them. The girl swings her arm, slaps him, and points out that there should be respect for the teacher. Rubbing the place of the blow, the protagonist explains again that he did not agree to become a student. Apparently, John has a skill that can suppress power, because Camilla feels that his abilities are not limited to what she sees now. Hearing this, he tries to deny it, changes the subject, but if the other person doesn't want to talk, he can hide this information. Having the opportunity to ask questions of his new acquaintance, John immediately bombards her with questions of interest, such as how old this girl is. She is a 4th-rank warrior, truly an examiner. But during the exam, the hero cannot expect any special attention from her. But age cannot be revealed, since it is every girl's secret. However, if he becomes her student, the lady will teach him everything she knows while they are on their way to the city. And when they arrive, he will certainly receive a warrior's license. The girl continues to achieve her goal, asking whether the interlocutor has a teacher, and whether he thinks that Camilla is stronger than him. Having received a negative answer, she offers to fight, and if she wins, the hero will become her student. She will suppress her strength to the level of a 1st-rank warrior that he currently displays, and will also not use weapons. Adjusting his gloves, the hero agrees, but in his thoughts, he is only going to teach the girl a lesson. Camilla raises her finger and beckons him towards her. Without thinking, John uses the first skill. The air around him starts to spin. The guy runs up and activates his ripping fist, channeling the power into his arm. The girl also swings, not at all afraid of her enemy. Then, the main character thinks for a moment that if Camilla decided to resist his tearing fist, then there is a chance of tearing his hand. The boys' fists collide with each other, acting on each other. Once they are as close as possible, the opponents freeze in their attack for a moment. The hero is shocked to feel the incredible power emanating from the girl. Camilla's abilities are too high, so she pushes her opponent high into the air. Watching him, she puts her palm to her forehead and watches the flight path of the defeated guy. After some time, the forces of gravity lower the main character back to the ground. Once on the ground, John will lose his face. His limbs will hurt and ache greatly from the blow he received. Approaching him, Camilla asks if she convinced him to become her student, but the guy does not know how she did it. She is ready to teach him, but first it is necessary to clearly and distinctly call her a teacher. Despite her age, she really has high skill, and the lady managed to smash the tearing fist. The girl is really superior in strength. Embarrassed, the main character turns to the side and still decides to call the girl his teacher. She asks to repeat what was said louder, because it was too quiet and Camilla could not hear what was said. Shaking with irritation, the guy asks not to overdo it. Then she laughs loudly, but in John's opinion she doesn't look like the master at all. Turning to him, the girl smiles widely and promises to stop teasing him. Now, she is ready to explain why his recent blow did not withstand the heroine's hand. The reason is that the method by which John uses the powers of the source is fundamentally flawed. Turning to him, she asks him to look carefully at what is happening. She extends her hand forward, uses her force to direct it towards the stone, and then throws it in front of her. A solid object crashes into a rocky structure with great force. Small cracks appear on the object, left by the thrown stone. Despite the fact that after the infusion by the power of the sources the hardness of the stone increased, it still remained as it is. After infusing power, its hardness can increase by a maximum of 50%, so after impact, the object crumbles into dust. But if you pour energy not only into the stone, but also cover it from the outside, the result may change. The girl takes the stone again and throws it in the same direction. Now the object destroys the boulder, scattering its parts to the sides. The stone is still affected by the power of the source. Covering it with a pink color, it glows, teeming with the energy invested. Now he realized that if one wanted to realize the power of the origins to the maximum, it did not need to be poured into the weapon. Improvement techniques allow warriors to draw energy from the cosmos and concentrate it in their bodies, part of which they use to strengthen their muscles, skeleton, internal organs, and even cells, and the other part they accumulate in their bodies. It is this part that is called the power of origins. The warrior pours the power of origins into his weapon, thereby comprehensively increasing its quality indicators. But even having become harder, the weapon is not able to free itself from the quality properties of the matter from which it was created. But when, Using the power of origins, its surface is covered. Everything changes. Namely, the higher the power of origins, the greater the power the weapon is able to release. The guy can't understand why then he doesn't notice any changes in the blade that she is now holding in her hands. All he sees is a pale layer of origin power on its surface. Apparently, John has never used the ability in front of his own eyes. The girl suggests trying to do it. Closing his eyes and getting into a comfortable position, the protagonist concentrates on activating the skill. He tries to perform this action by straining even more, and suddenly, his eyes light up with a blue fire. The activation was successful. Looking at the newly minted teacher, the boy suddenly realizes that by doing this, it is possible to more clearly see the power of the origins of other people. Looking with the naked eye, he can only see a faint glow emitted at the moment of the explosion of origin power. The origin power of warriors from the 1st to the 3rd ranks is blue, from the 4th to the 6th is purple, and from the 7th to the 9th is orange. Anything above the 9th glows gold, and when faced with an enemy, the hero will be able to determine his strength based on the color. This blade was indeed forged by Camille's mother, but the material it is made of is quite ordinary. Its market value is approximately 10 to 20,000 in Alliance currency. But if a girl covers it with the power of origins, then the sharpness will be comparable to a weapon whose market value is several tens of millions. However, if she freely applies the power of origins exclusively inside the weapon, it can wear out quite easily. John doesn't understand why warriors try to get high-quality weapons. In response, the girl smiles understandingly. To maintain balance, the weapon must be both coated with the power of the sources and poured inside. Each weapon has different quality indicators. Despite the outer coating of the power of the origins, each blow and the vibrations it creates can cause damage to the internal part of the weapon. Low-level weapons have low-quality indicators of the internal part. It is much easier to damage it when struck than high-rank weapons. Suddenly, the boy was struck by a thought. Before their fight, Camilla said that she would suppress her power to the level of a 1st-rank warrior. But the power of the origins that she poured into her fist and covered its surface was not at all at the level of a 1st-rank warrior. Rubbing the back of her head, the girl is embarrassed. It seems he is right. Hearing this, the main character gets angry, because she cheated, and in this case the bet cannot be counted. Camilla explains that he called her a teacher, so he can no longer change his mind, but asks him not to worry. Their cooperation will not turn out badly for him. She hands John her blade and suggests that he try to wrap the power of the origins around him. Taking the weapon into his hand, he examines it, preparing to activate the skill. At first, the guy directs the power only into his hand holding the dagger. Straining even harder, the hero glares at the weapon, his forehead covered in sweat. Having let go of the attempt, he realizes that it is much more difficult. Now he managed to cover only 1 part out of 5. The girl encourages him, explains that this is not such an easy task even for 3rd-rank warriors. Looking at him, Camilla thinks that she has a real talent in front of her. The hero thinks about the past, and catches himself thinking that Oliver did not use such a technique during their fight. Returning to his studies, he decides that he simply must learn this skill. The night came to an end. The sun rose above the horizon, illuminating everything around. The girl sits over the unsuspecting sleeping hero. Suddenly he opens his amber eyes and notices what is happening. Finding herself caught, Camilla jumps back, frightened by this. The hero grabs himself with his hands and asks not to touch him, because he is not one of those with whom you can be without any ceremony. Hearing this, the girl loses her temper, screaming and explaining that she noticed that John's clothes had restored themselves, and then she decided to check, but suddenly noticed that the guy was wearing weights. Stopping, Camilla praises the hero, who at that moment rubs the aching areas of his head after the blow. After this, the girl gets up and suggests starting today's workout. With the help of weights, their activity will be simply perfect. The goal will be to reach the nearby mountain before dark. John sighs and says that he studied the map and the hill is hundreds of kilometers away. Walking forward, Camilla smiles and asks to accompany the young lady on such a difficult adventure. Then, the main character stretches his hand forward, reminding us that he has weights on him. Suddenly, he turns around at the approaching noise. Several dozen man-eating birds fly towards John, preparing to attack. He suddenly pulls the sword from behind his back, drawing the weapon. Stopping in front of the enemy, the main character swings and cuts off the bird's head. At the same moment, he will be able to get the anomalous crystal from the mutant's body. Continuing to run, Camilla shouts after the student to kill the danger by continuing to move forward. The birds attack the hero with great enthusiasm, screaming and opening their beaks. The girl gives him a task to deal with the attack as he runs. Stopping is prohibited. Suddenly turning around, John finds himself face to face with the impending danger. But, without stopping, he moves on and cuts off the creature's head. Camilla gave a test of accuracy, speed, and reaction speed. Now the student needs to determine the location of the crystal and remove it. The guy gets angry, because running away, killing them, and also taking out the jewelry seems impossible to him. He sees the impending danger before Camilla and warns her. Then, the lady pulls out the blades from behind her back and is going to prove that it can be done. As she continues on her way, she waves her arms and deals with all the birds. The anomalous crystal flies through the air until it is picked up. She explains that John only needs to achieve unity in speed, accuracy, and reaction speed. Turning to the student, Camilla opens her palm and shows the boy the precious stones. The hero tries to do as the girl asked and delivers an accurate blow. But in front of his face, the crystal shatters into small pieces. The guy doesn't give up, continuing to try again and again. But he can't make an accurate cut. Breathing heavily, he sits down on the ground, speaking of extreme fatigue. Throwing his head back, John asks for a rest, since they have already run quite a long distance. Turning to the teacher, he asks why the birds attacked only him. Smiling wryly, she admits that she rubbed John's clothes with something that attracts these birds. Hearing this information, the hero opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy starts frantically examining his clothes and sniffing the fabric. Realizing the sincerity of her dreams, John confirms the presence of a strange smell. It seems the lady has gone too far. Standing up, Camilla explains that this was done for his development, and now they are moving towards the mountain without stopping to rest. The guy throws his head back, offended. It's obvious that only 2 minutes have passed. John looks up tiredly and smiles crookedly at the girl. She's not joking, holding her blade to his neck and pointing viciously, telling him that he should listen to her. Slowly getting up, the guy agrees. He leans heavily and holds onto his legs. Opening the system, John notices that after his morning run, the progress has increased to 6,000. At this rate, he will be able to complete the task before reaching the city. Noticing movement to the side, the hero discovers birds approaching again. Despite some doubts about Camilla's methods, he cannot deny their effectiveness. Holding the anomalous crystal he had obtained, he felt his speed and accuracy steadily increase. The sunset is gathering in the sky and animals are slowly crawling into their holes. Already completely unable to feel his legs from fatigue, the hero laughs hysterically. He has finally reached his goal. As he lands on the ground, John is outraged by the route he had to take. Approaching him, the girl does not understand why he is indignant, because she herself has run thousands of kilometers. Turning towards the landscape, Camilla adds that there are ruins in front of them, and they will go there to make camp for the night. The hero yawns from exhaustion, continuing to breathe heavily as a dart is aimed at his head from behind. Fortunately, the girl manages to discover this and fights off the danger with her dagger. Then John turns around in fear, covering his mouth with his hand. Camilla encounters enemies who have been following them for 5 hours and only now decided to attack. The brunette was not at all surprised that she managed to notice their presence. Their plans were to deal with the main character when he was completely exhausted, and then take on her. The guy realizes that he didn't notice their aura the whole way. If it weren't for Camilla, he would have probably died. These are brothers known for attacking warriors in the Starlight area for the purpose of robbery. The Federation has declared the men wanted, and the reward for their heads is approximately 50 million. The brunette smiles confidently. Hearing about himself, he did not expect that the date was familiar with them. As they head into the attack, the hero discovers that the men are 4th rank. Gritting his teeth tighter, John realizes that the fight promises to be difficult, since he is of a lower rank. Coming closer, Camilla asks to watch carefully how she will use the power of the origins in this fight. The power of the girl's source energy is many times greater than the strength of the guys she met. A long-haired brunette with a smile on his face catches up with his opponent, preparing to attack. At that very moment, Camilla, without thinking, wounds the attacker with a sharp swing of her blades. After which, she pushes the man aside with her foot. His brother also decides to approach the lady in order to try to teach a lesson and avenge his brother. He comes closer, his hands and weapons glowing with the power of the source. Giggling, Camilla intercepts it with her blade and asks if this is her opponent's maximum power. She thrusts her hand forward, plunging the blade into the enemy's flesh. Brother yells at an ally to activate a joint combat skill. After a few moments, the men straighten out and run next to each other. One of them boasts that the power of their combined skill can be equal to that of a 5th-rank warrior. The second one moves forward with great enthusiasm, trying to attack his opponents. The brunette bounces off the ground as the second brother tightens his grip on the handle of his weapon. They skillfully activate their ability by taking the required location. The blade splits in two, hovering in the sky. An incredible power can be felt emanating from them. Then, the brunette, enjoying the fight, launches small arrows into the ring. As they pass through the circle, there are more and more of them. As a result, the boys are rained down with deadly attacks. John watches what is happening with fear. This is what a combined skill looks like, which requires 2 or more people. Despite the strange name, the power of the ability is considerable. Clicking her tongue, the girl looks up and smiles with satisfaction, because for her these are childish tricks. Crossing her blades, she uses a defensive skill. The guys are surrounded by a protective ball. Now, all attacks flying at them become useless, because the arrows fall all around, without having time to wound. Looking at what is happening, John is shocked. Is the girl really at the 6th rank? He had heard that some high-level warriors, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, were able to forcibly shrink their body in this way, achieving a rejuvenating effect. I wonder if it is likely that Camilla is not a young lady, but an adult woman. Having jumped to the ground, the guys do not understand where such a fighter came from, because only weak warriors should walk along this path. Smiling sweetly, Camilla decides that it is time for her to begin her attacks. Taking hold of the blades, the girl immediately activates the golden skill. Her hands glow yellow. As she finishes the phrase with the name of the ability, she smiles smugly. Against the backdrop of an orange sunset, bloodstains and human remains fly off. Seeing this, John is horrified. Apparently this is what the power of a 6th-rank warrior looks like. Her enemies were defeated in the blink of an eye. Coming closer, the hero notices that the fighters are still alive. I wonder if they will give him experience. John moves awkwardly towards his target and raises his sword. He thrusts the weapon into the enemy with a sharp movement. Turning to the student, Camilla watches him questioningly. The guy has such hobbies as well. Frozen in the same pose, he does not understand why nothing happened. Apparently the system does not work that way. Suddenly, he receives a notification that John has received over 3 million experience for both warriors, and has risen to level 16. The girl looks at the students with apprehension, and asks them not to tell her that after running he had brain fatigue. The hero sheepishly asks if it is possible for him to deal the finishing blows to the girl's enemies. She rolls her eyes and says that if he wants to earn some pocket money, then let him go kill himself. The fact that the boys came across criminals for whom the federal government has put a reward is pure chance. Because the reward just happened to be at hand, Camilla does not understand how he has the conscience to try to appropriate this pittance for himself. The hero, making an offended face, listens to everything, but his experience points are nowhere near the money. Suddenly, the system sends a message about a system error being detected, and the correction process starts. The carrier has inflicted less than 40% of the damage to a warrior who is at a high level relative to the carrier. For this reason, the amount of experience learned will be 1/10 of the total. So the carrier's level is reduced to level 15, and the characteristic points are removed. The hero speaks out loud to the system, which informs him that due to the detection of an error, the carrier receives a reward in the form of 3 spins. The carrier's 16th level will be saved. Noticing this, Camilla is truly frightened by the student's condition, but he denies everything. In that case, the girl suggests continuing to run in order to reach the city by tomorrow before dark. Having collected the meat, the boys light a fire and cook it to replenish their strength. The girl pounces on the prepared food. Then John decides to voice his question and asks if she has tried it before. He looks at Camilla and asks her not to rush. Looking up, the girl is indignant in her tone. As punishment after dinner, they will go to evening training. Since they will reach the city tomorrow, they cannot miss the opportunity to improve their skills. Looking suspiciously at the girl, John asks if the girl will deliberately put a spoke in his wheel during the exam. She waves her hand and says that she can't be so careless. Today, the hero will continue to train his control of the power of origins. Having given him her weapon, the girl asks to cover the blade with energy. He does it well, then asks to cover his body with power. Looking at him from the side, she smirks. His abilities are not up to par. The girl smiles, clenching her hand into a fist. His progress should be tested with an attack, after which the girl hits the hero in the stomach. The guy's face contorts in pain and surprise. He bounces in the opposite direction, hitting a tree he encounters on the way. At this point, an explosion occurs from the collision of 2 objects. Getting up, the protagonist loses his temper, assuming that the girl wants him dead. Smiling broadly, she asks if he felt his defenses strengthen. Stopping, the heroes think. Because if the girl hadn't said so, he really wouldn't have noticed something like that. The force of Camilla's blow was quite high. Logically, he should have been injured. But he only feels a little pain. Right now, the protagonist's energy is still quite weak. As it becomes stronger, covering his body with the power of the origins will provide him with even greater protection. A special part of their evening training will involve taking beatings. Hearing this, the main character is seriously frightened and looks at his interlocutor with wide eyes. He doesn't have time to react when a fist flies into his face. Then the guy starts running from tree to tree, trying to avoid new attacks, asking for mercy. John is offended and indignant because he asked not to touch his face. The girl is going to somehow make amends. Then the interlocutor laughs and offers to pay with his body. Stopping, the girl raises her hand and hits the hero in the face again. Suddenly, she stops walking and suggests starting today's workout. Before evening comes, he needs to run to the city in front of him. Without thinking, the teacher pushes the hero forward and shouts for him to begin. They head towards the buildings, joking and laughing. The sun is already high above the horizon. The luminary illuminates the marble columns and buildings. Oliver's father sits in a chair and reflects on his son's actions, because he died at the hands of a high school student. The butler comes up and says that there is no way this guy could have done something like this on his own. They suspect that someone was helping him from the shadows. According to the information available, he is on good terms with the Federal Army and has also been awarded the Order of the First Star. Initially, he was an ordinary loser, but in just 6 months his powers increased significantly. The hero not only reached the 2nd rank, but also received an award. Such a person cannot be taken lightly. Clutching the handle of his chair, he believes that the clan cannot lose more than it has already lost. So John heads to the city to get a license, and he just happens to have a friend in those parts. He has already enlisted his support, who in turn agreed to destroy the hero. Finally, the guys reach their goal, walking freely through the city streets. They approach a prominent building called the Hall of Hidden Treasures. The girl suggests looking around the place, and the guy in turn gets indignant because she calls him a student in front of people. Turning around, Camilla teases the hero, continuing to call him that over and over again. A pretty salesgirl greets people who have arrived. Her assortment includes combat skill cards, anomalous crystal, weapons, and combat equipment. Camilla confidently moves forward and asks John to follow her. The teacher will pick out a couple of combat skill cards for him. Looking at the display case, the girl is outraged by the presence of only silver cards. Looking up, she decides to check if they have any diamonds, but such things cannot be found in the whole city. Those present in the store rudely discuss her behavior, believing that the girl does not understand what she is talking about. Then she turns her gaze to her student and asks him to look at the cards he has. The men continue to discuss all this sarcastically, coming closer and addressing the people. John closes his eyes and explains that they use a spear, and these cards are sharpened for swords and blades. Surprised, Camilla asks where his weapon is, since he has been carrying a sword all this time. He explains that the weapon broke during a battle in the Starlight area, and after receiving his warrior license, he planned to buy a new one through the Warrior Alliance network. Looking at him, the heroine silently agrees. Turning to the seller, Camilla asks him to sell her all the selected cards, poking at each of them. Bowing slowly, the girl takes the money in her hand and promises that everything will be done now. The total amount for purchasing the 8 silver combat skill cards was 2,500,600,000. Holding out the cards, the girl asks not to lose them. This is a welcome gift from the teacher. The protagonist looks down and begins to examine the available abilities. Something tells him that these cards are unlikely to surpass those that are already there. Returning to him, Camilla adds that she did not see his fight with a spear. If the guy thinks that the cards do not suit him, then he can sell them. As for weapons, nothing in this shop caught her attention, but she asks not to worry. The teacher will prepare a big surprise for the hero. The men who were in the store with them are biting their elbows as they watch the people leave. It was getting dark outside, and without a second thought, Camilla went and rented 2 luxury rooms at a cost of $500,000 a night. I wonder how much time he could save in fighting endless adversity if he were in such a state. Returning to the topic, is the girl really an old woman? Sitting down on the platform, John takes out new cards. It is necessary to study 3 hand-to-hand combat abilities. There is no use from the spear skills, but later he uses them for synthesis. One by one, the protagonist takes out abilities, reading their purpose. He will probably be able to increase the power of his attack while using the Ripping Fist. Using one of the new abilities after hitting targets with a Ripping Fist or a moment before will allow you to create the effect of surprise and destroy the enemy's hand with one attack. Suddenly the door behind him opens, but it's already quite late. As he approaches, John hopes that the teacher hasn't gotten it into his head to organize a new round of training. As he approaches the door, the guy hears the voice of the servant, who says that her friend has ordered a night snack for the guy. He closed his eyes with pleasure. What an attentive girl this was. After a whole evening of training, he was really a little hungry. Approaching the door, John smiles good-naturedly and thanks for the dinner he brought. Suddenly, a weapon appears from behind the curtains, foreshadowing danger. Fortunately, the main character manages to notice this in time, so he jumps away from the cutting object. Thanks to training with Camilla, the hero automatically activates the power of the origins, protecting his body. The old man, sitting inside the cart with food, is surprised by what he sees. because he did not offend the hero for having such abilities. Then, the guy immediately uses a chain of blows, which is a skill he just learned. But the attacker jumps back and climbs the wall, avoiding a new attack. Then, the hero tries to touch the old man with his foot, waving it near him. But the opponent is very fast and elusive, so he climbs onto the ceiling, planning to attack from behind. Jumping down from above, he again takes out his dagger and aims at the enemy, trying to wound him. And here, John again protects his body with energy, preventing possible damage. Stopping, the old man widens his eyes, not understanding at all where the second-rank warrior got such amazing protection from. Then, the hero activates another skill. Sparks of fire dance around as he reaches for the enemy's hand. At that moment, the opponent's limb bursts into flames. John at this moment extends his hand forward, and his opponent jumps back to a safe distance. Shaking his burnt limb and trying to brush away the fire, the old man thinks that the information about the guy was unreliable. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and sees the protagonist's fist catching up with him in a new attack. The guy delivers another blow, activating his honed skill. Then, the enemy flies to the side by inertia due to the applied force. The second-rank warrior is destroyed. The observer from the sidelines grits his teeth, catching himself thinking that John should have specialized in working with a spear. Suddenly, the protagonist turns his head towards the second target. He looks at him with fear, afraid that the same fate awaits him as the allied fighter. Suddenly, the hero runs and rushes towards the warrior. It uses a burst of accumulated power and also activates a new melee ability. Having fallen to the ground, the man looks at the hero in fear, because he was pinned down by just one impulse. He stretches out his hand and asks him to stop, because he is a member of the Palace of Deification, so he cannot kill him. But after a few moments, the second-rank warrior was already destroyed. The man is slammed into the wall, his structure being destroyed by the incredible force. Looking at the dead warrior, the protagonist thinks that the Palace of Deification sounds quite impressive. Without hiding his power, John would hardly have been able to deal with his enemies so easily. This is probably the clan's trick. Watching everything from the side, Camilla praises the hero for being able to cope so quickly. In an instant, he was able to cover vital points with energy and prevent the blade from injuring him. Apparently, the training was paying off. Coming closer to the girl, John asks how long she had been watching him. Smiling, she replies that ever since man raised a weapon. Hearing this, the hero quickly loses his temper, because the teacher watched as two people attacked him. But Camilla continues to calmly finish her tea, because she is completely confident in his abilities. Asking from the railing, she promises to arrange for the guy to be given a new room, and for the bodies to be removed. As she leaves, the girl asks not to worry. Everything will be done to the highest standard. The day comes. The sun rises into the sky, illuminating the streets and buildings. The Warrior Alliance branch is in full turmoil, with many people standing in line. I smile peacefully at the girl and tell her that the certification will begin exactly at 9 o'clock, and ask those who have already registered to go to the side to confirm their participation, after which people need to head to the Northern Pavilion, where their combat capability will be measured. The girl says goodbye to the hero and wishes him good luck. She needs to go to the examiner's room and report her arrival. Turning towards the departing woman, John is convinced of her position as an examiner. Pushing everyone around, the giant asks to go forward to the window. Some in the crowd are indignant, while others, on the contrary, are afraid of the man who has arrived. In fact, this man already has the rank of warrior, so it is advised not to mess with him. Approaching the main character from behind, the giant begins to get indignant and reaches out to the guy with his hand. He grabs the man by the hand and demands that he not crowd and stand in line like everyone else. He is surprised by what he hears. No one had dared to say such a thing to him before. He sighs, not understanding why every year he meets warriors who think they are immortal. But still he likes to put people like John in their place. Those watching from the sidelines understand what to expect from the giant and are afraid of the future outcome. Despite all that has been said, the protagonist continues to hold the new rival's hand. He loses his temper and swings his fist towards the guy. He, in turn, immediately uses a tearing fist to respond to the attack. Their forces collide with each other, creating a wind current around the opposition. Then John smiles confidently, knowing for sure that he will win. The giant clenches his teeth even harder from the strain and emerging pain. At that moment, the attacker's arm is twisted, bruises appear on it, and the hero smugly says that the enemy won't get a license this year. Turning to the others, he asks if there are any others who would like to skip the queue. People standing to the side smile tensely, looking at the main character. The observers wave their hands politely and say that they had no intention of going forward. On this important day, many people have gathered in the arena to receive warrior licenses. They line up to prove their combat readiness for further examination. The controller looks tiredly at the tablet screen and calls John to come to him. He thinks that the combat readiness of the warriors undergoing certification here is on average plus or minus 800. In other words, they have only recently reached the first rank. The guy wonders if the machine will be able to determine his true strength if he activates camouflage. That is, the ability to hide his true capabilities. After some thought, he slowly approaches the device, which lights up blue. After a few seconds, the robot voice says that the hero's combat capability is almost 1,500. Then, John exhales, just a little more, and it would have been the second rank, and a warrior who did not have a license at that level would only have caused laughter. The observers look at him from the side, and now understand why the main character was able to defeat the giant with such ease. A voice from the speakers asks the warriors to enter the hall for a strength test. Camilla, already dressed in a red suit, asks those present to line up. The hero is convinced for the last time that the teacher did not deceive her in her position. He refused to believe this until the very end. She adds that the test will be considered passed if the force of a single punch reaches 1,000 kilograms. The man who came up, lowering his head, asks if Camilla is the examiner. The girl looks at him calmly, asking if he has any problems. Then the candidate laughs, turns around and receives support from the rest of those present. Looking at her, the men continue to tell jokes, trying to offend the lady. Lowering her hand, Camilla begins to speak in a calm tone. She decides to prove her strength to her offenders. Remaining in the same pose, the girl hits the device with her fist. Without taking her eyes off the men, Camilla asks them to open their eyes wider and take a closer look. The device displays the largest number available, which is 99,999 kilograms. With their mouths open in surprise, they look at the screen of the device with shocked eyes. One of the guys present comes closer and asks to let him try it, because he doesn't believe the device is working properly. He swings his fist and hits the right spot. A smaller number appears on the screen, namely 895 kilograms, which is not enough to pass the test. Turning to her, the candidate shouts at the girl, believing that she had deliberately set it up. She seriously repeats that his strength level is unsatisfactory, so the guy can go free. He loses his temper in rage and swings his fist to strike, but Camilla intercepts the blow with her hand. Without looking up from her tablet, she coldly twists her offender's arm. He screams hysterically in pain, holding onto the injured limb. The girl turns to the candidate once again and says that he has only 30 seconds to leave there. After a slight pause, she continues that otherwise, he will remain in this place forever. The candidate stands up abruptly, apologizes and immediately leaves the scene of the crime, smiling embarrassedly. Turning to the others, Camilla asks if there are any other doubts that need to be cleared up. Returning her gaze to the list, the girl frowned and her eyes darted over the names. Suddenly she looks up and excitedly calls out to her own student. An indignant John approaches the heroine and again asks her not to call him that. Rubbing his forehead, he talks about his doubts about the girl's position. She smiles widely and continues to brag, saying that she is also a 3-star member of the Warrior Alliance. The guy's eyes widen in surprise. The hierarchy of the Warrior Alliance members has 5 ranks, with 5-star members essentially being the leaders of the alliance. 4-star members are heads of various states or warriors who have made great contributions, while 3-star members of the alliance are at least outstanding warriors with great strength. Turning to him, Camilla asks if the hero thinks his teacher is cool. Approaching the device, the guy calmly strikes the required spot. 1,999 kilograms appears on the screen. Everyone around starts whispering about why the student and teacher are so young and strong at the same time. The girl is not happy with the efforts made, and says that John will have to run a 100-meter race next, which will test his explosive power, as well as a 50-kilometer marathon, which will test his endurance. After some time, when the main character passes all the necessary tests, he is congratulated on joining the Warrior Alliance. The administrator hands John a card. The identification number is on the back of it. The initial password is the last 6 numbers of the identification. With this card he can log into the Warrior Alliance network via phone or computer, where it is possible to make information requests, purchase weapons, or accept various tasks. Taking the new thing in his hand, the guy smiles broadly and thanks the girl. Finally, Camilla finds her student and asks in a welcoming tone if he has received the necessary license. She takes the guy by the hand, saying that a couple of minutes ago she received a new task from the Alliance, so she will have to leave soon. But the hero is only happy about it. Turning her head towards her student, the girl asks why he didn't try to persuade her to stay. The guy immediately falls to his knees and pretends to ask her not to leave, but to continue watching the training. After watching, Camilla slaps the student for this, and then asks where John plans to go. He tells that he was accepted to the university, so in order to get there, he will have to cross the path of death. After all, Nowadays you can't go anywhere without a diploma. This is a very dangerous business, being as uneducated as the hero is now. However, refusing is not an option either. Pointing to the box, the girl says that she has prepared a gift for John in honor of his successful certification. This spear, Camilla convinced the local Alliance branch head to part with it. Despite the effectiveness that the weapon achieves when a person turns it into source powers, having a high-ranking weapon will still have a serious impact on the increase in combat effectiveness. Looking down, the protagonist asks her if this is a high-ranking weapon. This spear is called the Black Ray, and it originally belonged to a master of the art named Carl. Turning towards his teacher, the main character looks at her thoughtfully. The protagonist turns towards the gift again and remains silent. He shouts that Carl is really the head of the branch of the Warrior Alliance, to which he receives a negative answer. Then, John makes new assumptions. Camilla is his daughter, and the man gave this spear to the head of the outer branch of the Warrior Alliance. But the girl returned it. She exhales tiredly and refutes what was said. Why would she be this man's daughter? Is she really that old? After a few moments, John calms down and says that she could be his granddaughter, but the girl loses her temper and yells at him, after which she finally offers to try out the gift. Taking hold of the spear handle, the boy feels the weight of the new weapon. He shakes with effort and turns bright red, asking how much the instrument weighs. Standing next to him, the girl smiles, saying that the weight is 500 kilograms. No wonder the main character can barely lift it off the ground. This is as it should be, since the spear was forged from a special iron material. There is no other weapon in the world made from this metal. Are we really talking about the meteorite that fell to Earth 100 years ago and destroyed an entire city? At least by that time the place was already filled with zombies and evolved animals, so there were no human casualties. In the crater it formed after its fall, a fairly large black stone remained. A group of people took it and, using all their skill, forged 12 units of unique weapons, although in terms of sharpness, it does not claim to be the best. However, in terms of durability, it ranks highest in the whole world. Having realized all this, the main character turns to Camilla and asks if she is really giving him such an expensive weapon. Taking out her gadget, she becomes distracted, assuming that this is where their paths will diverge. Someday they will see each other again. There will obviously be an opportunity. She asks John to visit the Heavenly City. There he will be able to find her. And then, he is shocked by what he hears, surprised by this statement. The Sky City is the largest in the world, which was raised into the air using the most advanced levitation techniques. Not just anyone is allowed in. For people who want to come, the minimum threshold is the 5th rank, or outstanding achievements in the field of science. Apparently the teacher really is a rich, middle-aged woman, and he is wondering if he should consider the prospect of coming under her wing. Well, it would still be better to set out on the path to death with dignity, but in the clear sky one can see clouds slowly floating across it. But this calm is destroyed by a scream from the house. The man is unhappy that 2 second-rank warriors couldn't handle 1 first-rank warrior. The servant sits on his knees and apologizes. The strength he has demonstrated is hardly limited to such abilities. Out of aggression, the gentleman breaks the plate, throwing it to the side. Initially, he just wanted to do the clan a favor since he was on friendly terms with them. But now that this kid had killed his people, he shouldn't get out of the city alive. At the station, it is announced that the flight has already departed. Passengers who missed it should go to the main hall to change or return their ticket. Approaching the checkout, the hero opens his eyes wide, surprised by this information. He decides to check if trains go there 3 times a day. The girl continues to explain that since the route is an extremely dangerous place, few people travel along this route. Due to its unprofitability, the daily number has been reduced from 3 to 1. Without thinking twice, John decides to buy a ticket for tomorrow. Since his transport leaves tomorrow morning, he should spend the night in the same hotel. The price is, of course, steep, but the conditions are really comfortable. Turning back, he notices surveillance. Apparently, the Palace of Deification decided to give experience again. Without thinking twice, the guy picks up speed and runs down the street at high speed. And then, a group of people stands in his way and makes sarcastic jokes about his desire to run. Standing in the middle of the street, John asks if they are tired of following him all the way from the station. All those who came are warriors of the 2nd rank. Although there are stronger ones, it seems that the Palace of Deification decided to take it seriously. Suddenly, he receives a notification about the completion of the rapid growth task. The system congratulates him on receiving 50 points. The hero activates the Eye of Analysis and studies everyone present, also seeing their names. One of them, whose name is Peter, is glad that his rival understands everything that is happening. At this point, John takes off all his weighted equipment and throws it on the floor. Finally, the guy freed himself from such a burden, and asks the system to convert all the points he earned into strength. Those present are surprised because he was wearing such heavy equipment. Peter doesn't worry. He rushes into battle and asks not to fool the others. He cuts through the air in front of him, swinging his sword from side to side. But suddenly something happens. There is no one in front of him, although a couple of moments ago the hero was standing right in this place. Suddenly John appears behind his opponent, ready to strike. Then the guy uses a hand-to-hand skill, thereby pushing the enemy in the back. Those watching from the side are surprised by what they see, but are still ready to stand up for their friend. John doesn't give up his position, swinging his legs and pushing away the approaching danger. He smiles widely and continues to beat up everyone present here. The guy also uses a tearing fist, dealing with the second-rank warriors one after another. Two fighters jump at the main character from different sides, swinging their swords. Then the guy grabs their hands and manages to intercept the attacks. After that, he uses a silver skill and sets their limbs on fire with a bright flame. And again, two notifications come from the system, talking about the destruction of second-rank warriors. The onlooking fighters watch what is happening in horror, because John's strength is clearly greater than what they were warned about. Peter is also impressed by the hero's abilities. If not for his defensive technique, his spine would have already been broken. He is willing to do anything to destroy the enemy, so he uses movement techniques. Many silhouettes of Peter appear around the guy, surrounding him from all sides. Without a second thought, the protagonist rushes at one of them and activates the ripping fist. And then, he passes through matter, finding himself on the other side of man. He becomes frightened when he realizes that it was not a real body. Peter sneaks up behind him, raising the cutting weapon high above his head. Looking at the enemy with a cold and empty gaze, he again delivers a slashing blow with his sword in front of the protagonist. As his opponent dodges, Peter looks down and clicks his tongue in annoyance. Then John drops to the ground after the jump, holding his hand. And then, he looks up, and a lot of noise can be heard from the outside. At one point, the opponent raises his sword up to activate the golden ability. It's called the execution of 1,000 illusions. Many silhouettes simultaneously move towards the opponent. The guy is very confident in his own skill, promising that this technique will cut the enemy into thousands of pieces. But John is not worried at all. He smiles sincerely and says that this task is very simple for him. People are getting closer and closer, wanting only one thing, namely the death of their enemy. At one point, the protagonist decides to use the eye of analysis and discovers that the attackers are using embodiment. Now he is surrounded by many copies, dodging the oncoming attacks. Suddenly, looking at one of them, he calls Peter by name, addressing him. The guy doesn't understand how he managed to perfectly recognize his golden skill. John smiles widely, and his fist immediately lights up with ability, but he's not going to reveal anything. Then, a hologram of a tiger appears behind him as the guy activates the swift fist. John then uses a tearing fist, hitting his enemy in the stomach. Feeling extreme pain, Peter begins to scream loudly, releasing his emotions. The man gets angry, because if he is destined to die, then he is going to drag the enemy down with him. He tugs at his clothes, gathering energy in his chest. A purple ball forms on the man's body. Looking at what is happening, the main character immediately guesses about the activation of self-destruction. Peter's eyes roll back, he tenses up and is already preparing for his own death. A few moments later, a huge explosion appears in its place, scattering the remains of the earth into the air. The main character is thrown to the side by the blast wave and the wind pushes him. And then the guy crashes back into a nearby wall, hitting his back hard. If his teacher hadn't taught him how to use the power of the origin to increase his defense, there would have been little left of the boy. He had to use all the energy in his body in an instant to cover his body. He drops to his knees from exhaustion, trying to catch his breath when the opponent's legs appear in front of the guy. They are happy that they managed to find cover, even though after eliminating the boss he was not fried. But judging by the look of it, the opponent will not be able to raise a fist. One of them is preparing to finish what Peter started, so he is going to cut his opponent. Smiling smugly, John engages in a dialogue with him, denying his fatigue and making malicious jokes. And then he gets to his feet and uses a burst of anger. Seeing his confidence, the men retreat back. How can a hero be in the ranks? He also rises to his feet, attacking people, and also takes the experience gained from the death of warriors. Night falls on the street. Only the light in the windows and the stars illuminate the way. There are fewer and fewer people on the street. Sitting in his room at the computer, the hero feels exhausted after the effect of the explosion of anger ends. Tomorrow he already had to set off on the path to death, so now it made sense for him to gather some information on the internet. When entering the site, a window appears asking to deposit some money. John is clearly surprised when he sees this. But now he has several million in his account, so he won't go broke buying access to the page with the required information. The landscape of the Path of Death is entirely composed of black rock and is completely devoid of any vegetation. Among the evolved beasts of the third rank, the main representatives are rock snakes. With the habit of hiding under the rocky ground, the poison of rock snakes has a paralyzing property. The effect of the bite on warriors below the third rank is equivalent to anesthesia. Giant crows are evolved fourth-rank beasts, reaching colossal sizes, in their habits to hide their bodies behind their wings, thereby merging with the local landscape, are also known for their wildness. Seeing a person, they immediately attack. There are a huge number of animals there, and they are very different, from small to the largest. Adam is also a fifth-rank evolved beast that possesses incomparable strength and the ability to provoke attacks. Cockatrice is another rank 5 beast, especially strong in long-range attacks with rocks and other projectiles. Having studied all the information, the main character is horrified, because many very strong animals live in this place. And yet, he is very interested in how much the spear that Camilla gave him costs. He opens one of the sights. The twin blades, which are made of meteoric black iron, cost $1 billion. The guy couldn't even imagine that she would be so rich that she would give him an incredibly valuable gift. Maybe the girl really did think highly of him. Once in the forest, Camilla sneezes, noticing that this has been happening to her more often lately. At the same estate, a man loses his temper when he learns that Peter was also killed. The man angrily shouts at those present, not understanding how this could have happened. Now this matter does not concern only the treasure. He himself will not calm down until the guy is finished. The head orders that information about John be placed on the hunter's network, and that his head be appointed to the degrees. The guy decides to find out if they will attack the main character on their own. If the center finds out that the Ascension Department is unable to deal with some young warrior, and I lose so many people in the process, their reputation will be ruined. The train is heading towards a dangerous forest. The sun is shining outside, illuminating the deserted surface. Passengers walk around the train, entering through different doors. The main character stands, leaning his hand on the table, looking at his phone, doing some things. He smiles sincerely. Apparently he saw some specific information that could please him. He opens the system, studies information about himself, reads all the necessary characteristics. Someone calls him, but he bought this phone only yesterday and gave his number only to his friends. It turns out that it is a teacher from a previous school calling. His voice sounds tense and frightened. The man is interested in the whereabouts of his former student. Then, the teacher fearfully reports that he saw information about the main character on the hunter's network. Hearing this, the guy slightly closes his eyes, wondering what it is. The hunter's network is a website that places bounties on the head. Little is known about it, neither its founder nor the location of the server. In addition, the site was created using advanced technology. Even the most famous hackers could not hack it, so the federal government had to come to terms with its existence. The teacher asks you to be on your guard, but he will probably find many people willing to cause him trouble. After hanging up, John wonders who could have put a reward on him, and if this is really the Palace of Deification. Having opened the site, he studies the information. The amount is very large, and also, his rank was exaggerated. No high-ranking warrior would bother for such a pittance. The reward can only attract small fighters, so the guy is happy with the new information. Everything around starts shaking. I wonder why such a high-tech train behaves like this. It seems like something happened outside. There is noise. The doors open with a sharp movement, and a blond guy starts attacking John, waving his fists. Without thinking twice, he also defends himself, and responds to the attack in his direction. The guy not only hits with his hands, but also resists with his knee, attacking the opponent's stomach. Then he falls to the ground, shaking with pain and discomfort. Turning towards the approaching strangers, the hero looks at the new people with interest, wondering if someone really got it into their head to hijack the train. In such a confined space, warriors using large weapons are at a disadvantage. The plane flies far overboard, circling and making noise in the air. Suddenly the protagonist begins to realize that his opponents knew about this and decided to prepare. While he turned away, the same man appeared behind him again, preparing to attack him. But the guy jumps up with a sharp movement and grabs him by the hand, and at that very moment, the enemy's flesh catches fire, swirling around, destroying the structure of the skin. The man is frightened by what is happening, and then screams hysterically. Before he could even notice, a fist was flying towards his face, intending to hit him. A few seconds later, he was already flying in the opposite direction from the general battle. The lifeless body now lies in the corner of the train, among dust and dirt. Hearing a noise behind him, the protagonist turns his head in that direction, looking seriously at the enemy. One of the dead man's crew threatens an innocent man with an axe, laughing and mocking him. Then, The main character flies into it, activating the ability of the tearing fist. He turns towards the person and asks if everything is okay with him. The man wipes his forehead in fear and thanks John for his help. Looking ahead, he crosses his arms over his chest and asks who this team of people is. This is a criminal group specializing in robberies and scams. He did not expect that people would dare to attempt to seize the train. The allied forces of the city had already received news of the attack. Now all people can do is hold out until help arrives. They need to stand behind the man. But the main character doesn't care about this indication. He rushes forward, attacking everyone. He kicks and punches the soldiers in the face, striking one after another. Is all today's youth really as tough as he is? The passenger asks himself. The train is rushing at great speed while many planes are flying around it. One of the attackers reports that Allied troops are already nearby and that they need to leave. A group of people runs towards the exit, trying to escape what is happening. And then one of the planes falls to the ground and explodes. Smoke, dust, and fire are swirling around the speeding train. The man is happy about the arrival of help, but the hero runs towards the retreating enemies, because he needs to collect as much experience as possible. Then he warns the men, catches them in his tenacious hands. Entering soldiers ask you to remain in place and not resist during the inspection. One of the passengers asks not to shoot, because he is peaceful compared to those who attacked. The man points at John and says that they are too late, because he has already dealt with the attackers and the Black Tiger group. Soldiers point their guns at people and ask them to show their travel tickets. Looking at them, the men are convinced of the veracity of the words, because now they are sure that those present are passengers. Just now, the Black Tiger group tried to hijack the train, but the brave soldiers of the Allied army have already eliminated the threat. The station workers sincerely regret the inconvenience that had to be experienced, so the company will pay all passengers appropriate compensation. Still hesitant, the man asks what will happen to those killed by soldiers who lost their lives due to negligence. The girl bows shyly, asks for forgiveness again, and promises compensation. Turning around, John comments on the situation, saying that if a person is heading down the path of death, he must be prepared to die at any moment. Hearing this, the man runs after him, introducing himself as Omar, and offers to unite. Turning around, the protagonist asks what he can offer for their cooperation. 3 years ago, Omar was already there with a group of adventurers, so he knows the first half of the route well. With him, he will be able to avoid many hidden dangers. From the very beginning of the route, the path of death has many branches. Any wrongly chosen road can lead to death, and without a guide, it is difficult to take even a small step. Then John thinks about agreeing, and then asks why the other person is going to this place. But the man says he plans to find a rare plant, so he needs help in the fight against the evolved beasts. Returning to his compartment, the hero promises to think about it, and asks to find him when the people reach their destination. And finally the train reaches its destination. Then dark clouds gather in the sky, foreshadowing death. The guy's starting point will be the only place on the way where people live, namely the Iron City. And then they start moving forward, trying to get there as quickly as possible. Suddenly, an unknown hand approaches the main character from the side. The guy explains that the path of death is a dangerous area, and then offers to give him everything valuable for safekeeping. Smiling, John decides to clarify whether he wants to rob him. The hero thinks that now he can get precious experience points. But at that moment, their dialogue is interrupted by an unknown creature that stands between them. A second-rank animal pounces on the guy as he falls to the ground. The mutant roars loudly, opening its mouth to reveal a row of sharp fangs. And then, when the guy's screams die down, the beast comes up and begins to sniff the killed victim. John, watching the events, mocks, quoting the dead man's phrases. Suddenly, the beast turns towards him, looking angrily at its new target. From the side, a man asks to be careful when the mutant begins to advance. The protagonist is curious whether the attacking creature considers him weaker than the previous target. And then he activates the ripping fist skill, swinging his arm. The guy suddenly cuts through the air and hits the enemy in the face with an attack. An explosion flashes in front of him, showing the power of the damage inflicted. Omar, watching everything from the side, is shocked, because he did not expect this from the hero. This happens in this place. Sometimes animals get through the fence and attack civilians. And yet, there are people who decided to stay and live in this city. Those present look after those leaving, discussing where John is going, because he is strong, and the aura feels very low. The girl didn't think that the main character would be so nice. She would like to join a group with him. An unknown old man sits on a chair, not understanding why today's youth is so eager to meet their own death. The warriors are outraged by his words, and ask him to tell them about the evolved animals that live along the way. There are a huge number of animals, and his memory is not very good, so he will not be able to answer the question. And then the fighter knocks the smoking pipe out of the old man's hands, shouting that he must answer his question. But the old man is a fourth-rank warrior. There can be no lower in this city, otherwise the person will become lunch for an animal. The offended man reaches for his pipe on the ground, looking down. The bald man swings his leg again to hit the old man. He is furious at the thought that he is ignoring his questions. Then John sneaks up behind him and pushes the offender. How can such a grown guy not know about basic respect for elders? Holding the painful area, he looks up and prepares to fight the hero. John looks at the enemy with cold blood and offers to either get out on his own or leave the human world. And then the bald man clicks his tongue and steps aside to his company. As he leaves, he advises to look back more often, otherwise it could lead to trouble. Turning to the old man, the main character asks him how he is feeling. And then, having heard a positive answer, John is already getting ready to leave and says goodbye. But the grandfather asks to wait, after which he takes the pipe in his mouth again, clouds of white smoke hovering around. Few young people respect age, and the old man would be sorry if he died prematurely. So he advises that after 500 meters of travel, he should start taking a detour. Omar ponders what is happening. The hero must have intervened on purpose and seen his grandfather's strength. As John heads towards the path of death, he watches the departing company. And then, when 500 meters have been covered, the guys follow the advice and take a detour. Turning around, the bald man criticizes this act. Who would turn off the straight road? And then, the guy is tapped on the shoulder and called hesitantly. The man looks ahead in fear, not understanding at all what he encountered on the way. He sees a huge dark silhouette on the rock, but he can't make out what it is yet. And then, people notice that it consists of a bunch of insects that are looking at the target with interest. When danger approached, the warriors believed that they were facing second-rank black locusts. Suddenly, a squad of dangerous insects attacks one of the warriors, who screams in pain. In a few moments, all that remains of the person is a gnawed skeleton. One of the fighters runs towards the rest of the team, in horror, demanding that they leave quickly. But he doesn't have time to catch up with people when insects attack him too. The entire attack takes place far from the protagonist and his companion, so they watch it without unnecessary tension. The man who saw everything from the outside was very pleased that the boys decided to listen to the old man and turn off the road. The protagonist puts forward the truth. One should not mock a person who seems weak. The pair of people continue their journey between the rocks, moving slowly forward. John is confused by the difficulty of finding his way because of the stone pillars. Hearing this, Omar reassures him that those passing by usually leave marks. You just need to try to find them. Unknown people run towards the moving guys. The girl gets angry because the main character didn't tell her about the danger, even though he knew. He puts his hand on his hip and explains that it is none of his business. She is outraged by this, because she is in shock from the loss of her commander. And then, Omar appears from the side, waving his hand cheerfully and rejoicing that he was able to find the mark. And then, they both again begin to move away from their interlocutors, continuing on their way. The girl decides to follow the guys, assuming that they know the area well. They find a way out, making their way through the rocks. John thanks his fellow traveler, but all thanks to the people who once walked this path. An azure thicket appears in front of the guys, the name of which comes from the fact that all the trees there are blue. Be that as it may, it is inhabited by many evolved animals. You will have to keep your eyes open. As they move forward, the protagonist notices that a group of warriors is following them. And then, he hears a familiar sound. So he immediately activates the analysis eye to check. A number of locusts emerge from behind the rock. The man is seriously scared when the hero, on the contrary, is pleased with the opportunity to earn experience on the trail. Insects fly after the retreating group of people, quickly catching up with them. The guy immediately jumps up and runs towards the danger, smugly thinking about how warriors are afraid of animals just by looking at them. Although due to their numbers, size, and bloodthirstiness, the creatures can indeed be difficult to defeat. A few moments later, when the bag is opened, the spear jumps out, ready to begin the fight. With a sharp movement, he grabs the weapon by the handle. Then, the guy swings his spear, cutting through the air, activating the greatness of the phoenix, when everything around lights up with a bright flame. Under the pressure, insects die one after another, and the system sends notifications about this. Continuing to move, the hero thinks that little experience is given, but the number of animals should compensate for this. The dead beetles fall to the ground as their delicate wings burn out and smolder. After the fight ends, John falls to his knees, hitting the ground with his knees. Even with a little skill, one can obtain over 100 pieces of rank 2 abnormal crystal. So it is no wonder that the path of death is called a place where one can make a fortune. Those present who saw this fight stand aside, shocked by what they saw. Omar thinks about what happened, hoping that he will be able to get the right plant this time. As he moves on, John shouts enthusiastically and suggests that they continue on their way. It turns out that Omar needs to go through the azure thicket and get to the Black Lake to find that flower. Some of the evolved animals were influenced by the terrain and took on a blue color, so you need to be careful. During a rest stop, the main character opens his phone and begins to study the hunter's website. Seeing the reward for salt crystals, he decides to ask Omar where he can get them. The gem can be mined at the bottom of the Black Lake, but they are very rare as they form once every 10 years. The fellow traveler's target was in that area, so John decided to try his luck and take on this task. Suddenly the hero is distracted because he feels a thirst for blood. And then a dangerous beam of light flies at the men, but they manage to jump away in time. Having moved to a safe distance, John asks his friend to be careful. They are dealing with a sniper. The hero begins to move forward, avoiding being hit. Raising his head to the tree, he carefully examined his surroundings, thinking that he had noticed an enemy. Then, John begins to climb the tree in order to reach and defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. And then, in a few moments, he finds himself opposite a man who had recently been safe. The man turns pale, experiencing shock and surprise from the unexpected guest. But he doesn't have time to say anything when John's spear pierces his head, and the system reports the experience earned. It seems he was not alone, but for the main character this is only a plus, because now he has the opportunity to receive even more rewards. While running away, Omar guesses that this shooting is the work of the Black Tiger group. Apparently they operate even in these places. Once he's collected, he activates the skill in his hand as he reaches for his weapon. After a couple of seconds, the man delivers a slashing blow in front of himself, cutting through the air. The unknown person flies up, screaming in pain. As his opponent lands on the ground in front of Omar, he sees an explosion causing clouds of dust to rise, but he activates the ability again and defeats another danger. When it's all over, the man stops and tries to catch his breath. This fight was hard for him. Suddenly his attention is drawn to the main character, peacefully walking behind his back. The fellow traveler is very horrified by John, because he managed to deal with 6 people during this time. Stopping next to his friend, he asks where the base of the bandit group is. He doesn't know, however, that the azure thicket attracts many dishonest warriors, since it is easy to surprise and rob other warriors here. John feels that the trees here are completely indistinguishable from each other. Both in color and in shape, the local landscape is too monotonous. He does not know how to get his bearings here. But, at this moment, Omar takes out of his pocket a thing similar to a compass, which should help in this matter. The man explains that this device indicates the direction of strong magnetic fields. The closer they are to the center of the bowl, the stronger the magnetic field, so there is little left. Twilight thickens over the forest. Fog envelops the leaves and trunks of the azure trees. Looking to the side, John guesses that there is a high-ranking beast on their way. As he walks further, he notices that the ground around him seems damp. It turns out that rain sometimes occurs on the path of death. Looking up, the protagonist noticeably tenses up, noticing the danger. In front of him, he can see the silhouette of a creature slowly crawling towards him. This is a third-rank royal leech that carefully examines the enemy and waits for the right moment to attack. The characteristics of this beast include low mobility, large size, and it is frightening. Watching it, John asks his friend if he has any salt, because leeches should be afraid of it. And then, Omar suddenly takes out the necessary item from his bag. The main character immediately takes the container into his hands and begins to unscrew the lid. After this, John, smiling slyly, slowly moves towards the creature and then throws salt at the enemy. A white powder remains on the creature's flesh, glistening in the sun. And then, the mutant suddenly rises up and begins to scream loudly, clearly suffering from the poison. A few moments later, the opponents find themselves facing each other, the mutant revealing a row of sharp fangs. When the creature attacks, John manages to jump to the side and avoid collision. And then poisonous spines crawl out of the leech's body. They secrete a green liquid that can dissolve any creature it encounters. A large crack appears in the rock in front of him. After this, the spikes become slightly smaller, and the creature strives towards the target, wanting to defeat the opponent. Then, the main character uses the greatness of the phoenix, and everything around catches fire. He directs his flame into the mutant's body, thereby burning him with his abilities. Tortured in the fire, the monster opens its mouth again and begins to scream loudly. The enemy must be finished, for leeches are very afraid of losing their internal moisture. But suddenly, something begins to happen to the creature, to which the main character pays special attention. The leech begins to burrow underground, and he looks at it and is surprised by such an ability. The men remain standing on the ground, turning their heads from side to side and looking for the enemy. Thanks to the system, John sees the location of the creature's movement and asks his ally to be more careful. He feels movement behind him. It seems that newcomers have arrived here again. But he notices a third-rank warrior named Jacob. The hero finds this information with the help of the system. Omar, coming closer, says that this is a hunter who is engaged in robberies. Turning to the newcomer, the man asks what he wants from them. Jacob smiles slyly and says that Omar knows everything himself. He needs money and jewelry. The guy warns the guy that if he takes a step, he risks ending up without legs. And then the hunter smiles at such boldness. In all his years of robbing, he has never heard such impudence from his prey. After this, Jacob steps forward, deciding not to listen to the words spoken by the protagonist. Immediately after this, the man falls into the leech's trap, finding himself surrounded by its body. He looks at her with fear, realizing who the enemy is. And then, Jacob's leg and clothes begin to dissolve from the poison released by the monster into him. Suddenly the man, losing his temper, swings his weapon, trying to chop up the mutant. The guy watches what is happening in confusion. How could he kill the leech with such ease? But from its belly a gigantic number of larvae jump out, which can move quickly and drink human blood, sucking onto the human body. Small insects begin to quickly crawl up Jacob's leg, eager to get a snack. The man tries to brush the creatures off himself, to protect himself from their tenacious paws. But there are more and more of them, and it's impossible to get rid of them. He falls to the side due to the growing weight on his body, clutching his face. After some time, his body remains exhausted. All his blood is drained dry. Omar suggests looking for another way to get around the creatures and not end up in Jacob's place. Still, this is a huge opportunity to gain experience for the protagonist, so he jumps up and rushes into battle. Running towards the larvae, he takes out his spear and begins to activate a pear-colored flurry. He makes multiple attacks with quick movements, concentrating on the skill. He receives notifications informing him that a certain number of monsters have been destroyed. Continuing to attack, John didn't even think that such a small thing could give so many bonuses. The destroyed larvae fall to the ground one after another. The protagonist continues to swing his spear, killing small creatures. And after some time he stops, trying to catch his breath from fatigue. Omar looks down in confusion and finds himself thinking that John destroyed everyone in a minute. The mother leech lies alone, cut into 2 pieces. On the ground, the main character is frightened by the fact that this monster did not die in the end, which means the fight is not over. And then he raises his head up and sees the leech ready for battle again. He jumps back from the attack with a sharp movement, dodges and runs away from it. And then the guy decides to activate his ability, and a fire starts to burn around him. The protagonist once again uses the greatness of the phoenix, trying to roast the leech with his flames. He feels movement behind his back and turns his head in that direction. Now, the mutant runs away from John, who catches up with the enemy and screams. Afterwards, in order to finish off the creature, the main character activates his ability again. He decides to hit the ground with his spear in order to burn the leech. The turf bursts into flames, heating the surface to high temperatures, and finally the royal leech is defeated, and the guy's level finally rises to 17. The experience is truly enormous, and the 4th-rank anomalous crystal can be sold for more than $1 million, and the leech skin itself should be a good material. There is a quest on the Hunters Alliance website to collect leech skins, the reward for which is very good. Opening the system, John decides to invest all the points he gets into strength. The men continue their journey. Following this road, they will soon reach the Black Lake, and so, closer to dusk, the guys reach this reservoir. Finally, Omar confirms that in front of them is the very Black Lake they were so eager to reach. Approaching it, the main character puts his hand into the water and notices that its temperature is very low. Then, the fellow traveler falls to his knees and begs the protagonist to get the salt coral from the bottom of the lake. A man cries. His daughter has been infected with a deadly virus that is gradually destroying her immune system. When its symptoms finally manifest themselves, even the slightest cold can take her life. In recent years, the lobster had been rushing from side to side, asking questions, looking for information, and finally found out that the salt coral growing at the bottom of the Black Lake could cure her ailment. There are certainly strong evolved beasts in this lake, but their strength should not exceed the 4th rank. In time from the journey he had a chance to see what John is capable of. Finding this plant should not be a problem. The guy listens to his ally, silently watching the events unfold. He turns to Omar. Without such a person nearby, the hero would not have been able to get here, so he is ready to help. The man hands his ally protective glasses, which also have a spotlight, which will make studying the lake much easier. Omar decides to warn John that finding the crystal is highly dependent on luck. He puts on protective equipment, determined to get the plant he needs at any cost. And then, the main character jumps into the lake from the shore, plunging into the water. Once there, John feels only cold on his body. But he finds a way out, wrapped in the energy of the origins. This problem is not felt so critically. The guy didn't meet a single fish in this large body of water, which causes strange feelings and doubts. When he reaches the bottom, he sees neither salt crystal nor coral there. Suddenly, the main character sees something white. Apparently, it is the necessary plant. And then he notices movement in front of him. It turns out that it is an evolved beast. This is a huge fish, ranking 4th. The guy noticeably tenses up and becomes more serious, because he is in a disadvantageous position, especially with such a strong enemy nearby. The creature swims past him, pushing with its tail. The speed of the mutant is enormous, so the main character will not be able to dodge his attacks. And then, he decides to activate the explosion of anger in order to save his own life. At the last moment, the guy avoids the creature's claws and swims away. He finds himself again at a small but safe distance. And then John swings his fist, concentrating all his strength on it. Suddenly, the guy activates a tearing fist and rushes forward at the enemy. Once he gets in his face, John hits him with great force. And then, under pressure, the monster flies to the side. Due to being underwater, the tearing fist was unable to show its strength. It is unlikely that this fish died. There was also no system notification of its death after it. At the bottom of this body of water, there are many bones, most likely killed by this creature. There is something shining among them. These are probably the salt crystals that the main character needs. Taking a closer look at the area, he notices that there is also the required coral there. Swimming closer, John is happy that he has finally managed to find the necessary resources. But he doesn't have time to take the jewels, because the guy is overtaken by a mutated fish. The protagonist suddenly opens his eyes, seeing the approaching danger. It turns out that his fist-splitting skill was useless. The guy uses the ability again, aiming at the creature's body. After this, he begins to swim away when he realizes that it has not affected the fish in any way. She opens her tenacious claws again to catch the protagonist. The guy realizes that his attacks in the water do not cause any damage, and as soon as the timer of the explosion of anger comes to an end, the chances of surviving in the water will greatly decrease. Then he decides that he needs to get to the shore immediately, and begins to surface. The creature in turn continues to pursue its goal. Do not leave John behind. He starts to panic, because he is fighting with life at this moment. And then, a brilliant idea comes to his mind as the guy turns and looks at his opponent. The claws click loudly, squeezing the protagonist's body. But it turns out that this was a diversionary tactic, and John was alive and well. He hopes that this combat gear will be durable enough, because it costs several million. The boy narrows his eyes and prepares to swim out. And then, the main character finds himself high above the water, dragging a giant monster with him. Omar, seeing this from the side, is horrified by the size of the creature. And then the guy grabs the animal and throws it forward, throwing it to the ground with such force that sand and dirt from the shore fly high above the ground. Now, the creature cannot resist in any way and finds itself in a losing position. The main character squats down, preparing to attack the fish. It deals a crushing blow, after which the system reports the destruction of the creature and awards well-deserved experience points. Omar moves closer to his ally, dragging his things behind him. He was very worried about his friend and wondered if everything was okay with him after this battle. Becoming serious, John says that he got some salt crystals and coral. Returning from the water, the main character drags the items he obtained with him. He comes closer to the man and asks if this is the plant the man was looking for. Seeing the found target, Omar begins to cry and thanks John for it. Now his daughter will be saved thanks to the help of the main character. And then, the man also decides to thank the main character and hands over the skill card that he got from his ancestor. But Omar has no opportunity to master it. He sincerely wishes to give this precious thing to his savior. But John starts to refuse, because this is a gold-level movement technique card. Too long a present. Omar explains that coral is worth about the same and is vital to him. Now the man should return to give the plant to the doctors as soon as possible. John asks his fellow traveler what will happen as they move further along the azure thicket, but Omar cannot answer this question. Now it's time for the guys to say goodbye. They wave their hands cheerfully. It's almost dark outside, so the main character makes a fire and starts cooking the food he's found. He looks at the resulting movement map and finds its name quite cool. The guy already feels how his body becomes light and smooth. The ability is truly impressive. Lightning flashes in the sky, the clouds thicken. John seems unhappy because of the clothes that have just been hung out to dry. In the end, the rain turned out to be too heavy. Maybe it was worth finding shelter. Suddenly, a scream and cries for help are heard from the forest. The girl runs away from the high-ranking beast. She falls in front of the protagonist when he looks at information about her through the system. Her name is Louise, and she is a third-rank warrior. The hero extends his hand to the girl to help her up. But suddenly he notices something suspicious and raises his fist, preparing to defend himself. She looks at the guy with fear, not understanding what is happening. She manages to dodge this blow. thereby protecting herself from certain death. Turning to the protagonist, she does not understand why he attacked her, so she asks the appropriate question. Then John names the girl's name and rank. She is probably a hunter who plans to rob him. After hearing all this information, Louise is shocked as to how he could have known all this. For her, none of this matters, because the network of hunters has placed a large reward on John's head, and that's what worries her. She raises her hand up, offering to begin, and at that moment several men emerge from ambush. One of them immediately jumps up and runs towards him, preparing to strike. But the main character deftly jumps away from the attack. He slides his feet across the wet ground and then uses a pear-colored flurry. The attacker finds himself surrounded by sharp spear blows. The first warrior is destroyed. Under inertia he flies into the air and then dies. 3 unknown people also run towards him to destroy the main character. One of them knows how to blacken the eye, uses the skill and starts waving his arms from side to side. The next one also activates the ability, but it requires a rectangular object to do so. The last one, like all the others, uses the skill, but takes a wrench as a combat weapon. The protagonist looks at everything that is happening, and then uses the verdict and mirrors each of the attacks. He grips the handle of his spear tightly, swinging the weapon. The guy activates the pear-colored flurry again and destroys the remaining enemies. Louise looks at what is happening with horror, because he should be much weaker. The girl smiles slyly. For her, this is even more interesting. She laughs loudly, excited at the opportunity to take on a strong opponent. And then, Louise immediately moves away, spinning around herself. The girl's speed is truly impressive. She probably uses movement technique. She delivers clear and accurate blows towards the main character, who defends himself using a spear. Suddenly, he intercepts her attack with his weapon, thus blocking it. That's when Louise jumps back, smiles widely, and praises the guy. The girl swings and activates the Fallen Dragon skill. A purple light glows around her, causing her instrument to fly forward towards John. He looks up and sees blades flying over his head, but the guy manages to dodge them. Turning to the enemy, the main character is happy about this, because he successfully avoided the attack. But turning back, John notices that the weapon is returning and could hurt him. Then he turns in the opposite direction and knocks away the tools with his spear. But they circle around, acting along a certain trajectory. The blades move closer and further away from the guy, but he doesn't back down and works on his defense. The protagonist becomes even more tense as he realizes that the blades won't come off him. Louise laughs hysterically. The more force he puts in, the faster the blade bounces back. They won't stop until they cut the guy. The completely cut-up hero runs towards the girl and decides to deal with her first. He screams with effort as he moves towards Louise to strike. She is only surprised by the hero's riskiness, managing to jump to the side. Grabbing her weapon again, the girl suggests that the enemy was not appreciated. She immediately uses Sickle Slash, straining herself from activating the skill. But, at this moment, the main character will accumulate a blow of accumulated power. So he uses it as well as Pear Blossom Barrage, chaining these attacks together. A loud, bright explosion is heard. Particles fly in different directions. The girl is surprised. She doesn't believe what's happening. John's strength has suddenly increased. But, the third-rank warrior is finally destroyed. The system says so. The tired hero finally emerges from the forest and continues his journey across the field. He finds this region strange, because there is a dense forest nearby, where rain falls with great force, and next to it there is an arid desert. Luckily, John has some supplies. He brought along a drink that can keep the body hydrated. And so he steps on the spot and his foot sinks into the sand, and it looks like he's in trouble. A worm appears in front of him, which has high mobility, and is also able to hide perfectly among the sands, and is also able to destroy a person with one blow. The creature stands on its hind legs in front of the guy, baring its teeth, showing sharp fangs. And then, the main character puts his hand behind his back and grabs the handle of the weapon. He takes a fighting pose and prepares to attack, activating the greatness of the Phoenix at this moment. After this, the monster opens its mouth as a fiery projectile flies towards it. The protagonist's powerful skill hits him right in the face, burning it. The creature falls to the ground, letting out a painful cry before doing so. The main character watches the enemy with a smile. Did he really manage to defeat him so easily? Even though the enemy is of impressive size. And then, someone starts laughing behind his back, so John turns his head towards the sound. An unknown company catches up with the hero. They rejoice at the sight of the killed mutant. And then the man turns his head towards the guy and doubtfully asks him if he killed the monster. One of them throws caustic comments in his direction, feeling the worm. He does not believe in John's abilities. And then he looks at his interlocutor and says that the prey is his, and he will take the reward himself. A man turns to his colleague and asks for help in taking teeth and crystal from a dead creature. A dark-skinned girl approaches her colleague named Pierre and asks him not to do anything stupid. The man continues to ridicule both her and the hero. Hearing this, a girl named Margot loses her temper and yells at Pierre, saying that she is tired of putting up with him. The guy watches what is happening with confusion, not knowing how to react to the situation. As the others continue to laugh, a seemingly dead worm rises up behind them. The blonde girl is shocked and asks to turn around so that the men can protect themselves from danger. Hearing the sound, the man turns his head back, and then Pierre doesn't have time to save himself, because the mutant attacks with lightning speed. John looks at what is happening with irritation, because by killing the fighter, he could take experience points from him. One of the warriors begins to accuse the main character of being the surviving mutant. The guy calmly repeats that the monster is his prey. The man continues to run towards him, swinging his weapon to attack. The main character quotes a phrase about how one can die at any moment on the path of death, and then cuts off the warrior's head. Margot, seeing all this, opens her eyes wide in surprise, and then John turns to her and asks if the girl will attack him. She begins to explain that the men were only traveling together, but were not in league, and in any case, Margot herself wanted to finish him off. The blonde looks towards the main character again, screaming, trying to warn about the approaching monster. The guy looks down in irritation. Apparently the creature wasn't satisfied with his previous attack. He grips his spear tighter, waves of fire swirling around him, surrounding his hand. The guy looks forward confidently, activating the ability. And after that, John lunges forward as spots from the skill dance around his body. The creature once again receives a share of the flame, which flies into the worm's evil face. After this, the creature noisily falls on its stomach, feeling disappointed at its loss. Observers are amazed by this skill. The worm usually has a very strong shell, but this attack is aimed at causing internal damage. Finally, when the 4th rank beast is defeated, the system sends out a notification to inform you of this. After this, the main character begins to move towards the defeated target. With a sharp and skillful movement, he penetrates the creature's flesh and takes out the precious stone. The observers continue to stand in place and discuss John's abilities. The dark-skinned girl still decides to head towards the guy to discuss some things with him. She becomes embarrassed and asks to leave some of the worm's teeth for their company to sell later. Margot offers to exchange this opportunity for other materials at their disposal. The guy turns around and offers to take everything, because he doesn't need the creature's teeth. Hearing this, the girl is delighted and with shining eyes thanks John for this. And immediately after that, she turns towards the team and calls them. No one could have imagined that the main character would agree to give it up. The blonde girl suggests that he might have taken a liking to Margot. People immediately begin to extract the worm's precious teeth in order to sell them later. The remaining fighters look out from behind the victim to check if the protagonist has left. The guy who defeats the animal continues on the path of death, heading off in search of new adventures. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet disappears, and as he falls, John assumes that he may have run into the worm again. Having stepped onto the ground, the hero takes a fighting stance and prepares for battle. Suddenly, the ground disappears from under his limbs again and he begins to fall. The main character flies in the darkness, screaming hysterically from fear and surprise. And then, after some time, he finds himself on the floor, having hit it. The guy gets down on his knees and clutches his sore head. It seems like he fell into some kind of hole. Looking up, he sees a carved door, decorated with patterns. It looks like a secret passage. It is possible that the boy found himself in the ruins left from the war between humanity and alien invaders that took place in the last century. Many places along the path of death are relics of this war. There is a strange switch on the door that may be some kind of switch. Turning his head to the side, John notices a multitude of red lights in the passage. He noticeably tenses up, becomes serious, and it seems as if something is approaching. An animal runs towards him. With the help of the system, the guy determines that it is a 3rd-rank yellow-covered one. The mutants are becoming more and more numerous with every second. They are advancing towards their enemy. The protagonist grabs his spear, looks at the mutants and gets ready to fight. He immediately activates a pear-colored flurry to defeat his opponents in one fell swoop. One rat is defeated. The system awards experience points for defeating it. With full concentration, John swings his spear and kills one animal after another. Having finished with everyone, the guy relaxes, breathing heavily from fatigue. There can be no threat from the enemy, but their numbers are very exhausting. However, his efforts were not in vain, because John managed to earn a lot of experience and anomalous crystal. The rats probably ran towards him out of fear. As he walks further, the guy thinks that there might be other people in this place. A threatening dagger blade suddenly appears in front of his face. The protagonist holds out his spear, defending himself from the oncoming attack. It turns out that Margot is standing in front of him, and she is very surprised by such a meeting. Seeing her, John gets scared and doesn't understand who the lady in front of his eyes is. He asks whether it was because of them that the rats ran in this direction. The girl smiles awkwardly and says that the team fell into the sands by accident, and they really did scare off a pack of animals recently. Since they met, it was probably not by chance, so Margot decides to introduce her friends, namely Vager, Morgana, and Smith. John also introduces himself and offers to continue the journey together, since they had the chance to meet at the end of the world. Morgana goes on to suggest that they found themselves in the midst of historical ruins left behind in 2554. Hearing this, Margot is surprised by her knowledge. More than 100 years have passed since that moment. Also, the main character adds that he saw a strange seal on the wall while passing by. He thinks the shape of the notch looks very familiar. Suddenly, a brilliant idea comes to the guy. He smiles radiantly from the realization of something. John takes out an abnormal crystal from his bag. It belonged to a killed yellow rat. Having met them, he could not understand where the animals came from. But it seems that the enemies are the key to the solution. Taking the precious stone firmly in his hand, the protagonist brings it to the opening in the wall. And then it fits perfectly and lights up with a bright light. As it turned out, the guy's guess was correct. The door in the truth opened thanks to the jewel. In the last century, humanity has widely used anomalous crystal as a new source of energy. At that time, people used it not only to strengthen their energy sources, but wherever possible, it seems that these ruins work on this stone. As they move on, the warriors see a lot of trash on the ground, scattered and broken things. Most likely, the guys ended up in an abandoned laboratory from the last century. They stop in the middle of the road, greatly surprised by the effects of time they see. They notice a mutant. During the war with alien invaders, Earthlings created new species of people by combining human and animal DNA. The strength of the new people turned out to be unusually high, but due to their extreme cruelty, they were very difficult to control. Therefore, ultimately, research in this direction was curtailed, and all mutants were eliminated. Who would have thought that after a whole century, such terrifying creatures still have not completely disappeared? An unknown liana crawls along the ground between the legs of those present, who do not notice it. Suddenly the creature attacks the man, wrapping itself around his leg. And then, Smith is pulled to the side at great speed, causing him to fly downwards. People immediately turn towards him and scream, frightened by such an outcome of events. At this time, the plant continues to appear from all sides, becoming larger and larger. The guy gets scared and fear appears on his face. At the moment when the heroes drag him into their lair, he screams and asks for help. Margot is going to meet her friend. She asks him to hold on. But at this moment, the plant already lifts the guy high above the ground. He cannot resist it. The creature squeezes Smith's body with great force, and he is unable to resist or fight. Morgana and Vager watch in horror. A dark-skinned girl screams at her friend, very afraid for his life. Suddenly, the main character jumps up from his place and rushes to help the guy, cutting the vines with a sharp movement. When the man falls to the ground, the guys start to come closer to him to find out if everything is okay. But there is no help for Smith. This is a very strange place. We need to quickly find a way out and get out. The hero's hand still moves, his fingers shaking, showing signs of life. The man breathes. Even though his body is pierced through, Smith's name continues to sound in the air. The boy slowly rises to his feet, his body deformed. Seeing this, the main character immediately understands that it is all about the virus contained in these plants. John shouts from the side that the guys were looking for an exit. They need to leave immediately. Then John grabs Margot's hand and pulls him towards a safe place. A fire appears behind them and the mutant crawls out of his cage. The creature screams loudly, trying to catch up with the heroes in order to attack. At some point, the guy turns in his direction and looks back in fear. He demands that the boys move faster, because the enemies are catching up with them. Stopping, John puts his spear in front of him and tries to hold back the mutated Smith. The distraught boy raises his hand higher, swinging at his target. But at this moment, the main character manages to swing his spear and cut off the guy's limb. The virus is unusually strong, and infected warriors immediately turn into monsters of the same rank. In addition, even if the head is cut off, the infected person's body will continue to move, and the slightest bite will result in instant infection. To deal with him, you need to completely immobilize them, John says, continuing the fight. Suddenly, out of nowhere, plants appear, moving towards them at great speed. Fortunately, the main character manages to dodge at the last moment and is not injured. But there are more and more vines appearing around that can infect it. John doubts that these are ordinary vines, more like a peculiar unknown species of evolved beast, whose body contains a virus. Taking a fighting stance, he asks to be careful no matter what happens. The plant moves at an indescribably high speed, enveloping all the space around it. The runners use sharp movements to cut through the attacking creature, trying to avoid infection. But suddenly, Margot is surrounded by vines on all sides, enveloping her body. Fortunately, John comes to her aid and destroys the mutant with a sharp movement. He notices that the danger is high, and it will be difficult to cope with the plants. It is necessary to check whether they are afraid of fire. At least the creatures resemble plants. Therefore, the protagonist activates the greatness of the phoenix. The vine begins to burn. Having confirmed his theory, he smiles widely, realizing that he has a new weapon to fight the danger. And then, John uses his skill again, launching a fire attack at the enemy. He notices movement behind him, and then turns around to warn of danger. It seems the plant is about to break the tanks in which the mutants were placed, and release them outside. John shouts, ordering the other guys to stop this or they will get into trouble. People around are fighting hard, trying to protect their lives. Suddenly, the fragile glass cracks under the force of the vines, and they are about to destroy the cage. At this moment, a previously developing mutant begins to fall from the flask. He hits the ground face first, remaining lying there. The rest of the monsters also appear outside, leaving their hiding place. They open their bright eyes, their gaze directed forward. Little by little, the monsters begin to come to life, putting their hands in front of them and starting to rise. One of them opens its own mouth and lets out a loud howl. At this point, the guy activates the system and learns that mutants have explosive power, as well as immunity to pain. At the same moment, the main character orders the guys to leave, but suddenly, the enemy's paws appear near his face. He manages to dodge in time, crouching before the creature's attack. The guy is very worried because he could die at any moment. To protect himself, the protagonist uses a pear-colored flurry, activating multiple attacks. But since mutants do not feel pain, the enemy does not stop and continues to move forward. Therefore, the enemy hits John, and he in turn flies forward. Seeing this, Margot becomes very scared and calls her new ally. Evolved beasts run forward, trying to cause as much damage as possible to their opponents. The girl actively swings her weapon, cutting through the air with attacks. But the mutants do not give in to this and move forward at great speed. The girl is amazed at what she sees. Nothing happens due to her efforts. Everything around is on fire. The greatness of the phoenix is activated again. It is getting hotter. And then, the mutants find themselves in a layer of flames surrounding their bodies. The monsters are attacking the poor guys who are trying to run away, thereby saving their lives. But the main character stops and tells the others to leave. He himself will stay to fight the creatures. There are still many dangers lurking in these ruins, so he needs to conserve his strength and cannot use the explosion of anger and the blow of accumulated power. So, John decides to use the power of the origins to coat his weapon, making it stronger. After this, he activates a pear-colored flurry to deal multiple blows. The guy lunges forward time after time, attacking the mutant. As he expected, the main character's strength increased many times over. He grips his weapon tighter, squeezing his hands around the handle of his spear. And now, finally, the third-rank monster is destroyed. The system reports this. The main character receives more than 500,000 experience points. Seeing this achievement, he is very happy, and now he is going to destroy each of them. Suddenly, John slides between the enemies, quickly closing the distance between the opponents. Despite their hard shell, insensitivity to pain, and the fact that they are far from easy to deal with, such a large amount of experience points is impossible to resist. Moreover, due to the limited space, it is not so easy for them to surround him, and their numerical advantage does not play a significant role. Another monster is defeated. The lifeless body falls to the ground. Morgana watches the aftermath of the battle. The hero was very furious. The guy continues the fight, and at times he also receives resistance from his opponents. From Margot's side, with the rest of the team, they move towards him, rushing to help. She holds the weapon out in front of her, trying to protect her ally. A spear flies at one of the creatures again. The mutant notices this, and is noticeably frightened by the impending danger. And then John pierces the monster's head with his weapon, not allowing the girl to finish the fight. The system sends notifications and congratulates you on leveling up to 18. And then the main character asks her to send 12 points to strength and the rest to endurance. He feels his power increase. Now it is much easier for the guy to swing the black beam. Marco looks at him in surprise. It seems that as the battle progresses, his strength only grows. The protagonist continues to fight the horde of enemies while the rest of the company is left behind. Suddenly, the monsters turn around and quickly run away in the opposite mood. People are left standing in confusion, not understanding what has happened to them. On the other side of the knowledge, an explosion is heard. There was also a growling sound, most likely from a strong evolved animal. The mutants unite, stop next to each other with their mouths open and scream. After this, they suddenly turn around and run in different directions. It seems like something summoned them. No one can even imagine what kind of creature is capable of commanding third-rank mutants. Continuing on his way, John asks to forget about them, because the guys need to continue on their way. Approaching the door, the company opens it, finding themselves in a dark room. Only the light behind them allows them to see the space a little. Vager turns his head from side to side, looking around the room. It seems to be an armory. This place contains old-style guns and grenades that can be sold for a good amount of money. First, they need to be removed, because the company doesn't know if they can get out of these ruins. Morgana puts her fingers to her mouth, asking to be quieter. It seems that the sounds of battle can be heard behind the door. And then, each of the guys closes their mouths and begins to listen to what is happening. This means that the guys are not alone in this place. There are probably other warriors behind the door who may know where the exit is. They lean on it and start pushing to get out. Light penetrates inside. Voices are heard in front of them, discussions of the battle. And then, the heroes see an explosion that deafens and blinds those watching. Afterwards, John squeezes through the crack in the door and looks ahead with interest. Coming forward, the young men see a huge number of fighters in front of them, all of them busy with their own affairs. A bunch of warriors attack the mutants. The main character is amazed at what he sees. These are the same monsters they fought with. Could it be that some big beast summoned them here? One of the warriors is pushed aside by the onlookers. Suddenly he runs into them, but John catches the young man, softening the blow. The guy rubs his face with his hand, asking if his interlocutors are new. Vagar is surprised. He saw a young man. In front of him stands an old acquaintance named Nicholas. He shakes off his clothes and also recognizes these guys, and is happy to meet them. After this, Margot still decides to clarify what is going on here. Where are so many mutants and warriors around coming from? Nicholas and his group wandered here by mistake, but there are also those who came here on purpose to hunt. In the depths of the Great Hall there is a road leading to the surface. The problem is that it is guarded by a 6th-rank beast that cannot be bypassed. Hearing this, those present go wild with surprise, their eyes wide open. A 6th-rank koi beast is a huge creature 10 meters tall, shaped like a sea anemone with tentacles wriggling everywhere. Its tentacles have incomparable hardness, and are easily capable of piercing even sheet steel. The girl is amazed that the company really had the courage to go against this mutant. There are more than 100 3rd and 4th rank warriors here. There is also one 5th rank warrior named Mori. They will definitely deal with him, especially since this enemy is blocking the exit, so there is not much choice. John doesn't understand, because the decision to attack the mutant like that is very reckless. Have people really gone berserk? The guy believes that instead of waiting for death, it is better to take fate into his own hands, especially since the anomalous crystal of the 6th rank costs a fortune. Besides, Mori has the latest new-style grenades, and they can probably cause significant damage. As the young man throws the weapon forward, a loud explosion is released, stunning the people around him. The vines slowly crawl past, wrapping their tenacious paws around the walls. The mutant could well have been injured, because Mori's bombs have indescribable power. This means that the vines that attacked the guys in the lab belong to this creature. It turns out that its tentacles reach such remote places. The entire territory of the ruins is under its control. The mutants move forward, next to each other, quickly moving their limbs. Mori orders them to move forward, split into 2 groups, one of which will hold back the mutants, and the other will fight the vines. One of the warriors calmly rushes forward, punching the monster. All those present confidently rush forward, screaming from the effort. The men work hand in hand, helping their allies in this difficult battle. Remaining in place, John asks to be careful. The beasts are controlled by the beast Kui. The boy doesn't understand why he suddenly feels an overwhelming desire to fight. Suddenly one of the creatures hears something, stops with interest and listens. And then the mutant takes off, rushes towards the main character, trying to take his life. But the guy lunges forward and pierces the creature's belly with his spear. The girl also fights with opponents, actively waving her own weapon. The guys quickly integrate into the people's lives and begin to fight the mutants together with the rest of the warriors. The dark-skinned lady smiles confidently, enjoying this battle. It seems that her condition and the well-being of the rest of the group became the same as that of the rest of the room. Those present seemed to be overcome with euphoria, and their overall fighting spirit increased. Raising his head from the slain enemy, the protagonist notices that all the mutants seem to have been destroyed. The girl points to the vines. It seems the creature is on its last legs. People continue to fight. It is important not to weaken the pressure and continue to fight it. And then the warriors go crazy, shouting that they want to get the 6th rank anomalous crystal. The girl enthusiastically calls John to continue on his way forward. He puts his hand on Margot's shoulder and asks her to stop. Something strange is happening. When they found themselves in this room, everyone inexplicably became extremely excited. All the warriors except Mori were in this state. Probably his bomb contains gas that stimulates adrenaline. Gas of this kind dramatically increases the adrenaline level. Despite the short-term effect of increasing combat capability, it also has a detrimental effect on the body, so people fight to the death no matter what. Mori can just sit and wait for the Beast Kai and those warriors to kill each other, and then effortlessly reap all the benefits. Suddenly the vines begin to twist at their base. The warriors believe that the beast is running out, so they should continue the fight and not slow down the pressure. They receive blows from this creature. The vines attack people with sharp movements. The observers stand to the side, watching one of the wounded warriors. But now only an infected zombie, no longer human, is looking at them. The newly minted ones are slowly moving towards them, ready to attack. One of the guys shakes the girl, trying to bring her to her senses, but it turns out to be a futile exercise. A new wave of battles begins. People around fight with zombies, killing their own friends and allies. As the fighters got rid of all the mutants, the creature used the humans closer to create new puppets. Be that as it may, judging by the monster's condition, he doesn't have much time left. The man shouts for people not to be afraid to kill the mutants, because they are no longer friends. At that moment, Mori jumps high into the air, raises his own weapon and cuts through the air. He cuts off part of the vine, continuing to fight the mutant. And then the beast begins to fall backwards, no longer able to move. The creature's body is cut open, revealing the internal organs that previously supported its viability. The boys look at this in surprise and see the gem inside the defeated one. They immediately jump up and run towards him to take the crystal. Mori smiles widely and says that the jewel can only belong to him. And then he goes crazy, heads towards the enemy, and cuts up people's bodies as he moves. A group of people watch in amazement. But John believes that Mori does not deserve the crystal. He runs to the target and begins to dig into the creature's internal organs. When Mori laughs, the protagonist is already flying behind him, ready for battle. He swings his spear behind his head, looking at the man with a cold expression. Mori turns to look at him, looks at him slyly and thinks that he probably decided to covet his anomalous crystal. And then the boys circle around in battle, swinging their weapons. The protagonist reveals Mori's identity, talks about the man's plan, and shares his observations about the bomb with psychotropic substances. The surviving fighters discuss this with discontent, not believing that the guy could have deceived them. Then, the warriors unite and decide to attack Mori en masse and take the reward for defeating the monster for themselves. They run towards the man, taking out their tools for battle, wanting him dead. But the enemy is not ready to retreat. He is also preparing to attack, smiling with pleasure. Watching what is happening, John analyzes the situation. He is not able to repel the attack of a 5th-rank warrior, but the enemy must have spent a decent amount of strength in the battle earlier. Therefore, the hero decides to test his strength and activates the skill, after which a small wall of protection appears in front of him. Mori subsequently receives the same attack to the face, flying into the air from the force directed at him. An explosion passes through, illuminating the space with a bright flame and throwing up dust from the ground. The angry warriors still seek to attack Mori for his betrayal. The boys' faces twist into a furious grimace as they try to overcome him. One after another, the fighters rush at the man, who actively dodges the series of attacks. The guy runs from the side and warns John of imminent death in case of resistance on the way to the anomalous crystal. But in order to protect himself, the protagonist activates a pear-colored flurry, directing the ability at the enemy. The vines of the evolved beast lie on the ground and move slowly. Noticing this, the guy turns his gaze in that direction, watching the small movements. It seems that the creature is still alive, since it is able to move. Watching, the protagonist is happy and relieved, because he still has the opportunity to gain experience. After this, the inspired guy activates the Phoenix's majesty and rushes forward. He kills a strong creature, gaining some experience. The system informs about it in a notification. And then the main character is amazed, thinking that the reward is rather meager, considering that the enemy is very strong. Although it's probably because John dealt less than 40% of the damage, which is why he received 1/10 of the points. Mori turns out to be alive, runs towards the main character and demands to stop. Rising to his feet, the boy reaches behind his back to get his own weapon. The man moves aggressively towards him, continuing to yell. The fight becomes more and more brutal. The opponents parry each other's blows with polished movements. As the battle progresses, John thinks that a warrior of such rank is beyond his capabilities, and if the guy doesn't come up with something, he might lose. And so, the protagonist activates the accumulated power strike to have a little more chance of winning. He then uses a pear-colored flurry, dealing multiple stabbing blows. As the fight continues, Mori cannot comprehend where John got so much power from. And at this moment, the main character becomes more confident, feeling his own strength. He begins to activate another of his abilities, offering Mori to test his strongest skill. Hearing this, the man noticeably tenses up. It turns out that the previous attack was not the best. The hero uses all his strength, screaming from the effort. And after that he turns around and starts running in the opposite direction, laughing sarcastically. Seeing this, Mori loses his temper and gets angry at the hero for this trick. Approaching the door, the guy notices something in the crack, paying special attention to it. He pushes the doors, straining harder to open them. But the opponent is already catching up with him from behind, shouting at the enemy, drawing attention to himself. And then, the protagonist clenches his teeth even harder, straining with all his might to clear a path for escape. Suddenly the door gives way and opens, creaking slowly. The man at this point comes close to John, putting his sword behind his back. And at the moment when he strikes, the main character jumps back sharply, saving himself from injury. Mori is pinned in the door at this point. He twitches and grunts. Rising to his feet, the man curses out loud, cursing his opponent for such a cunning trick. At that moment, the main character throws a bomb towards the enemy, giggling cheerfully. And then, when the weapon is in front of Mori's face, he says his last word, realizing the sadness of the situation. The moment the bomb explodes, a notification is sent stating that a 5th-rank warrior has been destroyed. Finally, the main character reaches level 19 and receives well-deserved stat points. The guy rubs his head. The bomb saved him a lot. Without it, he wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Once safe, John distributes his points, putting 10 into strength, 7 into endurance, and 2 into speed. Familiar guys appear in front of him and run towards the hero in fear. He smirks because he's not hurt. Margot asks about Mori's health. After this question, John confidently points to the landscape behind him and also shares details of his victory. Nicholas is horrified by what he hears, and the girl smiles sweetly and compliments the guy. Now that no creatures are blocking the way, nothing is stopping the guys from getting out of the ruins. The lifeless bodies of the defeated enemies lay on the ground, and the hero thought that only they remained alive. The team decides to heal the wounds and only then move on. Catching his breath, the hero gets the idea to search the monster's body, as well as the dead warriors. The hero asks his team if they are ready to move out. Morgana, with positivity and some joy, replies that they are ready to go. Then, he asks the team if they can leave the ruins by moving only straight ahead. New team member Nicholas replies that he has already managed to go around all the ruins and thinks that they will be able to get out this way. The group again comes across a huge iron door, and the hero is struck by the thought that the creator of this place could have been more creative. Under the hero's loud command, the entire group presses on the door, and it gives way. The hero looks through the opened door, his eyes widening in surprise. He sees the control panel. Everyone goes inside and Margot asks Nicholas if he can start the control panel, to which he replies that the technology used here is too old, and he doesn't know how to use it, and also advises him to figure out how to turn everything on. The protagonist says that this whole place is powered by anomalous crystal, and they should find equipment with connectors for them. The guy sees a box on the wall and assumes that it is the power supply. Opening it, he sees slots for crystals that he needs to fill. Immediately, one by one, he begins to put them in place. After about 6 crystals, nothing happens. The hero shouts with the utmost displeasure that the control center is using too many crystals. Some time passes, he only has 2 crystals left to insert. The entire shield is filled with crystals, but nothing happens. Enraged that nothing happened after 20 crystals, the hero punches the shield. The shield lights up, emitting red lightning, and after a few seconds it finally turns on. The hero notes that to launch it, he really had to hit the shield. Margot asks with joy on her face if the hero found out how to turn on the remote control, and he replies that he had to sacrifice 20 crystals in order to start it. Nicholas, full of joy, cries out that they have finally found the central portal and they will all be able to get out. The hero asks if Nicholas can turn it on, and he replies that he will try. After some time, his ally pulls the lever on the panel. The room is illuminated by the bright light of the opened portal. Nicholas speaks of his genius. He claims that he is confident that the portal will lead them to the surface. Together they run to the center of the opened portal. Nicholas shouts that the energy from the crystals will not last long, and they should hurry. The whole team stands in the center of the portal. The heroes dissolve in the bright light of the portal's rays, moving on to their upcoming adventures. An explosion occurs, raising a cloud of dust, and the heroes fly in different directions in disarray. The protagonist lands perfectly on his feet, which cannot be said about Nicholas, who sobs from the fall. Lying on the ground from the fall, he says with relief that they got out. A joyful Nicholas says that they finally survived. Vager notes that they survived again. The hero decides that it is time to part ways with the team and says goodbye to everyone. Turning her head towards her interlocutor, Margot wonders where the main character will go next. He replies that he plans to move only forward, without stopping for a second. Margot wonders if the hero is heading in the same direction as she is. Morgana asks if Margot will be bored, and if she wants to catch up with the guy. The girl, looking at her ally, discontentedly notes that Morgana talks too much. Smoke enveloped the small campsite, and sparks from the burning fire hung in the night air. The hero, sitting by the destroyed wall, notes that it is quite cool in the desert at night. During the battle, the hero never learned the 6th level crystal, and that is what he intends to do tonight. Opening the bag, he sees that the crystal has acquired some human features. The crystal absorbs other crystals located in the hero's bag. And then, the guy, perplexed, wonders about the crystal acquiring a spirit. He doesn't believe that this can happen. Suddenly, the creature hides the crystal it was about to eat behind its back. Then, the guy, perplexed, wonders what he is looking at now and notices that the creature has no manners, as well as no fear. The hero takes it in his hands and asks if it is some kind of beast that simply ate his crystal. With an evil smile, he says that he will cut open his belly and take out his crystal. Suddenly, he notices that horror appears on the face of the strange little animal. The hero reports that, according to his assumptions, a certain creature is able to understand him. And then the guy takes out his own phone and tries to find all the necessary information about this animal. He notes that nothing was found, but is not at all surprised, immediately wondering if it is just some kind of creature resembling crystal. The hero presses on the animal and says that it looks hard and resembles crystal, but it doesn't feel like that, and decides to keep it for himself, forbidding it to eat crystal. The hero says that he will be bored on the road and decides to name the animal Mickey. The sword pierces a huge 3rd-rank scorpion, and a notification with a reward of 150,000 experience informs of the victory. Mickey rushes to the scorpion's corpse, greedily collecting the crystal from it. The protagonist allows Mickey to keep the gem, since he has already helped him collect a lot of the mineral on the road. The guy notes that despite his unsightly appearance, Mickey is very fast and immediately collected crystal from the killed monsters, which saved him a lot of time, and also that he really likes to eat it. Walking through the desert, greenery and water appear on the horizon. The happy hero joyfully tells Mickey that he sees an oasis. The hero approached the oasis. Splashes splashed his face. He and his new companion finally felt relief after a long time in the desert. Without hiding his joy, the guy says that he gets incredible pleasure from this activity. The hero sensed something was wrong, and immediately noticed the sword flying straight at his head. Instantly drawing his weapon, he blocked the blow. The only question that came to his mind was who could have attacked him so unexpectedly. The unexpected and hard blow threw him back hard. Another thought arose in the hero's head that the enemy was incredibly strong and had excellent command of weapons. Coming to his senses, he froze in surprise, seeing his opponent in front of his own face. He saw Kate standing. The girl probably felt unwell because she could barely stand on her feet. She stares at her interlocutor in surprise, not believing her own eyes. At that very second, Kate lost consciousness and began to fall right into the hero's arms. John was clearly scared. Hanging over his wounded friend, he asked if everything was okay with the girl. Looking at his hand, he saw blood, immediately noticing the wound on his ally's body. Taking off the equipment from his back, the protagonist is about to get the necessary medicine, which he is going to apply to her body. Turning the girl over onto her stomach, he notices a wound on Kate's back, as well as torn fabric from her suit. Kate was almost unconscious, but when she came to her senses a little, she was surprised and ordered to let her go. Indignantly, John explains to her that he is using the most valuable restorative fluid from his reserves. After this, the protagonist opens the bottle and treats Kate's wound, pouring the healing elixir onto her back. Next, having finished with the help, he asks the question of who injured his girlfriend. Kate didn't answer because she was almost unconscious. John looks at her, and this time his level allowed him to see the girl's level. He didn't expect to see the 4th rank, because her skills are much higher than those of this rank. Opening her eyes, the ally, looking at the guy with a clouded gaze, asked how the hero ended up here. The hero, with a grin and in a joking manner, answered that if she guessed correctly, she would receive a reward. But Kate clearly did not like this. She turned away and said that if the hero did not want to talk, then it did not matter to her. In turn, the hero noted that she was a very boring young lady. But he decided to share with her and, without hiding his smile, said that he was heading to university, since he had been accepted there. Kate immediately came to her senses. Her eyes widened in surprise. She asked if he had really been accepted there. John, without thinking twice, replied that it was so, and added that the girl should not imagine anything, because he did not go there because of her. But he immediately received a dissatisfied response from his ally that the hero had made something up for himself, and an awkward silence hung in the air. After a couple of seconds, the guy tensed up and turned around. He heard some sounds nearby, asked Kate to be quieter and said that someone was coming towards them, and not alone, he began to peer into the bushes. Kate looked down and told the hero that they were following her and he should leave. John didn't lose his head, quickly gathered his things. He told her that a man can't leave a girl alone and ordered her to jump on his back. With a quick movement, the girl climbed on top of her friend, and he began to run as fast as he could. Following the direct route, the protagonist asks her to hold on tight. On the run, he demands that Mickey find the solution needed for recovery in the bag. Seeing the creature, Kate was surprised after realizing that the little beast was an evolved 6th-rank beast. But John quickly interrupted her by saying that he would not give his faithful pet to anyone, and she should not even think about the abnormal crystal in his body. Taking the bottle, the friend calmly replied that she didn't need it. When she starts drinking, John, grinning sarcastically, said that he had already drunk from her. But there was no reaction, and John said that Kate was not nice at all. Suddenly, she turns her head back, suspecting that in this case, they will not be able to break away, because the hero carries a lot of weight on his back. Her offenders have already appeared on the horizon. The leader and his team are quickly moving in their direction. He pointed his finger at her with fury on his face, and said that after the girl killed 100 members of a group called the Black Tiger, she would not be able to escape pursuit so easily. One of them smiles radiantly, swings his hand, and is about to throw a spear towards his opponents. Heading towards the people at high speed, he continues to attack with pleasure. The protagonist and the girl behind him look ahead as the weapon flies high in the air. Luckily, the spear misses and falls nearby, without harming the guys at all. John runs around him from the side, continuing on his way. About a dozen fighters emerged from the bushes, ready to avenge their comrades. John looked at them with apprehension and immediately realized that all these warriors were at the peak of the 3rd rank. He turned to Kate and wondered how she could kill hundreds of these fighters on her own and still escape. He was amazed at her frightening strength. The offender, rubbing his long mustache, tells the hero that he should give up trying, because he cannot escape their pursuit. But Kate looks straight into the man's eyes with a cold-blooded gaze, confident in her own victory. The enemy looks at Kate with great anger and fury in his eyes, and says that she has no chance after they injured her, and they should not be afraid of the girl. Taking a look at John, he said with a smirk that such a weakling would not be able to protect her. The guy immediately wilted and was extremely surprised by this statement. The man, licking his teeth, suggests that Kate should give in and surrender to him so that he can give her tough love. Hearing these dirty words, she puts her hand on her ally's shoulder and asks him to put her down on the ground. Once on the surface, the blonde took out her sword, with the clear intention of killing Arnie for his words. John remains behind, and with a disappointed look says under his breath that he is not noticed at all. The offender begins to scream furiously, calling on his warriors. It is necessary to leave the girl alive, since he plans to have fun with her, but the main character can be destroyed. The men laugh hysterically, anticipating an interesting battle for him. One of the warriors immediately rushes at the guy, screaming that he will die. But this does not frighten him at all. He does not say a word and only looks arrogantly at the pathetic fighter. The long-haired boy rushes into battle, holding his weapon behind his back to smell the attack. But he misses, because John manages to dodge. Only part of his hair ends up cut off by the enemy's sharp blade. Gripping the handle of his spear tighter, the protagonist's limb lights up with fire as his skill begins to activate. And then he lunges forward, the grandeur of a phoenix directed towards his opponent. He opens his eyes wider in fear, not understanding at all what is happening. But the guy doesn't have time to come to his senses and avoid the attack, so he ends up in the center of the flames. On the other hand, the girl also fights with men, fighting for her own life. The opponent cannot comprehend how Kate is able to fight so actively, even though she was seriously injured. One of the attackers distracts the girl, smiles slyly and calls her. The man holds his weapon tightly, smiling widely with the pleasure he gets on the battlefield. He quickly catches up with Kate from the side, and she only sharply turns her gaze to him. And then, their blades touch in a blow, ringing against each other. Once they are close, the guys exchange a few phrases. The hero believes that no man would admit to being tired. They agree to climb up this battle as soon as possible. And then, the main character again finds himself in the epicenter of the battle opposite his rivals. One of them laughs sarcastically, offering to show how to use a spear correctly. Hearing this, John noticeably tenses up, becomes more serious, and concentrates harder. Afterwards, the enemy uses his skill, and then his weapon and body light up blue. But the main character is confident in his abilities. He spins his weapon and responds to the enemy's comment. Smiling, the boy once again uses the greatness of the phoenix, illuminating the space around him with his flame. A huge explosion passes in front of him, sending chunks of earth and dust from the floor flying into the air. The rival, having survived, slips through, rejoicing in the presence of a strong opponent. The main character, in turn, is not going to give up and explains that the blow he used was only a small part of his skills. Suddenly, new characters appear behind him, ready to strike. Fortunately, John notices the movement and turns towards the attackers. With a sharp movement of his hands, he uses Verdict and repels the attacks on the men. At this moment, the main enemy is already running towards him with a weapon extended in front of him. As he continues to run, the confidence on the man's face fades, and he looks ahead with confusion. And the opponent, in turn, only becomes charged with enthusiasm and grins at the situation. The guy hits his opponent's instrument with his spear, and a loud ringing sound is heard around. Straining, the man can't understand why John's weapon is so heavy, and then after a few seconds, a bright thought comes into his head. He looks at the spear, analyzes its appearance, and realizes that the protagonist uses a black beam to fight. Hearing this, the protagonist is surprised by his enemy's knowledge. The man becomes even more confident, wanting to get his hands on such a precious weapon. And then the guy sharply cuts the air with his spear, trying to hit the man standing in front of him. Jumping back, John offers to give this thing to his rival. Since the man liked the instrument, he makes a sharp lunge forward, delivering a thrusting blow. But the opponent intercepts the instrument with his hand, clenching his fist around the handle. Even though he strains with all his might, he still finds it difficult to hold the weapon. And then, the main character begins to accelerate, moving forward. He uses a chain of kicks, knocking his tool out of the man's hands. And then, under strong pressure, it flies off in the opposite direction. As his opponent moves away, John catches up with him and shouts that someone like him is not worthy of using such a thing. Now he is fighting with a long-haired man, exchanging a chain of attacks. The gang leader presses his hand to his chest, finding Kate frightening. One of the enemies uses a skill called thousand-fold piercing, smiling widely as he attacks. The girl looks seriously ahead, watching every movement in order to move away if necessary. And when he stops, she immediately jumps up and attacks. With a swing of her hand, Kate cuts off her opponent's head with a sharp movement. The hero warns his friend about someone approaching from behind. When the commander appears behind her, the girl turns around irritably in response to humorous comments and asks him to watch himself. At that very second, John turns away and continues to fight with the two guys. One of them bares his teeth, smiling slyly. The main character groans with displeasure, continuing to move actively. This trio moves very harmoniously, and the people manage to combine the advantages of long and short weapons. So the fight promises to be difficult. Catching up with his opponent from behind, the man calls out to John, drawing his attention to himself. Jumping high into the sky, he activates a new ability called Meteor Strike. Realizing that the guy is in danger, the hero's eyes widen in horror at what is happening. A multitude of weapons are moving towards him at a gigantic speed, cutting through space. Looking at the approaching enemy, the protagonist realizes that he has no choice. He looks at the man in front of him. It seems like it's time to use an explosion of anger. And then the guy strains himself with all his might, activating his ability. Suddenly the man notices changes and is very surprised by what he sees, because John's power has become many times greater. He continues to push forward, determined to do his best to win. After that, the guy activates a pear-colored flurry, poking the enemy with sharp movements. Looking ahead, the opponent is perplexed. Unable to dodge, the guy's head is pierced by a spear. The system reports the destruction of a third-rank warrior. The fighters discuss the situation among themselves and decide to use their strongest skills. The long-haired boy tenses up, the air around him becoming engulfed in hot flames. He quickly cuts through the air with his swords, an ability called the Wrath of the Red Lotus. Looking at this, John only smirks and says that he is capable of similar things. After this, the main character uses the greatness of the Phoenix. Then his body is enveloped in fire. A hologram of a screaming firebird appears in front of the man, leaving the fighter standing there in confusion. And after that, the flame captures him in its tenacious paws. Another warrior is destroyed. The next opponent grips his instrument tighter, preparing to attack. Raising his sword into the sky, he uses his ability to attack. But John doesn't care, so by spinning his spear, the guy repels each of the attacks. Swinging his sword one last time, the protagonist seriously wishes the guy death. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he looks at his opponent in horror. But, again, he doesn't have time to do anything in response, so he loses his life. Smiling, John is glad that he has finally dealt with all the dangers that were imposed on him. On the other side, Kate finds herself at a disadvantage, a battered girl clutching her wounded shoulder. The leader is already happy about his victory, and asks the heroine not to delude herself with hopes about the fight. Before he could finish speaking, John found himself above his head, about to attack. When he lands, he thrusts his spear into the turf, scattering chunks of earth in all directions. Finding himself in front of the girl, the hero invites him to look around in search of his allies. And then, The man realizes the full extent of his situation and insults the fighters. Suddenly, the enemy activates the ability, squeezing his weapon in his hand tighter. His eyes sparkle with rage and desire to defeat the boys. Jumping high above the hero, he activates his ability to attack him. Looking at his opponent, John smiles confidently and tells him about the secret thing he has in store. They move towards each other, holding their instruments out in front of them. And then the main character's spear hits the enemy's weapon, and cracks appear on the axe. After this, John delivers a punch with his accumulated strength into the man's abdominal area. Having finished this fight and destroyed the enemy with the final blow, the guy continues on his way. Sitting down on the ground next to Kate, he begins a dialogue, inquiring about the girl's condition. After some time, the guy hands her a bottle of liquid and asks her not to worry, because he has never drunk from it. Bringing the container to her mouth, Kate shares that she did not expect such a rapid increase in strength from the hero. He is delighted by this compliment, and begins to show off in front of her with all his might. A few seconds later, the lady rises from the ground and follows in an unknown direction. It turns out that they are both going to the institute. John slowly gets up and asks to wait, explaining that because of helping the girl he feels tired. But Kate doesn't answer and continues to walk away, shouting after her. The guy gets to his feet and runs after her. Entering a new territory, John is glad that finally something resembling an ordinary forest has appeared on his path. Turning his head from side to side, he guesses that there is very little time left until the university. A voice is heard from behind. The man does not want to let the guys into this place. On the way of a guy named Chappie, Margot yells at him, unhappy with why he talks like that. He explains that he heard about some kind of competition among applicants, and considers intimidating competitors to be a completely reasonable step. The girl looks ahead with confusion, not understanding why he decided to kill them. Raising his hands up, Chappie explains that he has no reason to do this. He just hopes that his acquaintances will turn around and go the other way. Hearing this, the guy loses his temper. There are a lot of dangers behind him, so he is not going to retreat. The guys watch the company from the side. John tells Kate that he knows these people. The main character follows them, waving his hand cheerfully. Seeing the guy, Margot is sincerely happy about this meeting and smiles broadly at her old acquaintance. He approaches Chappie, saying that he is also going to university, and whether John should turn around in that case. Hearing this, the dark-skinned girl is surprised that they are both applicants, but the difference in their strengths is very big. Having heard this entire dialogue, the young man compliments Kate and calls the hero tactful. Coming closer to the girl, Chappie reaches out his hand to her and offers to let her through only if she becomes his girlfriend. Hearing this, she immediately reaches for her weapon, slowly pulling the blade out of its sheath. Before Chappie could finish speaking, Kate cuts the air between them with a sharp movement of her hand. While the guy stands there in confusion, his friend comes closer and warns him that the lady is a 4th-rank warrior. But he sees the girl's wounds and is not going to let such a beauty go. And then the main character approaches him from the side and calls out, attracting his attention. Smiling, he asks if the guys know about a group called the Black Tiger. Chappie goes into more detail about these people, and then asks how the hero is connected to them. John crosses his arms and explains that the group turned against them, and now they no longer exist. Chappie's accomplice screams in horror, asking how reliable all this information is. Another guy says that they don't dare to provoke these thugs thoughtlessly. Suddenly, the man asks everyone to shut up, not ready to take the main character's word for it. And then John offers to check him if he doesn't want to accept his words. Smiling, Chappie compliments the resourcefulness of his interlocutor and smiles sincerely. And then he lowers his hand and reaches for his own weapon. The man lunges forward, extending his hand towards the protagonist, intending to really find out the truth. By attacking, John ensures that the enemy goes to the next world. Swinging back, he uses a tearing fist towards the guy. It hits the enemy in the shoulder, and he groans from the piercing pain in his limb. The rest of Chappie's team, ready to stand up for their commander, jump up and run towards the main character. The guy shouts and tells to go on the attack to kill the opponent. A sharp blade appears next to his ear, and when he notices it, he gets quite scared. Holding the weapon in front of him, Kate threatens him with the slightest movement. One of the attackers raises his hand towards her and demands that she release his commander. And then John shows his fingers to the enemies and says that they have 3 seconds left. He smiles, clarifying what he will choose, death or will he decide to leave. The observing allies agree to help their friend in the planned battle. The guys are also charged up for the fight, become serious and look confidently ahead. The company gathers in a circle around the main character, wanting to help him in any way. And then, Chappie realizes the disadvantage of his position and announces his retreat, looking back at the people standing behind him. The guy offendedly clicks his tongue. Margot thanks the protagonist for standing up for her. because the enemy is quite strong and has a depraved character. Turning shyly to Kate, the dark-skinned girl says thank you. Smiling politely, John says that they are one of them, so there is no problem with this. Turning to the girl, the hero asks whether they will reach the end of the path of death if they continue to move forward. Awkwardly placing her hand behind her head, Margot asks if their group can join them, and then he agrees to this. He is going to look after each other. People reach a small camp in the forest. Many people are sitting around fires, gathering strength to continue their journey. It seems that they are all heading to university as well. There are really a lot of applicants. Turning to the boys, John asks them approximately how many enter the university each year. Margot, lost in thought, says that there were 5 people selected from their academy, and about the same number from Chappie's academy. It turns out that only 10 people came from her city, and only John was taken from Starlight. She shyly says that they are all very far from the strength of the main character. This year, a person from the Sky City who reached the 5th rank was enrolled. Kate intervenes in the conversation, saying that she studied with him in the same academy. Everyone present screams in great surprise and bombards the girl with questions. Morgana is thrilled, as most people don't even get a chance to visit the city in the sky. At the edge of the rocky surface, a crowd of warriors who deserve to be here gathers. The number of applicants has exceeded 1,000. Even the weakest of them are at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and all those gathered here are around 18 years old. Margot thinks about how the path of death ends in a steep cliff, and wonders where the entrance to the university is. The guy guesses that the passage uses a teleportation mechanism, and perhaps his guess was correct. A giant aircraft appears in front of the applicants. The ship's ladder is pulled out from a certain compartment, slowly lowering in front of the people. A teacher named Mason appears before them, the man tasked with escorting the newcomers to the university. Before that, he decides to warn the boys, since the school is not located at the final point of the path of death. The reason that they were required to go through it was to weed out the weak. Students scream hysterically, feeling disappointment about lost friends and comrades and the difficulties they have experienced. Mason looks ahead coolly, saying that the university does not accept the weak, so the scum must be weeded out. One of the people present runs furiously towards the teacher and screams loudly, intending to release his own emotions. Looking at their chests, John just crosses his arms over his chest and calls them idiots. One of the incoming students was very hurt by this news, and screaming about his life, rushed at Mason with an axe, but he did not even move, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. At that very moment, the teacher literally delivered 3 precise blows in a split second and quickly calmed the unruly student. He fell to his knees, dropping his battle axe from his hands opposite him. The teacher still stood in place, seemingly not even moving from his spot. He eventually fell on his back, unconscious, his clothes showing holes from the teacher's blows. Everyone who stood and watched what was happening literally froze at what they saw. Mason, still with that slightly strange smile, waved 2 fingers, and at that very moment, a cleanup team emerged from the ship behind him. He gave the command to act and simply stood there watching. The fighters moved in a scattered manner, going around the teacher, like a river flowing around a stone, beginning to open fire. Literally a few moments later, all the rebels were already lying on the ground. Mason began to walk forward and after taking a couple of steps, said that anyone who disobeyed the rules would face the same outcome. Stopping in front of those who were entering and were not going to rebel, the teacher informed them that they should take out their acceptance letter. The heroes' faces looked quite surprised by what had happened. Each one took out his notice without saying a word. Finding an example in his things, the man demands to tear off the protective layer from the backside. Grasping the thing more firmly, he says to apply it to his body. He looks ahead with a cold, grinning expression and says that it is time for the final test. The main character looks at him with an anxious heart and sometimes waits, guessing what will happen. And then Mason raises his hand and shouts that only the person who has received 3 notices will have the right to board the ship. After listening to the teacher, the main character realizes that he guessed correctly. By raising his hand, the man announces the beginning of the test. He looks at the warriors who have arrived and wishes them luck in obtaining information from those present. One of the guys approaches Kate with a crooked smile and asks her to give him her piece of paper. Turning in his direction, the girl asks him not to overestimate his strength in relation to her. But the guy is not embarrassed by this. He stretches his lecherous hands towards the lady, making caustic comments. And then, Kate stops standing on ceremony and with a sharp movement of her sword cuts down some of the fighters. Stopping after using the skill, she absent-mindedly looks straight ahead. Seeing this from the side, the other warriors bare their teeth and watch the girl's new movements. Having taken a whole stack of the necessary sheets, Kate hands them to the main character. But he refuses, so the girl suggests that Morgana take them. Seeing this, the lady is delighted. Sparks play in her eyes, she thanks her savior. One of the guys applying to the university takes away her acceptance letter, hitting Margot hard in the shoulder. At that very second, the blonde comes up to her and offers to take the sheets. They are enough for 3 people. Rubbing her face, Margot says to share them with Vagar and Nicholas, and plans to get her own. As Chappie approaches his acquaintances, he comments on the number of notifications he has received. Suddenly, the guy grabs his weapon and runs towards them, demanding that they hand over the sheets. But Margot stands in front of the girl, thereby protecting the prey. The sound of heels on the ground can be heard as the stranger moves straight ahead. The man is amazed by Kate's speed and offers to board the ship after presenting 3 notices. The girl immediately hands Mason a paper, thereby proving the power of her abilities in comparison with the others. A man named Dorian greets a female student, enjoying their contact. Unnoticed, he looks at the serious Kate in confusion. Then, Dorian looks down in understanding and remains standing in his place. He climbs the stairs to the ship. Apparently the lady remained uncommunicative, suggests meeting at the university itself. Mason invites the girl to go further, but Kate remains outside, waiting for her friend. There is a fierce battle on the field between Nicholas and Morgana. They quickly swing their instruments. At the moment when the girl feels tired, she begins to call Vagar for help. But the main character is already nearby. He catches up with the enemy from behind, lighting his path with flame. Trying to avoid the attack, the man jumps to the side and curses. Within a few moments, a mass of notifications are released from the bodies of enemies. It was John who used a movement technique called Silent Tread. Gathering around the guy hands the sheets to the others. Now this amount should be enough for everyone. The men, having realized the essence of the situation, notice the sale of sheets and run towards the hero to take them. He turns coolly towards the people, commenting that he didn't like his rivals yesterday. One of the attackers uses an ability, grabbing his weapon. But due to the slow advance, John pierces the enemy's head with a sharp movement. The system congratulates him on his victory. Chappie grits his teeth harder, making a displeased face, amazed at his enemy's abilities. Another team member decides to test his strength and also lunges forward to attack. And then the main character snatches the weapon from the hands of his opponent, commenting on its shortcomings. The guy decides to demonstrate his strength by taking the spear more firmly. The striker believes that he can fight as well as John, but he doesn't have time to finish speaking when the main character's spear pierces the enemy's neck, leaving him without a continuation. The system again talks about the destruction of one of the opponents, namely, a third-rank fighter. Without losing the enthusiasm in their eyes, the guys run towards their goal. One of them uses Pegasus Sword, another uses Lushan Dragon Slash, and the third uses Star Nebula Pierce. Looking at the impending danger, John says with confidence that the number of people will not change the outcome of the battle. By quickly swinging his spear, he activates a wall in front of him and also uses the Verdict skill. Now, all attackers receive the same damage that was directed towards him, and the main character turns towards Chappie. And now, the guy asks his rival to be more careful in the next life. The man screams hysterically and asks them to wait. He asks them to let them go and leave them alive. But the main character no longer hears, activates a blow of accumulated power, and a pear-colored flurry pierces the guy with stabbing blows. When he lands on the ground, dust rises around from the people falling. The system congratulates him on gaining experience. The survivors look at the ferocious John in horror, assuring him that it is better not to mess with him. People who are on his team thank the hero for his help and protection. Looking up, he sees something in front of him that he did not expect at all. Kate had been waiting for him at the entrance to the ship all this time. While giving the notice to the teacher, the main character admires his new friend. Congratulations are heard, those present have passed the final tests, and now they have officially received the right to study at the university. From that moment on, everyone became fellow students. The main rule for students is the prohibition of killing students. Morgana is outraged, because they were just forced to fight to the death, and now they are pretending to be a good person. The journey to the sacred area will take about 3 hours, so the guys have a chance to catch their breath on board. John seems surprised that there is not a single porthole on this ship. Apparently no one wants the students to know the exact location of the university. To the general public, the 4 universities in the south and north are the most prestigious in the country. But in fact, it is the mysterious university that has the right to call itself the best. In such aspects as the qualifications and strength of teachers, scientific research power, and the level of soldiers, it is at the highest level, and is in no way inferior to the strongest foreign universities in the world. Those who are considered geniuses for ordinary educational institutions are not even fit to be trash here. They were simply taken and got rid of. In one fell swoop they weeded out the lion's share of those who arrived. It is not even known whether those from whom the notice was taken away will be able to return safely. And so, after some time, the plane lands in the required place. Mason approaches the guys and informs them of their arrival at the university. Students stand near the inscription and look at the carved door. The teacher invites them to enter. And at that moment, a vibration is heard. A huge creature flies over the roof of the building. This is a 9th rank fire beast. The guy looks at what is happening in confusion. There is no need to worry, because this evolved beast is a friend of the university. This is one of the most dangerous creatures living on Earth. She ended up here. It is not for nothing that this place is called one of the most mysterious and powerful educational institutions. Stopping at the entrance, the teacher talks about the need to collect data. Another assistant greets applicants from the southern regions, asks them to line up and go through the scanning process one by one. After a person undergoes the necessary operation, he is given a card with a number. This thing is a pass to the university, and at the same time a savings card. The alliance currency is not used on the territory of the educational institution. Students can pay for the purchase only with points that they will receive. Here, each of them will be awarded 500 points every month. They must use them at their own discretion. One of the arrivals decides to clarify whether people from other units will also be admitted to the institute. In addition to them, people from northern places are coming, whose number in total amounts to 641 students. Their tests began earlier, were carried out in the northern region in the zone of extreme cold. Approaching the girl, the main character asks about the meaning of the number on the card, and then Kate shows him hers, with the group number written on them. The guy understands that due to the effect of camouflage, the equipment has assigned him to the 10th group. Taking into account the girl's strength, she falls into the first group. Mason calls people over, asks them to come over. Any minute now, scientific leaders will arrive to lead the groups. This means that the number represents the class number. Margot clarifies the number with the main character. He shyly raises his hand in front of him and shows the inscription on the map. Those present feel incredible happiness upon hearing this. Now John has familiar classmates. Kate silently watches what is happening from the side, looking at the guys with an unperturbed gaze. People in identical suits approach from the side. Mason raises his hand and introduces the leaders. And then, people raise their hands with bracelets on, and numbers with the group number appear in front of the teachers. The presenter asks to follow one or another necessary scientific supervisor. Turning to the girl, John is upset about having to leave, but the university is small. Looking in her direction, the protagonist remains confused and wonders what this statement meant. Walking towards the teacher, Margot raises her hand and offers to follow her. He follows in surprise and looks at the man. The man introduces himself. His name is Liam, and from that day on he is his scientific supervisor. Since the eye of analysis is unable to determine the strength of this warrior, it could mean that this person is incredibly strong. This building is entirely at the disposal of their 10th group. To assign a seat to yourself, simply insert your card into the equipment on your desk. The daily composition of classes, in addition to the basics of theory, also includes combat exercises, practice with combat robots, as well as special training of warriors. Today they need to choose a person who will take on the duties of the headman. The group leader is responsible for keeping the keys to the training rooms on the 3 floors, as well as the safety and maintenance of the training equipment. However, this also gives him the opportunity to train at any convenient time. In addition, as a reward, the leader receives additional points every month. After listening to the man, the people present are happy about this opportunity and are inspired. But for now, new students need to take their places. Since there are no volunteers for the role of class monitor, the teacher is going to decide everything by vote. A screen with written names appears in front of the guys. John votes for himself, because he wants to receive all the privileges listed earlier. The other students also click on their names, not intending to share such an advantage. And yet, the main character wins the vote, receiving 5 votes. The students are indignant at this outcome, since the group of people knew each other before entering. But the teacher looks up at the children and asks what they think would be fair. The guy suggests resolving this through a battle, because the headman must be the strongest of all. Unfortunately, time is running out, and the fight won't be possible. The teacher presses a button and decides to determine the class monitor with some device. He announces that the winner will be the one whose strength indicator is the highest. The student stands up from his seat and asks permission to go first. Then the guy waves his fist, with a wide smile on his face, aiming at the target. A loud sound rushes through the air and hits the target. The onlookers are amazed at the results, because a guy named Milan has just thrown a punch weighing 9,800 kilograms. The teacher, looking at this, smiles and says that the result is quite good. As the guys pass each other, they exchange caustic comments. John is unperturbed and continues to believe in his victory. And then, The main character decides to clarify whether he will have to reimburse the cost of the equipment in case of breakdown. Those present laugh at what they hear. Does the guy really hope to win? And then John slowly moves towards the device, stretching and kneading his hands. With a confident expression, he activates the skills Swift Fist and Ripping Fist. Clouds of dust rise up around the area from the intensity of the blow. The equipment cracks and falls apart into pieces. The teacher gets up from his seat and watches this with a questioning expression. Seeing this, Milan is surprised by what he sees, not believing his own eyes. And then, the teacher notices that skills were used. But even in this situation, John's powers cannot be neglected. Margot screams loudly and rejoices. The girl had no doubt that her friend was number one. Smiling confidently, the main character turns his head in her direction. It seems that he will take the place of the head man. And then the teacher smiles and congratulates him on his victory, and also informs him about the university website, and also suggests that they disperse, since there are no more questions. But the girl interrupts him. Margot needs to know where their dorm is. Unfortunately, the university does not provide housing. Students need to find it themselves and pay for its rent with points. To find a place to live, the man advises to go to the registration department. There they will be able to find a suitable option for themselves and pay the rent. Having finished the dialogue and communicated all the necessary information, the teacher dismisses the students. The area of a typical apartment is 50 square meters, and monthly rent costs 50 points. The rent for the Bamboo Grove cottage is 500 points, and it also has a training room with all kinds of equipment. Morgana looks at the photograph with delight, thinking that there is no better option. The guy comes closer and explains to his friend that with such expenses, she won't even have enough for food. The main character believes that only a fool would spend all his money on luxury housing. Suddenly, an unknown person hits him in the back of the head with a fist. An old acquaintance named Kate stands in front of him, and she indignantly asks who he called a fool. And then the guy is horrified by the realization that the blonde is planning to rent such an expensive house. The girl asks if he has chosen a place to live, and when he answers negatively, she asks him to give her his card. Moving away from the main character, Kate heads towards a certain terminal and presses keys on the screen. The girl explains that the cottage consists of 2 floors, so she transfers 250 points and offers to live on the first floor with her. As he places his hand on the device, John is embarrassed by the thought that the couple will now become cohabitants. Kate, in turn, feels dissatisfied and asks him to shut up. Morning comes, the sun rises high above the horizon, illuminating the residential streets. Sitting down on the sofa, the main character smiles and says that his points were not wasted, because the cottage is the highest level of comfort. He decides to look at what is on the university website, and finds a tab with assignments. The main character runs through the inscriptions and is indignant at the presence of options that are not suitable for him. It turns out that there is also an exchange office where you can exchange your items for points. The guy's eyes lit up, because he was able to get a lot of useful things on the way to the university. And then, John heads to the exchange office as quickly as possible. Many people in special clothing walk around a small room, each of them hurrying in their own direction. And then, 2 guys start whispering to each other. Suddenly, other people also turn their attention to John, watching him go. Those present discuss him, and some send rude comments his way. The man explains that the exchange is only for points, and he himself does not understand what the newcomer is doing in this place. While placing special items on the table, the protagonist looks up at his interlocutor and asks him how much he is willing to offer for them. Grabbing the skin, the man is genuinely happy with what he sees and offers 10,000 points as a reward. The guys standing aside are also amazed, thinking that John was very lucky to have found the leech skin on the way. The main character agrees to this amount and immediately takes out a new thing from his backpack. Adjusting his glasses, the man agrees to exchange for 100,000 because the crystal is unimaginably rare. The people around no longer whisper, but openly discuss the main character and what is happening before their eyes. And then John takes out some vines from his backpack and with a wide smile asks to evaluate one more thing. And then, the man finally loses his temper and starts screaming, not believing that the guy was able to kill an evolved 6th-rank beast. The students do not understand where the hero could appear from, and with such power and a bunch of expensive items with him. One of them clicks his tongue and doesn't believe that John belongs to a noble family. He must have picked up all these things somewhere. The man takes out a notebook, starts counting and adding up the offered prices, and the result is 610,000 points. The guy agrees, asking if it is also possible to exchange combat skill cards. And then the seller answers negatively, because the university produces such things in sufficient quantities. He recently pulled out a diamond blade technique card, hoping to exchange it for 1,000,000 points. but John also asks if it is possible to purchase a rank 6 abnormal crystal. Having returned the card to the hero, the man reports that he has deducted the required amount from his account. The price was 80,000 points. The day is coming to an end. The sky is getting dark, covered with red spots of sunset. A couple of sunbeams still illuminate the space. Raising his hand to his head, John sighs and says that something happens to him on a permanent basis. Turning back, the hero demands that the strangers come out. Now is the perfect time for a robbery, since there is no one around. And then, after what was said, several guys come out of hiding, among them a student named Max. He noticed that in the exchange center the hero exchanged items for many points. He urgently needed 10,000 points, so the guy thought that John would not refuse to lend him some. And then he clarifies how he will do this if there are no devices nearby that could help with this. After that, Max comes closer and insults the hero. These cards have a translation function. John looks down at the object in surprise, amazed by such news. In this case, he offers to transfer his points to him, smiling sarcastically at the enemy. Max moves away further. He was going to rob him. How dare his interlocutor treat him like that? Looking confidently at his opponent, the main character has no doubts about his victory and asks the guy what he thinks about this topic. And then Max loses his temper, swings his fist and rushes to attack. At that very second, John uses a movement technique called silent tread, and the guy's goal disappears and he looks ahead in confusion. But the main character is already hiding, delivering sharp blows to his opponents, quickly moving between people. He ends up behind the guys, slowly walking straight ahead without turning around. And then Max realizes that his opponent used the technique of movements and begins to worry a little. The protagonist turns to him with a laugh and asks how he views his abilities. Before the enemy can respond, John activates a chain of blows, followed by multiple kicks. He also uses another ability. His palm lights up with flames. But Max is not going to retreat. He then uses the fist of the great snake. His hand, with the help of a hologram, becomes the head of a reptile. Seeing this, the guy turns around in fear and pays attention to it. He doesn't have time to dodge, and the enemy's attack hits him in the face, pushing him aside. Max is extremely unhappy. He decides to do something bad. John shouldn't have provoked him. He still demands the money back, but the protagonist advises them to be glad that they ended up at the university. If the battle took place outside the school, the boys could have been experience points for John, and then he uses a tearing fist. And then Max laughs loudly, not doubting his own victory, and also uses his ability. After a couple of seconds, the boys merge into a dance of attacks, their fists touching. And then the opponent feels his arm being twisted. It's all about John's ability. Max falls to the ground and screams in pain and resentment, ordering his friends to take him to the hospital immediately. Coming closer, the main character angrily comments on everything that is happening, and is not going to let people leave. And then the guy's eyes widened in fear. He doesn't understand what could happen now. Raising his finger and smiling broadly, John asks for 10,000 points to be transferred to him from each of those present. Hearing this comment, the guys get angry and refuse this condition. But the main character is not going to retreat. He offers to break the arms and legs of his opponents in exchange for this. Of course, Max would not like to get even more injuries. He promises to send him a transfer. Moving away, the guy asks how the transfer of funds can be carried out. Crying in fear and pain, Max takes out his card and explains that he needs to press a button on the side, which will cause a display to appear on the front of the card. After this, the guy asks the hero's account number, which he needs to know in order to make a transfer. Clicking his tongue, he finishes the action and sends the money to the account. Beaming with happiness, John is delighted that he managed to earn about 30,000 points to his account in a matter of minutes. Turning around, he thanks for the points he received and also says goodbye to the guys. Max is confident that he is not going to let the hero get away with all this. The people who remained safe are discussing what happened. They were quite frightened by the murderous aura. Is John really a first-year student? And then one of them is going to put all his money into getting a big group together and causing a lot of trouble for the guy. Arriving home, John calls his friend by name, after which he suggests having lunch together. Kate sits in her room, an aura hovering around her. The girl is focused on using some skill. Using a monitor in the living room, you can order delivery without leaving your room, she says. The guy treats her, offers to choose whatever she wants. But for now, the girl should take a shower after fruitful work. As she gets out of the bath, she is surprised at the speed with which the delivery arrived. There are many different dishes on the table in front of her. The food looks so attractive and appetizing. The hero also spears a piece of meat on a fork and joyfully brings it to his mouth. He hasn't eaten for a very long time, on the path to death. All he had was protein bars and bland fried animal meat. Turning to the guy, she asks where he got so many university points from. Smiling, John offers to kiss him in exchange for information. Hearing this, Kate immediately takes out a gun and brings it to her friend's neck, who is jokingly scared and surprised by the presence of a gun at the table. During his defense, John calls his friend his big sister, which makes her even more angry. Kneeling down, the protagonist is ready to call the girl whatever he wants, especially considering that they are roommates. And then, Kate really loses her temper and then pushes the hero to the side with her foot. Once on the battlefield, she offers to come closer and show him the heights of his strength. Hearing this, John is surprised, because Kate has already taken a shower, and the training has long since ended. He wonders if she's probably decided to follow the example of her previous teacher, and use the training as an excuse to give him a dressing down, if he's surrounded by only explosive girls. Kate becomes more serious. How could the guy dare to relax during a fight? During this, she lunges forward, delivering a stabbing blow with her sword. The main character clicks his tongue, and drops of blood appear from his mouth. But it's not about the girl's attack. She looks at her friend with surprise and horror. While he coughs, Kate asks when John could have gotten injured. He smiles and explains that he visited the exchange center in the evening, exchanged materials from evolved beasts for a considerable number of points, and eventually a second-year student noticed this, and a fight broke out between them on the way, and in the end he was given 30,000 points as compensation. The girl turns away in displeasure, and then throws away the medicine for healing wounds, which restores blood vessels. It must be taken twice a day, 2 tablets at a time. Looking down at the jar, John doesn't understand why he would waste medicine for the sake of a scratch. Turning towards her interlocutor, Kate points to her forehead and says that he is sick after all. Leaving the room, the girl asks to have a good rest, and John wonders if she could really like him. The feeling of energy continuously flowing into the body is simply incredible. In addition, during this absorption, the hero's points simply increase insanely. This can really be called a random discovery. In the future, it will be possible to absorb high-ranking anomalous crystal more often for the sake of increasing points. However, a 6th-rank jewel contains a colossal amount of energy that the body can barely cope with, and it feels like the body is being torn to shreds. The warrior's body is a receptacle, and only by strengthening it can one accommodate a greater amount of energy from the sources, thereby steadily increasing one's strength. Based on this, the war must tirelessly harden his body. Having finished the thought, the guy looks up and loses his concentration. He notices his partner jumping over the fence, wondering where the girl is headed at such a late hour. Apparently, she is having a secret date. But John decides to forget about such thoughts and concentrate on improving himself. Max sits in his chair. He has already visited the doctor. But he does not let go of the thought of teaching his opponent a lesson. One of his subordinates comes and reports that he has brought a certain man named Darius. The man slowly steps forward, indignant, because he was called from the first-year students. Darius says hello. He appears in front of Max. The man is a tall and large man. And then they push him from behind, asking him not to block the road, and he falls sharply. Turning in the opposite direction, Darius indignantly asks who dared to push him. Kate stands in front of him, her gaze unperturbed. The girl calls him a newbie. Hearing this, the giant loses his temper, his eyes widening with aggression. He doesn't care at all what year she's in, because now her song must be sung. But she is still unperturbed and confident in her own victory. Calls the enemy a mediocrity and cuts the air with her sword. After this, Kate puts the blade to the opponent's throat, who bares his teeth and remains in place. She looks menacingly at Darius and explains that if he moves, he will definitely die. Max intervenes in the dialogue, reminding that murder is prohibited on university grounds. And then the girl turns to him and offers to check if she has enough courage to break the ban. And then Darius recognizes Kate and calls her this year's talented newcomer. A little later, he says her name again and remembers something. Probably they already know each other. Max says her name once again and is surprised by the realization of some things. He realizes that the girl standing in front of him is from a certain clan of the Heavenly City. Hearing this, everyone around is horrified, because each of those present has heard about this kind. If this is true, then the girl really can get away with murder within the walls of the university. So the guy falls to his knees and shakes with horror. He asks for forgiveness. He didn't understand who he was dealing with and went against her friend. He asks to show generosity and spare them. He promises to never get in the way. The girl looks at Max with confusion and looks at him for a long time. Lowering her weapon, she immediately turns around and walks away. Feeling extreme fear, the giant falls to the ground. Darius inhales slowly. The girl has finally left. The atmosphere around her is too scary. No one knew, even to think, that he could be connected with such important people as Kate. The night ends. The sun rises from the horizon, illuminating everything around. The birds wake up and begin to sing. Yawning, the protagonist gets out of bed and calls his friend named Kate. And so, Going out into the living room, the guy is surprised at what he sees. There is breakfast on the table. Apparently the girl leaves for university very early. Although she looks cold, she is actually quite caring. Arriving at the site, the main character notices students from his new class. The guys make snide comments, hinting at cohabitation with the blonde. The teacher announces that the theoretical lesson is over, and that the students will now have some time for independent study and training. The university has an unusually free academic atmosphere. Students can attend theoretical classes at their own discretion, and absence will not affect their credits. From what they heard, most people are happy and smiling, because now they can safely skip classes. However, tests are held monthly, and exams are held every 6 months. So if the grades are at an unacceptable level, then one should not blame the insensitive punishment. And now, students are upset because they won't be able to skip classes because they need to prepare for exams. One floor above their office are the strength training rooms, where students will find all the things they need for their daily workouts. Since the main character is the headman, he is given a map. The room opens at 6 in the morning and closes at 12 at night every day. After use, it is necessary to clean up. After that, he asks to give his card to get 500 points. Finally, the man takes the object in his hand and sends it into the hole on his table. Seeing the gigantic sum on the screen, he is shocked by what he sees. The teacher decides to find out where the main character got so many points from. The students discuss what they heard, look at each other, and are surprised by the number. This is impossible. Yesterday no one had points, and today there were so many. This could not have happened. The guy gets up from his seat and accuses the protagonist of hacking the university system. The teacher looks at the students angrily. Do they really think that the system can be hacked so easily? It clearly shows that those points were obtained by exchanging materials from evolved beasts. And then, the students learn about the existence of an exchange center at the educational institution, and decide to also go after classes and exchange some things. Watching this, John inhales slowly and makes a rude comment on the behavior of his classmates. The teacher praises his student for his skills. It's amazing how much he managed to gain on the path of death. After that, he asks where the hero got his friends in his second year of study. The guy scratches his head and makes up a story that his friends were worried that he might not have enough points and showed generosity. Returning the card to his student, the teacher asks him to be careful. Turning around, the man says that he is going to a meeting. In a week, there will be a meeting among the first-year students, so it is necessary to train. When the time comes, he will select the 5 strongest among them, who will compete with the rest of the first-year students for the title of the best. Hearing this, the guys are motivated and promise that they will prepare responsibly. After finishing their classes, each of them goes to the training room. People take wooden balls and swing them in front of them, while others use exercise machines. The guy also uses a wooden spear to practice the necessary strikes. Approaching him, a classmate asks him how he views the exchange of experience. Margot is already coming closer and turns to a guy named Milan, not understanding what he is trying to achieve. He explains that he just wants to warm up by fighting his headman. A classmate is sure that yesterday the hero used some trick to break the device for measuring strength. It is impossible to explain, because the aura is practically not felt. The main character does not agree to fight, because his opponent is too weak. He is afraid of accidentally injuring him. And then Milan loses his temper and swings a wooden ball towards his opponent. He in turn jumps back, avoiding the attack. The main character smiles broadly and says that the attack is too slow, and offers to show how it should be done. He immediately uses a pear-colored flurry, dealing multiple blows in one sharp movement. The guy barely fights off some of them, trying to hide from the attack. But he doesn't have enough strength, so Milan flies high into the air under the onslaught of John. And then the rest of the classmates also unite. They want to help their friend and decide to attack. The team with which the hero was heading to this university discuss what is happening and also decide to help their friend. And then John dissuades them. He alone is more than enough for these weaklings. Thanks fate for providing the opportunity to assert the authority of the headman. Milan has already risen to his feet and is rushing to attack the hero again in order to inflict many more blows in order to take revenge. He raises the handle of the weapon behind his back to swing at him. Suddenly, John uses the verdict skill, thereby reflecting the attacks aimed at him. After a few seconds, he also delivers a chain of kicks, hitting the opponent. Some of the attackers were unable to stay on their feet. People fell to the ground, while others remained standing on their feet. Coming closer, the protagonist asks if Milan has experienced enough humiliation. The beaten guy breathes heavily, rubs his cheek and sighs. He looks silently and seriously into John's eyes, and John, perplexed, maintains the silence. And then Milan asks for forgiveness, saying that he lost clean. The girl was sure that John would cope on his own. Just recently, she had been more worried about him than anyone else. After a couple of seconds, the main character shouts, asking if there are any more dissatisfied people. When they entered here, the scan revealed that their combat ability was the weakest, which is why they were assigned to the 10th group. If they don't want to lose face at the freshman meeting, then John advises them to get down to training. It turns out that the school also has a gravity room. Margot offers to enter, but to do so, you need to swipe your university student card. Regular warrior training gradually hardens the body, but it is completely ineffective when it comes to strengthening internal organs. In the case of a gravity room, everything is different. While in it, the body's cells are in a state of intense exhaustion, and the load on the internal organs is also unusually great. Therefore, the use of cultivation techniques to absorb the energy of the origins and other training have an unusually high effect on strengthening the body. Moving on, the main character pays attention to the whole surrounding atmosphere. Apparently this is what this room looks like. Everyone present is here for the first time. The dark-skinned girl pays attention to some things. She comes closer to the sign. It turns out that using the gravity room requires points. Nicholas decides to calculate that an hour under double load will cost 120 points. They only get 500 points per month. They still need to spend money on food and rent. They can't afford it now. Approaching an acquaintance, John offers to sell the flesh of the Kai beast. It is quite expensive. In addition to the ability to exchange items for points, you can also complete tasks that are published on the university page and receive points for completing them. Taking out his card, John offers to practice at his expense. To start with, it's worth trying the easiest option. Those present are incredibly happy, thanking him for such a service and the opportunity to progress in training. Approaching the device, the main character takes out his card and holds it to the sensor. A voice announces that the double gravity boost training has begun. Everything around begins to vibrate and make loud sounds. The students raise their heads higher. Nicholas is indignant, squatting down. Apparently it's really hard for him. And then Morgana starts screaming loudly. Is this really a double boost? Under conditions of increased gravity, the body's cells are in a state of continuous exhaustion, and at the same time, they are continuously disintegrating, giving birth to new cells, stronger, and in greater quantity. Under such conditions, using the cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the origins of the abnormal crystal will be much more effective. After a moment, the students sit in relaxing poses and concentrate. Those present were very tired. Could John's strength really be so high that after an hour he was able to continue training? Nicholas gets up from the ground and is about to leave, commenting that if he stays in this place for a while, he will fall apart. 3 hours later, the protagonist opens his eyes and looks straight ahead. He raises his head. I look around. Apparently he is the only one left. Since this is the case, we can try triple amplification. The guy approaches the device again, applies the card, and the triple gravity amplification training is launched. And then, he is suddenly pressed to the floor. The guy hits it hard. He's bleeding there. He's straining himself a lot. This load is really heavy and great for him. The body is torn apart by pain. It seems as if the internal organs and skeleton are about to be torn apart. However, the system shows that experience points are growing at an impeccable pace, even faster than when killing evolved beasts. The remaining students return to the training room to continue to hone their skills. The dark-skinned girl is worried, because the main character has been sitting in a gravity room for 5 hours already. Morgana explains that this place is equipped with an intelligent system that will turn everything off and issue a warning if it detects that a person cannot continue training. Entering the room, one of the students reports that the headman is currently improving under triple amplification. Those present are horrified. Is he really that strong? And now, the absorption of the energy of the origins of the 6th rank anomalous crystal has been completed. After classes, it will be necessary to go to the exchange office and buy a few more pieces. Under the triple force of attraction, his reaction speed slowed down significantly. The power of the tearing fist also weakened unusually. And yet, if under the triple boost, he released the tearing fist with all his might, its power could also be increased threefold. The system offers training in conditions of high gravity, intends to use the first level. Suddenly, an unknown object rises and directs red radiation towards John. The machine releases a fire laser at incredible speed, directing the attack towards the student. The main character didn't put on any equipment. If he was hit by a laser, he could very well die. He shouldn't have started training so recklessly. A couple of seconds later, 2 lasers are already flying at him. He dodges them with quick and sharp movements. The guy uses the silent step movement technique when there are more and more dangers around. 30 minutes later, the training is over, and John feels like he was on the verge of death. As he leaves the room, he calculates his finances and finds that the 5.5 hours cost 820 points, but their effectiveness is comparable to about 2 weeks of previous training. Margot was very worried about her friend and asked if everything was okay with John. Nothing could have happened to him. He asks the guys to continue training, and he himself goes away on a small matter. Nicholas is surprised, because he was in the gravity room for about 5 hours, and he looks like he went for a walk. While the sun is shining outside, high above the horizon, the main character heads to the exchange office. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough for even a dozen anomalous crystals. He can't sit and rest on his laurels. He needs to find a way to earn more points. That tall building must be the competition tower. Anyone who can break into the top leaders there will be able to get the corresponding amount of points every day. The competition tower consists of 100 floors. The university ranks the students based on their strength, and the students in the top 100 become the masters of the corresponding floors, so even defeating the master of the first floor of the tower means falling into the top 100. The weekly ranking and floor distribution are updated based on the battles that took place in the competition tower. In order to encourage the hosts and the precedents, the university has set different rewards in the form of points for the hosts. The higher the floor, the higher the reward. There is also a weekly ranking among students of each year. For being in the top 10 of the ranking, the university also gives out an award. The newcomers of this year turned out to be quite strong. Someone on the second day already managed to challenge the 20th floor. While the protagonist is sorting out the registration for the battle, the students mock him. A few moments later, John finds himself in a large hall where people are fighting. The loudspeaker announces that the winner is second-year student Euler. The next guy needs to get ready. John will go up against the same student. Hearing his name, he wonders if it was really his turn so quickly. The workers discuss the protagonist's identity, remaining completely confident that John will lose. The device for measuring combat capability shows a result in which the guy does not even reach the third rank. Coming closer to the protagonist, Euler asks whether he will fight with weapons or bare hands. Looking confidently at his interlocutor, he takes off his backpack and says that he will not need a weapon. Euler is furious at what he hears. He doesn't like this tone at all. The guy immediately activates the skill and uses a tearing fist, directing it towards the main character. He looks at what is happening with interest, apparently. Someone else is also using the same skill. After dodging, Euler decides to activate his new ability to show off his own power. He uses multiple strikes towards John, but he runs between attacks with sharp, quick jerks, using the technique of movements. How he can move so quickly even with a giant box on his back, the opponent cannot understand. The guy smiles widely. It just so happens that he also has the technique of a tearing fist. After this, John confidently swings his hand, which bursts into flames. Some in the stands are surprised by what they see. Some are already confident that one of them will win. Judges sense that there is something different about the rookie's ripping fist, and then the guy adds a swift fist to the ability, thereby doubling his strength. The opponents touch in an attack, exerting force on each other. Suddenly, Euler's arm is twisted, his flesh damaged by a powerful attack that targets his insides. After this, the main character pushes the guy out of the battle zone, and the first-year student wins. John clicks his tongue, comments that it was too weak. No one expected such an outcome of events. The observers look at what is happening with horror. The judge is also very surprised, suggesting that there might be something wrong with her equipment. The main character immediately heads to the second floor and also wins there. On the third floor, the guy attacks another person in order to move up. Again and again, the voice confirms that John has defeated another enemy located in the battle tower. The judges watch what is happening on the screen. They do not believe that he reached the fourth floor fighting only with his bare hands. Still, there is a possibility that something is wrong with the equipment that determines combat power. Once on the fifth floor, the guy is already breathing heavily. He is preparing to attack his next opponent. A girl appears in front of him. She offers to take the weapon from behind his back to fight her. And then, the main character grabs the handle of the tool and asks not to worry. He doesn't wear it for show. After this, John uses the Phoenix's greatness. Then everything around him lights up with a bright flame. A few moments later, the girl is defeated, flying to the side under the onslaught of her opponent. On the seventh floor, the main character slides along the ground, smiling confidently, and once again defeats the enemy. The girl is terrified. The freshman can't get to the 20th floor in one breath. A second-year student named Becker appears in front of John. He is the owner of the next floor. The guy has a premonition that the battle will be serious. Here he is no longer confident in his superiority. And then, the opponent says that the current first years have made it clear to everyone that they cannot be underestimated. Today, the man defeated one of them. He brings the sword to his face and says that he would be interested to see how long the new opponent can last. But the guy has no hurry, so he plans to put in maximum effort in this fight. At that very second, they cut into the air with their weapons, swinging them sharply from side to side. Someone is going to watch the live broadcast from the competition tower, which is the man who made it to the 20th floor. Students in the first group pay attention to this, clarifying who he is. It turns out that John is in the 10th group. The guys are shocked by what they hear. If a student was assigned to this group, he must be among the weakest first-year students. There was no way John could have made it to the 20th floor. And then the guy remembers that the main character is Kate's friend. Breathing heavily, John realizes that he is barely holding on. Probably a 5th-rank warrior is his limit. Be that as it may, he had already managed to discover patterns in his technique of movements. Becker uses Ghost Dance to dodge attacks. At this moment, the protagonist activates Silent Tread, showing that he also has the ability to move. Becker doesn't understand how John was able to predict where he would end up. And then, suddenly, his shoulder is wounded by a sharp blade of a spear, cutting through the enemy's flesh. After a few moments, the opponent comes to his senses and stays on his feet, smiling broadly. He was still angry after all, because a 5th-rank warrior was hit by a lesser student and in front of so many witnesses. Having fully realized this information, Becker finally loses his temper and rushes forward, pointing his blade towards his opponent. The protagonist defends himself by holding the handle of his spear in front of him to prevent himself from being injured. But still, this force is not enough. So under the pressure of the enemy, he flies in the opposite direction. Once at a safe distance, John creates the impression that his opponent's energy is very high. Those present continue to discuss what happened. No one would have thought that the newcomer would be able to wound this warrior. Today he is not showing himself very well. Becker promises to be serious, since his opponent managed to really piss him off. He points the gun towards John and promises to put several holes in his body with his weapon. The man swings the blade with quick movements, cutting through the air, also hitting the enemy's spear. Suddenly, one of the attacks ricochets into the protagonist's shoulder, and he tenses up. And so, one after another, movement wounds his body. The guy feels the enormous power of the 5th-rank enemy. Even the residual energy from the swings of his weapon is capable of injuring. Becker smiles widely, ready to see how many of his attacks John can avoid. He hadn't met such a serious opponent for a long time, and the guy felt complete delight from the need to fight and spare no effort. And then, the fight becomes more serious. The main character dodges the oncoming attacks. In any case, the enemy is stronger than him. In John's gaze, one can feel only the will to fight. Moreover, as the battle progresses, this feeling only intensifies. Becker can't afford to screw up. If he does, the guy will be a laughing stock. So this fight needs to be finished immediately. He uses the golden skill, and many ice blocks appear around him. And yet, John's abilities prove to be more advantageous, because he uses fire and can melt the attack. Then, cutting pieces of ice continue to break through the flames. It was unable to contain them. A loud explosion is heard. Clouds of smoke appear around and attract attention. When everything clears, the main character appears before the people, who finds himself walled up in a piece of ice. People are shocked by what they see. Is the warrior's strength really that great? The main character cannot allow everything to end like this. He immediately uses an explosion of anger. The judge announces that victory is awarded only if the opponent does not resist for 10 seconds or is outside the arena. Becker begins to move towards his opponent, intending to throw a boulder from the battlefield. And then the elements begin to crack at the seams. The ice makes loud sounds and breaks apart. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes widen in horror at what he saw. He did not expect such an outcome at all. As he gets closer, a fiery whirlwind appears in front of the guy and spreads around him. No one understands how the enemy could use a combat skill while in the ice. It was good that John managed to activate the explosion of anger just before he was chained, and combined with the grandeur of the Phoenix, it was not difficult to get out. Now, it's time to finish off the opponent in one fell swoop. He immediately catches up with the opponent. Becker still can't comprehend how he managed to get out of his ice so quickly. Coming closer, he points the blade of his spear at the enemy's face and says goodbye to him. The guy groans from the tension and is worried about the proximity of his defeat. The main character's eyes show confidence in his own victory. He strains with all his might. After this, John uses a blow of accumulated power, thereby pushing the enemy out of the arena. Observers are sending a lot of comments about what happened. The judge turns towards the protagonist, asking if he plans to challenge the 21st floor. He says that he will come tomorrow, but today, he is not going to move up. The guy turns around and looks at the table with the ranking of freshmen. John realizes that he was first in the ranking. Because of the victory over the owner of the 20th floor, he received the right to go to the 21st. It turns out that the second place could not defeat Becker. The guys discuss what happened and can't believe that John ended up in the 10th group. Looking down at the monitors, one of them is about to take note of the main character. Very tired from the long journey, the guy is breathing heavily. He feels the side effects of the explosion of anger. He can't even believe that he made it to college. Someone from behind comments on the main character's appearance. He slowly turns his head back. The rising sophomores ask him why he looks like a beaten dog. It's strange that he didn't die after challenging the 5th rank. Becker was seriously exhausted after 2 consecutive defeats with the first years. That's the only reason he managed to win. If he understood correctly, this guy did not accept the humiliation and sent them to restore his reputation before he had time to recover. The freshmen are taking on too much this year, so the boys would like to teach him a lesson. And yet, despite his condition, John does not back down and responds to all the rudeness directed at him. A dark-skinned guy runs up to him and grabs him by the clothes, trying to hit the exhausted hero. Suddenly something stops his hand. He also pays attention to it. And there, behind him, stands Kate, holding the limb of an unknown attacker. John smiles weakly, saying that his patronage has arrived. Continuing to pull, the girl twists the opponent's arm, bending it until it hurts. After this, the second-year students run towards her. Losing their temper, they shout loudly and get angry. But this doesn't scare the heroine, so she swings harder and lands a decent blow to the guy's face. No one thought that the girl's skill would be so precise not only in the use of weapons, but also in hand-to-hand combat. A few seconds later, Kate uses Ripping Fist, rushing towards the attackers. A moment later, the beaten ones are already flying in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the main character is seriously surprised. It turns out that his neighbor owns a tearing fist, and its power seems more ferocious than his. And so, the offenders begin to run away, afraid of getting even more injured. John thanks his savior and asks the girl how she guessed that he would be here. It turns out that Kate was just watching the broadcast of the performance. First, he spent 5 hours in the gravity room, and then went to challenge in the competition tower. Noticing the guy's appearance, she asks her neighbor if he can move on his own. And then John begins to pretend to be dying. Despite her outward anger, the girl is actually worried about him. After this, Kate sighs loudly and lifts her neighbor onto her shoulders. Holding on to her, the protagonist cannot allow himself to force the girl to carry him on her back. After this, she explains that she is only returning her debt and asks not to overthink things. It's getting dark outside. The streetlights are turning on, trying to illuminate the darkened streets. Everyone around turns around, pays attention to the heroes, points fingers and discusses. Some people envy John's position, while others, on the contrary, despise him for such an act. After some time, the guys reach their place of residence, approaching the gates of the villa. The hero catches himself thinking that the girl's profile looks truly beautiful, and her hair smells very delicious. Without thinking twice, John brings his lips to the lady's cheek and kisses her. After this, he begins to panic and think that she might get angry. The girl slows down, her voice becomes darker. John tries to justify himself and explain his actions. But he's in trouble because the main character is already flying to the side from a strong kick. When it falls to the ground, its weight raises clouds of dust from the ground. He screams hysterically and asks for mercy, admits his mistake and says that he was wrong. Sitting at the table, John reflects that after the kiss, the girl did not attack him. Perhaps she really likes him. Embarrassed and blushing, he thinks deeper and fantasizes, but his thoughts are interrupted by a question from the girl, who asks whether the hero feels better. Sitting with his mouth full, he comes to his senses and responds positively to her concern. Getting up from her seat, she asks to go and help her with her training. The lady suggested exchanging experiences, and John, in turn, assumes that this is just an excuse to beat him. After some time, the boys train in a specially designated room, using wooden instruments. As the fight continues, the boy realizes that Kate is showing much more strength than yesterday. The higher the warrior's rank, the more difficult it becomes to advance further. But in her case, it seems that for her, development is not difficult at all. While defending himself from a bunch of blows, John tries to understand how the girl improves. Suddenly, the guy asks her to be careful, otherwise she will kill her husband. And then the neighbor knocks the spear out of the opponent's hands and asks him to shut up. It seems that she wins, because the main character is unarmed. As she gets closer, Kate compliments the spear technique her neighbor is using. He smiles broadly and asks not to forget who the main character is. Holding the hilt of the sword, the girl remembers how to wield a tearing fist, and then suggests that they stop wasting time. Kate activates the ability, and is going to check whose ability is more powerful. After this, the girl immediately swings and uses the skill, attacking the guy. He dodges with a sharp movement and shouts that he needed to be asked. Kate disappears right in front of his nose. She really is very agile and fast. After this, the neighbor appears behind and tries to strike from behind. Suddenly, she still removes the main character, who flies forward by inertia. Coming closer, the girl advises not to rely on sight, but to release the energy of the sources for perception. After this, Kate tries to attack again to hit the hero, who dodges again. He uses silent steps to quickly avoid attacks from the side. And then the girl realizes that he has simply amazing sensitivity and insight. It is not surprising that John managed to achieve such rapid progress. Continuing to move forward, John prepares to attack using his own ripping fist. Turning her attention, Kate watches in surprise as the attack approaches. He is seriously worried and also shouts at her to move aside. The guy tries to stop, straining himself so as not to hurt his neighbor. He stops his hand at the lady's chest, still continuing the movement. In the end, John only lightly touches the girl's clothes. They freeze in misunderstanding, look at each other, and remain silent. Suddenly, the main character starts screaming and apologizing, raising his hands up, thereby showing his defenselessness. While Mickey watches what is happening with interest, the guy is beaten by his own neighbor. The next day comes, the sun shines over the university, awakening each of the students. Margot worriedly asks her friend what happened to him, and why there are so many wounds on his face. Coming closer, Vhagar is going to share his experience with him in order to defeat the girl. There is no need to use force. Morgana immediately grabs her friend by the ear and asks the expert about this information. Milan congratulates the hero on first place in the tower ranking of the competition among freshmen, before he had no idea how strong he was. Classmates discuss what is happening and share information with each other. And now, moments later, everyone already knows about his place in the tower. The main character agrees to help his friends develop. As soon as they complete a 5-hour training session in a gravity room with double amplification, he will tell everything. And so, after some time, the students are already sitting in this place and training hard. Milan feels that under the double amplification he can't move a finger. How does his elder manage to do this? John, in turn, dances with ease with a spear. That's what's called a real difference in strength. 5 hours later, the protagonist smiles widely while his classmates die in pain. Finally, it's time to switch to triple amplification. The guy asks if there are any volunteers, but each of those present runs away, making up excuses. Therefore, the main character finds himself in a room completely alone. No one wants to help him. While he was switching power-ups and thinking about his classmates, an unknown person appeared behind him. The guy says that Kate was looking for him, but he, in turn, does not understand what the girl is doing in this place. She holds the card in her hand in fear and says that she has no more points. After this, John sighs, because he is not even her husband, so he does not have to worry about it. Peeking out from behind the door into the room, classmates smile funny and ask an inappropriate question. The main character shouts, offering, if there is a lot of time, for the guys to come in and continue training with triple reinforcement. After this, people immediately slam the door and run away, deciding not to disturb the headman. He sighs, remaining in place, irritated by what happened. A sound is heard from the system. Training with a 5-fold load has started. The guy immediately falls off his feet, outraged by Kate's behavior, and asks if she really wants to kill him. She stands confidently over him. Is her neighbor really not able to withstand Penta's amplification? One of the students asks his classmate why Kate didn't come to practice, when he replies that the girl decided to join the 10th group. He offers a long-haired guy named Moore to teach the main character a lesson. First, he asks to find a couple of people and teach a lesson to the horde of scum from the 10th group. The guy breathes heavily, saying that quadruple would be just right for him. But this level is beyond his limit. The lady doesn't seem to hear him and tugs at the handle of the device, thinking that all this is too weak. The system reports that training with electrical voltage of 10,000 volts has been started. Naturally, the main character is very outraged by what is happening, because he did not expect such torment to await him. The girl takes the chains in her hands and says that she has been training in this way since childhood. She's being picky with her words. It seems like John just said she's not human. The main character slowly steps back, not intending to run into the angry lady. The girl becomes more serious, waving the weapon from side to side. Suddenly, it hits John, causing electrical circuits to spin around his hands. Vhagar is sure that the more beautiful the girl, the scarier she is. So much suffering can be heard in the scream of his classmate. Seeing Morgana next to him, he immediately begins to make excuses. She grabs the guy's ear again, pulls it hard, and asks him to repeat what he said over and over again. The exhausted guy is on his knees. He feels the smell of meat coming from his body. Still lying on the ground, he analyzes today's training and comes to the conclusion that he is getting enough points. Suddenly, the girl starts throwing stones at the hero's head and says that this will be a reward for using the points from his card. He is genuinely happy, not sure that he can accept such a valuable award. Serious Kate in this case suggests returning the existing gift. 2 hours later, the main character is still in the gravity room, already tormenting himself with electric shocks. The guy finally reaches level 20 and gets the absorption skill, also becoming a 4th rank warrior. He decides to invest all the points he earned and also change his rank. since it seems to him that the new ability will be of little use. The freshmen's meeting starts any day now. John should be fully armed by the time it starts. This evening he plans to study the fall of the Milky Way, the gold skill he got earlier, and then he'll go to the exchange office and see if they have any gold cards for hand-to-hand combat skills. Evening is coming. It is getting dark outside, and alarming cries can be heard from somewhere. Milan stands in a serious pose, asking his interlocutor how to understand this. The offender confidently says that passage along this road is closed for students of the 10th group. The guy explains that this is the only way to get to the exchange office, and Milan needs to get there. And then, the brunette allows him to pass only if he decides to crawl between his legs. Suddenly, the stranger's foot hits the offender's crotch and he screams in pain. The protagonist appears, smiles broadly, and asks if he has any new objections. Classmates immediately recognize their class leader and rejoice at his arrival. One of the attackers moves towards John from the side, preparing to strike again. Then the guy uses the golden skill and a hologram of a wolf appears near his face. But the hero is about to respond to the attack using a tearing fist. The opponents meet in a battle dance, using their abilities against each other. Yet John proves stronger, as he pushes away the attackers, holding his injured arm. He decides to ask his opponent what skill he is using. After this, the main character smiles and tells about using a bronze skill, and then offers to fight again. Suddenly, someone present raises his palm in front of him and asks him to stop. The brunette introduces himself as Ronald and talks about the misunderstanding, offering to end this fight. The boy felt a weak aura from the hero, but he managed to achieve incredible power by improving the bronze skill. Striding along, John is still ready to make concessions. He comes closer to Milan and offers to crawl under him, in which case the matter will be hushed up. The guys indignantly point their fingers at the hero and talk about his impudence. After this, he immediately activates the ability and deals multiple blows to the person standing nearby. Ronald is not going to give up, since the hero decided to act this way. He uses a skill called Thunder Palm, striking the enemy in the back. The brunette boasts that his palm is capable of destroying a third-rank beast, and suggests enjoying it properly. The system reports an external energy attack and prompts the hero to use the absorption skill. Only 1,000 points were received because the opponent's skill was very weak. Suddenly, Ronald opens his mouth wide and breathes heavily. The hero cannot understand what is happening. He doesn't understand why John is completely fine and not at all hurt by his attack. The guy immediately punches the brunette in the face, explaining that his ability is useless. The opponent falls to the ground with a crash from John's blows. A stern voice of a teacher appears before the warring parties, informing them that fighting is prohibited on university grounds. Ronald immediately turns his head in fear towards the speaker. He suggests ending this, because everyone got what they deserved. The man turns to one of the students and demands that the guys be sent to the hospital and given appropriate assistance. Milan slowly approaches the hero and thanks him for his help in this difficult dispute. He explains that the guys attacked them on the way to the exchange office. There was no reason for this. At this moment, the main character looks at his interlocutor silently and with incomprehension. At the medical center, the teacher asks Ronald who sent them to bully the 10th group. Not wanting to tell, he says that the guys just happened to fall into his hands. The man talks about how the boys were used as cannon fodder, and the boy they fought is named John, and he is in first place in the freshman competition tower. Having heard this information, the guys are very surprised, not believing their own ears. Ronald loses his temper and blames Moore for setting him up for this deal. As he leaves, the man warns that if they lose to the 10th group at the meeting, they will be in trouble. When the guys approach the exchange point, they suddenly hear a friendly voice. The friendly salesman asks John what brings him here this time. Coming closer to the counter, the protagonist explains that he needs to acquire golden skills in spear and hand-to-hand combat techniques. A screen lights up between the people. The man moves closer and offers to study the catalog. After some time, the main character settles on the technique of tearing apart the Thunder Fist. The man sighs heavily and explains that learning this skill is not that easy. As far as he knows, everyone who tried has suffered greatly. Learning the tearing fist injures the practitioner in the process. Only after reaching a certain level of progress in learning it, can the practitioner use it to injure their opponents. While the tearing Thunder Fist is an advanced version that, in addition to the tearing effect, creates an electrical discharge generated by the energy of the origins, thus enhancing the power of the technique. The seller also warns that when studying this technique, you will have to undergo serious electrical tests. Without a second thought, John raises his hand and is about to purchase this ability. On top of everything else, the guy wants to take another skill, pointing at it with his finger. After thinking about it, the main character comes to the conclusion that this technique was simply created for him. Since he has to undergo electric tests, and has a studied card of the tearing fist in his inventory. And so, leaving the exchange office, the guy sees the sun setting, and little by little the streets become darker. The freshmen's meeting will begin in 2 days. Today the hero will need to focus on improving new and old skills. And then, more appears in front of him. The guy asks if his interlocutor is John. The hero calmly continues the dialogue, clarifying what he needs. The long-haired guy begins his speech, saying that defeating Becker proves his strength, but does not mean that he is worthy of being with Kate. He advises to immediately break all ties with the girl. Keep calm. John asks if what was said is a threat, and also clarifies Ronald's involvement. Moore only explains how things really are, continuing to prove to the hero that he cannot be with Kate. Continuing on his way, he asks to forget about his affairs, suggests training harder, so as not to lose to the 10th group. One of the guys asks if the main character is taking on too much. Moore thinks that he doesn't have much time left to show off, and is going to show the guy where his place is at the meeting. As he continues on his way, he thinks that a weak lineage could not have raised a warrior like Kate. I wonder what her origins are. Rubbing his nose, John finds himself thinking about it too much. He's not going to ask for a match. Coming home, he notices something and is very surprised by what he sees. Coming out of her room, the neighbor says that she has already eaten and left food on the table for the hero. Taking off his bag, he says that the meeting is in 2 days, and he was told that he will be able to choose between 2 districts. When he sits down at the table, he asks if the girl has chosen where she will go. Kate smirks as she turns to face her interlocutor. He will know when the time comes. As he continues to eat the treat, he wonders when the lady learned the art of stirring up intrigue. And so, 2 days later, all the first-year students gather in a giant arena. Arriving at the field, the main character notices familiar faces and heads towards Margot. When he woke up, the girl was not at home, and Kate was also not visible on the site. The teacher stands next to the blonde and asks her to follow him so that he can introduce her to the others. The man introduces Kate to the students of the 10th group. She transfers to them. Turning to the teacher, the girl innocently asks him not to tell the reasons for her transfer. Seeing a familiar face, some of the students are very surprised, and the man asks them to be friendly towards her. The main character scratches the back of his head, not understanding at all how the girl could have ended up in this place. Coming closer, the teacher asks in surprise how he knows her. Vager turns his head to John jokingly, and says that Kate is the headman's girlfriend. The guy pushes his classmate aside and calmly asks her why the lady decided to transfer to them. And then Vagar chimes in again and says that everything is done in the name of love. After this, the main character can't take it anymore and pushes the guy even harder. The girl calmly closes her eyes and says that she won't be interested if the others crush the guys because of their weakness. John originally thought he would have to compete with his neighbor at the meeting, but that is no longer the case. Still, he hopes that the girl really likes him. Suddenly, an unknown man appears on the stage and begins to give an important speech. The man calls himself Dr. Payne, and some testing will be done today. The guy looks at him with confusion and recognizes the name of the girl who had previously rejected him. Even at a great distance, one can feel the power emanating from the leader. After all, he is a warrior of the 9th rank. The man deftly snaps his fingers and asks to look at the screen that appears in front of him. During the test, the student is given 2 places to choose from for passing it. The team that has collected more anomalous crystal will win. The reward will be not only points, but also special combat skill cards that cannot be found on sale. The first location is the Emerald Grove, located south of the university. The danger level of this area is relatively low. The second location will be the Ruins, which looks like an abandoned city occupied by high-ranking zombies and terrible beasts. Milan, hearing this, is beside himself with horror. One can die in this place. There was an outbreak of a terrible virus in this area. The warriors who were on a cleansing mission there were all infected and turned into high-ranking zombies. It is said that the lowest level of beasts is 7th. The rest of the classmates join in the discussion, also greatly amazed by what they hear. The teacher approaches the head of the class and asks to distribute the students among the 2 proposed areas. Coming to the center, the main character becomes more serious. It is necessary to divide into teams. John approaches Kate, asking the girl if she will follow him to this place, and she calmly agrees. The guy asks if anyone wants to go with him and the blonde. Despite the danger, risk always comes with opportunity, so John asks the willing to come forward. Margot immediately raises her hand higher, agreeing to support her friend. Vager slowly turns to face his girlfriend and silently examines her, as if searching for an answer in her features. He steps forward and says he agrees to go on a dangerous adventure, pulling the lady along with him. Nicholas is not going to stay away either, since 3 of his 4 are looking fear in the eye. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero looks around and talks about the lack of one more person. Someone clenches their fist until their muscles hurt and tremble. And then, Milan raises his hand and speaks of his intention to go with them. The main character smiles confidently and agrees to his proposal. After this, John stands in front of the main group of classmates and encourages the guys, asking them to show their best. A certain number of planes rise high into the air, following a given course. Turning to his classmate, the hero asks Milan how he is feeling. The guys present make fun of the students, and Margot immediately loses her temper upon hearing this. Looking down, the guy admits that he once visited these ruins. Classmates are very surprised by what they hear and ask again to make sure they heard correctly. Holding his head, he says that he made a bet with his classmates about whether he would dare to undergo combat training there. As a result, wanting to prove his strength, he went to this place with his friends. On the very first day of their stay there, the students were bitten and turned into zombies. After that, the guy ran away so as not to get into the same danger. And then, the main character realizes that all the zombies in that place are carriers of the virus. He turns out to be right. After 24 hours, the person completely turns into a mutant. A huge metal bird flies over the blooming and blossoming flowers. Finally, the students reach the necessary place, namely the ruins, and ask everyone to get off the ships. The main character looks at the space around him with interest. Before they leave, the host needs to be informed of some details. Both zombies and evolved animals are carriers of viruses. If bitten, people must return within 24 hours and receive medical attention to have a chance of survival. The man turns his head towards the guys with a smile on his face and wishes them luck on this difficult journey. Upon hearing this information, the boys are furious at the realization that the 10th group student was right. John points towards the forest and tells the girl that they are going there. Margot and Nicholas calmly follow their commander, saying nothing. The remaining students also exit the plane and continue on their way. Each of the students is divided into groups. Some remain standing in place, some move on. And then, after some time, an abandoned house, entwined with tree branches, appears on the horizon. The team passes him, all moving in sync and confidently. There is danger rustling in the bushes, and a mutant is watching them. And then, out of nowhere, a 4th-rank zombie appears, possessing high mobility and strength. The one bitten is instantly infected and becomes one of them. The blonde heroine immediately jumps up and calmly moves towards her target. With a sharp movement of her blade, she cuts through the monster's flesh. Morgana exhales slowly and thanks the girl for her help because she was very scared. The guys unite and begin to noisily discuss what happened, giving their comments. Suddenly, something comes to the main character's mind and he cheerfully raises his hand to his face. And then, Kate turns to the rest of the team and asks them to keep their eyes open. Now the boys move more slowly and look more closely at the space around them. When the hero yawns, another mutant emerges behind him, trying to get to its victim. But he pays attention to it in time and defends himself. The guy is unhappy that the system gives very little experience. Apparently no one understands that he needs to increase his level faster. And then, another danger appears on the horizon. John sighs in disappointment. With a sharp movement, he pierces the mutant's chest with a spear, depriving him of life. The zombies wave their arms and legs, trying to get rid of the attack as quickly as possible. Milan comes closer and asks to get rid of the monster quickly. Otherwise it will be able to summon new creatures with its roar. The main character smiles broadly and says that he is tired of killing them one by one. Let him call his friends. And then, after a few minutes, a gigantic number of mutants appears around them. Milan immediately loses his temper when he sees the amount of danger approaching. But he has no intention of running away. All these monsters are nothing more than his experience. The girl catches up with the hero, and does not understand why her friend is so drawn to the clutches of death. He smiles slyly, noticing that she is worried about him. The guys remain standing in place, silently discussing what is happening before their eyes. The hero assumes a fighting stance and uses the Phoenix's majesty to strike back at his enemies. He lunges his spear forward, preparing to attack the zombie. And so, some of the creatures fly to the side under the onslaught of flame. It seems like the power of John's age combat skill has increased to the gold category. The girl also does not give up her position and quickly defeats all the enemies around her, piercing them with a blade. Vager watches this with delight and believes that this couple is simply made for each other. From the side, another mutant is moving towards Milan. It growls and stretches its paws towards him. And then, from the bushes, the zombie finally jumps out, getting ready to bite the poor guy. Suddenly, a spear blade pierces his head, piercing through. He comes closer and asks not to disturb him, but rather to move closer if Milan wants to die. After a short pause, the guy shouts that he will not allow anyone to look down on him. Moving further, the guys notice a strange thing. According to information on this path, there is the largest number of evolved animals, but they did not meet a single one. And yet, the main character has one theory left. Probably a powerful mutant got there, so the others do not dare to come to this place. He becomes more serious, asks to pay attention. It seems that he is already nearby. There is a rumble all around, and the ground underfoot begins to vibrate. The girl immediately jumps up to continue moving forward. There is probably a fourth-rank animal in front of them. Suddenly, a huge bull appears in front of the girl, wanting to attack the lady. As it turned out, this is a buffalo, which has large dimensions and high defensive capabilities. Using the system, John determines the enemy's rank to be 5 and asks the girl to be more careful. She, without listening to anyone, climbs onto her opponent's back and swings her sword. Realizing that the attack did no damage, she opens her eyes wide and becomes frightened. Suddenly, the buffalo kicks Kate in the stomach with its hoof. The main character immediately jumps up and starts running towards the injured girl, worrying about her safety. He energetically jumps to reduce the distance between himself and the lady, and grabs her in his arms. The guy fearfully asks about the heroine's well-being. She says that everything is fine, and also reports that she used the power of the origins and reduced the force of the blows by 90%. The beast growls menacingly and looks angrily at the boys, not wanting to wait any longer. The mutant immediately takes off and hurries towards John and Kate in order to tear the students to pieces. The lady sharply puts her hand to the side and asks her neighbor to move away and not interfere. She holds the sword out in front of her and demands that he be as careful as possible. The girl confidently grabs the handle of the weapon, and her eyes show confidence in her own abilities. Afterwards, Kate makes a sharp movement and hits the animal in the face, staggering slightly to the side. The buffalo falls from its feet due to loss of balance and coordination. The main character watches what is happening with delight and comments on the girl's coolness, but the bull continues to jump in place, raising dust around itself. Margot agrees that Kate's abilities are amazing, but now they need to figure out how to get to the beast when it goes berserk. Rubbing his nose, John suggests going for ranged attacks rather than risking close combat. The hero grabs the spear with a sharp movement of his hands and activates the Phoenix Greatness skill. Vagar and Milan shout cheerfully, watching what is happening with smiles. The girls and Nicholas also rush towards John to help in this difficult matter. Everyone present activates their many abilities one after another, rushing to put in their power. The attacks hit the creature in a huge wave, dealing massive damage. More and more bleeding scratches appear on the buffalo's body. The creature's eyes are becoming increasingly furious, and he is losing his temper under such pressure. One of the guys says that now that they have brought the animal to such emotions, it will fight to the last. Jumping up, John suggests driving the creature into the ground since its back can't be penetrated. As he lands, he hits the buffalo on the head with his spear with all his might. At that very moment, Kate is already on her way to help. The girl is rushing. Wind currents surround her. After this, she swings and deprives the animal of its head, chopping it off with her sword. John's eyes widen at what he saw. He had just been talking about the mutant's impenetrability, and Kate had cut off his head so easily. The girl asks to pay attention to the fact that with his attacks, he was able to fry the area of skin on the back and neck. Falling to his knees, he realizes that the animal was already in poor health. Suddenly, a group of unknown people appears in front of them. This is a guy named Lophael, who says that his prey was killed by these students. He says that he is a student from a northern university, and the students followed this bull and drove it to this place. The guy comes closer and is going to take the anomalous crystal. He agrees to give all the other materials to the guys. Margot starts to get angry at what she hears. It's all an obvious robbery. Lophael smiles widely and explains that the loot originally belonged to them. He asks to look at the hooves. There are wounds left by his colleague. One of those present squints his eyes in displeasure and insults the boys. And yet the main character does not believe what Lophael said and makes jokes at them. The guy decides to challenge the students to a fight. If a couple of them die in this place, the university will not ask many questions. The girl instantly pulls the blade out of its sheath, pointing the weapon towards one of the fighters. He jumps back sharply, worried about Kate's intention to kill them. As John catches up with his rivals, he has no doubt that his students will dare to finish them off. He quickly catches up with Lophael, moving closer to his face, swinging his weapon. The rest of the classmates also rush into battle, wanting to kill each of the attackers. The guy shouts in displeasure at how they dare to encroach on their abnormal crystal. John just grins at what he heard, and offers to leave them the jewelry and points from the cards. After this, the enemy is lost. He only wanted simple profit, but ran into serious opponents. The protagonist moves closer and closer, waving his spear in front of Lophael's face. He uses an ability called Shadow, ready to fight with him. And then the guy notices the disappearance of the enemy. He, in turn, ends up behind his back, wanting to attack from behind. The hero turns around abruptly and says that his speed is not impressive compared to the lasers in the gravity room. Falling to the ground, Lophael cannot understand how he read his movements. Suddenly, John decides to test his new technique, namely the Thunder Fist ripping. He swings and concentrates the force in his hand, and then hits the enemy in the stomach, knocking out all the air he has. After this, the guy flies off in the opposite direction at great speed. And then John rejoices in his new ability, calling himself the Lord of Thunder.